Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is March 5th. We are meeting in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:32 a.m. Today, we are conducting the first of two performance oversight hearings on the Department of Human Services, or DHS, and the Interagency Council on Homelessness, or ICH. We will be joined by public witnesses today and by government witnesses this Friday, March 7th. The mission of DHS is to empower every district resident to reach their full potential by providing meaningful connections to work opportunities, economic assistance, and supportive services. DHS operates primarily through its Economic Security Administration, or ESA, and its Family Services Administration, or FSA. ESA determines eligibility for the district's cash, food, child care, medical benefits, and other public assistance programs. It also serves as the local administrator for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, and the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or TANF program, supporting families through a two-generational approach that emphasizes employment and training opportunities. FSA, meanwhile, provides an array of social services other than the direct provision of public benefits, including administering the district's continuum of care for residents experiencing homelessness. We will be hearing today from dozens of district residents whose lives have been touched by the expansive scope of DHS's work. I am so grateful that everyone here has taken the time to share their story and to work with the committee to make the district a place of growth, opportunity, and economic independence. We will also be hearing testimony today on the ICH. The ICH brings together cabinet-level leaders, homeless services providers, advocates, and residents with lived experiences of homelessness to guide the district's strategic approach to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring. I look forward to hearing witnesses' perspective on how the ICH can make its work as inclusive and efficient as possible, and how the committee can best support the important collaboration the ICH makes possible. Now I'd like to offer a few notes on logistics. We are joined today in person by Shantice Wynn Brown, a member of our constituent services team. If you have an individual challenge with a DHS program that you are still working to resolve, please connect with Shantice, and she or another member of our team will follow up with the agency after today's hearing. In order to hear from all members of the public, the committee will strictly apply limits on witness testimony. Advisory neighborhood commissioners and the first witness to testify on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, or all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. First, we will call witnesses who are here in person to speak in panels of 4. When I call your name, please come to the table at the front and sit in the order you were called from your right to left. Please press the button on your microphone before speaking to turn on your mic. The red light indicates your mic is on. After a panel is done providing testimony, I and other council members may ask questions before calling the next panel. Council members will have 10 minutes each to ask a round of questions, and I will generally turn to my colleagues in the order they arrive. Now let's turn to our first panel of in-person witnesses. Our first 6 witnesses will be joined by an interpreter, so I will be calling them up in panels of 3. The interpreter can join at the 4th seat. So starting with Jose Dugarte, Chiara Zavala, and Diana Lomelli. And I should say that I referenced Shantice Wynn-Brown from our office if anyone has to reach out. Shantice is there if you need to contact Shantice. All right, with that, Jose, if you're ready to begin.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es José Dugarte.
Good morning. My name is Jose Duarte.
Llevo 11 meses en DC antes de llegar a los Estados Unidos.
I've been here in DC for 11 months before coming to the United States.
Pasé por la selva y fue una experiencia terrible.
I have experienced a lot of terrible things traveling through the jungle.
Luego me enfrenté a viajar por 7 países. En México sufrimos un accidente donde fallecieron 2 de mis amigos.
I traveled over seven countries, excuse me. And in Mexico, there was a great accident where a lot of my folks died.
He tenido que pasar por muchos retos en la vida.
I have gone through a lot of different challenges in life.
Y al llegar a DC estaba decidido a hacerme una mejor vida.
And when I arrived to DC, I decided to live a better life.
Trabajé en todas las oportunidades que pude para pagar el alquiler, pero al final me enfrenté a un momento en el que el empleador se negó a pagarme.
I worked very hard so that I could make sure that I pay my rent. But at the end, I had an employer that refused to pay me.
Y me vi obligado a buscar opciones de refugio.
And I saw myself having to look for options for shelter.
No conocía mis derechos, no sabía a quién acudir y cuando encontré el refugio no duré porque me sentí asustado.
I didn't understand my rights. I didn't know my rights. And as I was looking for spaces, it became a challenge.
Me decían cosas que no entendía porque solo se comunicaban conmigo en inglés y eso frustraba a los trabajadores.
Some of those challenges were that I do not speak the language yet. And so it was very frustrating for the workers to support me as we were trying to communicate.
Fui a explorar mis opciones y fue entonces cuando conocí a Sierra y a André de Ismael.
I continued looking for options for support, and that is when I met Sierra
Y André
and Andres
de Ismael.
de Ismael. Sorry.
En mis experiencias en el DMV, las colectas de alimentos y los servicios sociales no me veo incluido.
When it comes to DMV and some social services and food assistance, I was not able to tap into those.
O querido en esos espacios.
Disculpe.
O querido en esos espacios.
Nor was I really wanted in those spaces.
Creo que la falta de concientización pública sobre la línea lingüística y sobre cómo presentar una denuncia está alejando a las personas que no hablan inglés.
I think that the lack of understanding about the importance of language access in public support spaces alienates people and separates them from tapping into those services.
Vivo en una vivienda temporal y me costó entender la gestión de casos.
I live in temporary housing now, and it was hard to understand all of the dealings in terms of finding housing
porque los documentos solo estaban en inglés.
because most documents are in English.
Solo después de incluir a André de Ismael, pude sentir que me entendían.
Only after meeting Andres Desmais was I able to comprehend many things.
Tener un trabajador social con el que podía hablar en español me permitió mudarme a un lugar donde puedo encontrar estabilidad.
Finding a social worker that speaks my language was what supported me in trying to find a more stable housing.
Obtener mi identificación, mi seguro médico y conectar con terapias, y empecé a construir un plan para no necesitar el sistema de vivienda.
As well as being able to access an ID and access medical services that have provided me therapy, which is helping me rebuild my life.
Hace poco estuve hospitalizado.
Just a short while ago, I was hospitalized.
Nunca me ofrecieron servicios en mi idioma.
While there, I was not offered language access services.
Me costó explicar el nivel de dolor y mis necesidades.
It was hard to explain my levels of pain and the needs that I had.
Y al final tuve que llamar a Andrés porque los médicos y la fisioterapeuta solo se comunicaban en inglés.
And finally, I had to call my social worker, Andres, so that the doctors and the physical therapist could actually we could understand each other.
Solo me enteré de mis derechos al acceso lingüístico porque me encontraba en una situación de emergencia y extrema necesidad.
And so it was only through knowing my rights to language access that I have been able to be supported.
I just want to say, it is a challenge with translation, so things take longer. We're at double the time now, which I want to be respectful, but I think we should like 1 more minute or 1.5 more minutes so that we can be fair to everyone else.
Siga. Cuando regresé a mi programa de vivienda, esa misma noche fui víctima de un ataque sexual en el refugio LGTB.
When I got out of that situation and I went into that accessible housing space during my time at the LGBTQ shelter, I experienced sexual violence, an attack.
Que debería ser un lugar seguro para personas como yo.
And this is supposed to be a safe space for people like me.
Estaba en una posición vulnerable con una pierna rota y tomando sedante fuerte.
I was in a vulnerable position with a broken leg and having to take medications that, incapacitated me.
Mi compañero de cuarto intentó dominarme y al reportar esto, de inmediato la solución fue separarnos en diferentes cuartos.
My roommate took advantage of that situation and attacked me. And the solution to that problem was to basically separate us in different rooms.
Estaba sufriendo y quería contactar a la policía, pero el personal de mi refugio parecía querer mantenerlo todo en silencio.
I tried to contact the police, but it seems like the folks that were working in the shelter kind of wanted to keep that on the wraps.
Fue Ismael quien esa misma noche, casi a medianoche, me ayudó a contactar a los servicios de emergencia.
It was Ismais that helped me at midnight to contact emergency responders
Ya que no tenía señal en el teléfono.
because I didn't have like signal on my phone.
Ellos abogaron por un plan de seguridad.
And they advocated for a safety plan for myself.
Me llevaron al hospital y pude hacer una denuncia formal para buscar servicios para quienes enfrentaban violencia sexual.
And in that space, I was able to be taken to the hospital and receive the services necessary to be advocated for in that space.
Estoy tramitando una visa U,
I am working on a U visa,
pero por ahora no puedo trabajar debido a mis condiciones y lucho a diario para cubrir mis necesidades.
but as of right now, I work very hard to try to meet my responsibilities. But due to my issues, I am unable to take care of myself as I should.
También estaba apoyando a mi familia en Venezuela con lo poco que tenía, lo que afectó aún más mi salud mental.
And additionally, I have been trying to support my family in Venezuela as much as I can, but this is causing a mental strain to me.
Tenemos que,
So I think, I thank you very much for your testimony. We're way over time and we have 100 witnesses. And so very much want to get the written testimony, and if there's outreach to the committee that he would like to make, that Jose would like to make, more than happy to do that, but there's still a whole nother page that he has to read and we can't do that.
ok. Ok, gracias.
All right. Thank you very much.
Ay, yo, ¿por qué me...
Okay. Kiara Zavala, and if you would, Jose, if you would turn off your microphone. You're ready, Kiara.
Ok. Hola, mi nombre es Kiara. Es un placer estar aquí. Estoy muy nerviosa de estar aquí ya que mi voz no es una que usualmente se tenga en cuenta.
Hi, my name is Kiara, and it is a pleasure to be here. I appreciate being able to be taken into account.
Nací en Perú.
I was born in Peru.
Soñaba con estudiar medicina o ser policía.
I dreamt to be a doctor or maybe a police officer.
Pero todo terminó cuando mi madre me vendió a los 14 años a un hombre de 28 años.
But all of my dreams were shattered when at 14, my mom offered marriage to a 28-year-old man.
Me mudé a Venezuela y no pude trabajar porque mi nuevo marido no me lo permitió.
I moved to Venezuela and I was unable to work because my new husband didn't permit it.
Tuve 2 hijos suyos y ahora soy madre de 2 niños preciosos.
I had 2 children by him and I am mother of 2 precious children now.
Me mudé a los Estados Unidos en diciembre del 2023 después de los problemas económicos en Venezuela.
I moved here to the United States in December of 2023 because of all of the economic instability in Venezuela.
El año pasado, en septiembre, decidí dejar a mi pareja porque la violencia entre nosotros era demasiada.
Last year, around September, I actually left my husband because of all of the domestic violence that I was experiencing.
Hice una denuncia policial y luché por la custodia de mis hijas, pero desgraciadamente se fue del país y se llevó a mis hijas con él.
I went through the police and did reports, and I fought for custody of my children, but he actually fled the country with my children.
Al mismo tiempo yo tenía 2 trabajos y hacía todo lo que podía por mis hijas.
At that time, I had 2 jobs and I did everything I could for my children.
Perdí mi casa, mis trabajos y me quedé sin hogar.
I lost my home, I lost my jobs, and I was unhoused.
Conocí a Andrés en la calle porque el albergue cerraba todos los jueves.
I met Andres on the streets because the shelter closed every Thursday.
Me ayudó a encontrar recursos y a encontrar una vivienda en menos de un mes.
And in less than a month, he helped me find resources to help me and a place to be in, a home to stay at.
Cuando estaba en Isidor, nunca me sentí escuchada ni segura. Los hombres de seguridad y los trabajadores me miraban de forma que me sentía incómoda.
And when I was at DC Door, I felt unheard from, and I felt uncomfortable by some of the staff and the security guards that worked there.
Y nunca me ayudaron y y me sentí ignorada.
I received no help and I felt ignored.
Si no me hubiera mantenido en contacto con el asistente social bilingüe que encontré en otro lugar, no estaría en la posición en la que me encuentro hoy.
And if it weren't because I maintained contact with that bilingual social worker, I feel like I wouldn't be able to have support the way that I needed.
En la que estoy trabajando para conseguir mi estabilidad,
And right now I'm working to secure that stability.
mi estancia en el sistema de vivienda comenzó en un programa diseñado para ayudarnos.
And my stay inside of the system started with this program that supports folks.
Pero al final el programa hizo más daño a mi bienestar.
But to be honest, being in that program was more harmful to me.
Yo vivía en una casa sin servicios en español y sin uso de la línea de lenguaje.
I lived in a house situation where there was no language access services, no way to be able to be understood in my language.
Tomó a Andrés para ayudar en mi gesta como las reglas del programa no se les dio a mí en español.
And it was Andres that helped me understand the program and its rules in Spanish.
Rompía constantemente normas que no sabía que existían, como llevar pantalones demasiado cortos en mi casa o llegar tarde a casa los días festivos.
There was, rules that I just didn't understand about, such as, wearing certain clothing within the household and coming in late during holidays.
En última instancia, a pesar de tener un programa de vivienda, me suspendían regularmente y tenía que vivir entre mi programa de vivienda y el refugio.
And at the last instances, because of those rules being broken, I ended up in a situation where I had to live sometimes at this housing program and sometimes in the shelter.
El apoyo culturalmente competente es lo que me ayudó a ponerme en contacto con recursos para supervivientes de la violencia. Ahora estoy matriculada en la escuela, trabajando y conectada con servicios legales para mi visado U.
And it is culturally competent services that really have brought me to this place where I feel supported enough, where I am right now enrolled in school. I'm obtaining legal services to change my legal status, and I've been able to secure some work.
Agradezco enormemente a Ismael este apoyo para mí y para muchos otros. Ismael me ayudó a cambiar de programa a un lugar con el que me sentía segura y recibía navegación bilingüe por los recursos. Ahora vivo en un programa de vivienda de Ismael donde me siento escuchada. Gracias.
Thank you so much. And yes, I want to just thank Ismail for this support because this program in particular has provided me the resources necessary to feel not just supported, but also heard. And thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Diana Lomelli?
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Diana. Soy de Guadalajara, México. Yo llegué a este país en el 2021 y fui víctima de tráfico de personas.
My name is Diana. I'm from Guadalajara, Mexico, and I came to this country around 2021 as a victim of human trafficking.
Me trajeron a este país con engaños a través de una visa F para estudiante, pero ellos abusaban de mi salud mental y me amenazaban con dejarme en la calle si no hacía lo que ellos me pedían.
I came to this country under false pretenses. I was offered an F visa, which is a student visa, but in that space, my mental health was abused, and I was consistently threatened that they would drop my visa if I didn't do exactly what I was told to do.
Mi salud mental fue empeorando hasta que llegué a un punto que intenté quitarme la vida.
My mental health suffered to a point where I tried to commit suicide.
Fui ingresada al hospital por una sobredosis de medicamentos que yo misma tomé para quitarme la vida porque pensaba que era la única manera de salir de la situación.
I was taken into the hospital because I overdosed on medicine purposefully because I didn't think that I had any way out of the situation.
Al salir del hospital, las personas que me trajeron me echaron a la calle y empecé a vivir fuera de una iglesia por varios meses.
When I got out of the hospital, I was kicked out of the housing situation that I was in, and I ended up sleeping on the streets by a church for many months.
Hasta que conocí a un chico que me prometió ayudarme y darme hogar, acepté, pero fue mucho peor, porque esta persona abusaba de mí sexualmente cada noche.
I met a gentleman that promised housing and safety, so I, went in as a roommate situation and ended up in a worse situation because he sexually abused me every night.
Él me decía que yo tenía que pagar de alguna manera lo que él hacía por mí.
He claimed that I had to pay in some way or another for the mercies that he was providing me.
Soy una chica trans viviendo en un programa de vivienda. Yo llegué buscando ayuda en algunos programas de vivienda en diferentes lugares.
I am a trans woman, and I have participated now in a housing program for trans folks.
En los cuales no hablaban español y me fue difícil comunicarme con el personal.
They did not speak Spanish, though, so it was difficult to communicate with the staff.
El intercambio de información entre el personal y yo no fue de lo mejor porque teníamos una barrera que era el idioma.
The exchange and communication was made almost impossible because we had that language barrier.
Trataba de comunicarme con ellos de la mejor manera posible, pero ellos se molestaban al no poder hablar inglés.
I tried to communicate with them as best as I could, but it became frustrating for the staff that didn't understand me because of that language barrier.
No me ponían atención por el problema de idioma. Fueron meses de frustración para mí porque no encontraba un lugar donde hablaran español.
And it became frustrating for me because I was not listened to, not heard because of that lack of language understanding.
Hasta que un día llegué a LYC, ahí conocí a Natalie, una case manager que ella hablaba español y pudimos comunicarnos mejor en nuestro idioma.
Until I came to LYC, where one of the social workers spoke Spanish and I was able to communicate.
Y ella me entendió mis necesidades y pudimos trabajar juntas hasta que llegó el día de aplicar para buscar una vivienda.
She understood my needs and we communicated until the day came that we began looking for housing.
Porque era riesgoso para mí irme a diferentes shelters en DC siendo una chica trans.
Because it was very difficult for me as a trans person, as a trans woman, to have to move from shelter to shelter in the district.
El personal era rudo conmigo no solo porque no podía comunicarme en su idioma. La segunda razón era porque era una chica trans.
So I experienced where staff was rude to me, not just because of that language barrier, but also because I'm a trans woman.
En algún momento sufrí discriminación por parte del staff del lugar.
And in a lot of different places at that time, I received discrimination by staff.
Porque ellos querían que durmiera en el área de los hombres.
Because they specifically wanted me to sleep in the area where men sleep.
Así fue como llegué a Smile, un programa del cual me siento segura y sobre todo me siento súper cómoda.
And that's when I arrived at Smile, which is a program where I feel secure and supported.
Porque tengo un case manager que habla en español y podemos comunicarnos mucho mejor y así poder trabajar de una manera.
And that's because I have a case manager
Mejor
that,
manera.
and that's because I have a case manager that can communicate in my own language. We can communicate better and work together towards my goals.
Ellos me ayudaron a traducir información cuando necesitaba aplicar para algún trámite. Ellos siempre estaban ahí para ayudarme.
They were there to help me translate different forms that I needed to fill, as well as just being there to support me every step of the way.
Aplicar a seguro médico, hablar con mis abogados, ayudarme a hacer mis citas con mi equipo médico y muchas cosas para mí.
They supported me with interpretation, talking with lawyers, obtaining, medical care, and being able to talk with those in that space.
En mi experiencia es de una gran ayuda tener personas que hablan español en más programas porque nos es más fácil para nosotros comunicarnos.
In my experience, it has been really great to be in spaces where there's Spanish-speaking folks and advocates that can help me in my own language.
con nuestros case managers con mayor seguridad y saber que tenemos a alguien que nos escucha y nos entiende.
With those management, bilingual case managers, I feel more secure and able to continue.
Gracias a un apoyo cultural y lingüísticamente competentemente he trabajado para las pruebas he hecho servicio comunitario para haciendo pruebas de HIV. Voy a la escuela y tengo un plan de vivienda y estoy en proceso para tener mi visa T.
¿Puedo leer la última? I'm going to read the paragraph so that I don't do it so it can be verbatim. And thanks to this support that is cultural and linguistically competent, I have been able to work on doing HIV testing with the community. I go to school and I have a plan to secure housing, and I am in process of obtaining my visa. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Obviously, very painful and difficult stories to hear, but we're very grateful for you to come forward and tell your stories. The whole idea of this process is to figure out how we can deliver services better. And your testimony helps us to see where the places are that we need to strengthen. So thank you very much for your testimony. All right, next, Luis Rojas, Yuleme Duarte, and Hayden Santos. All right, Mr. Rojas, when you're ready.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Luis Nicolás, soy venezolano y tengo... Ok. Buenos días. Mi nombre es Luis Nicolás, soy venezolano, tengo más de 2 años en DC. Mi experiencia al principio que llegué aquí no fue la mejor, ya que no sabía inglés, no tenía familia en este país. Por lo tanto, me vi obligado a vivir en refugio.
Por ahorita, así puedo escucharlo mejor, ¿está
Ok.
bien? Excuse me, so sorry. No, yo me voy para aquí.
¿Le vuelvo a decir lo mismo?
Con usted no lo podía escuchar bien,
Es
discúlpeme.
que aquí tengo que decir 2 años, no 8.
Ok, está bien.
Ok, si quiere ponerme aquí. Si quiere yo les doy esto.
Si quiere empiezo con lo que usted ya dijo. Yeah, so good morning. My name is Luis. I'm from Venezuela and I have been in DC for 2 years now. Puede empezar.
Mi experiencia en los refugios fue muy mala, por más inglés, ya que el hispano no me prestaban atención porque no me entendían nada. Fui amenazado por otros clientes americanos del refugio y no por no saber inglés por no saber inglés no pude decir nada. Y los trabajadores de ahí no dijeron nada.
And so my experience within the shelter was very difficult because I did not speak English. Just because I'm Hispanic, I was not really paid attention to. I had instances with other shelter guests have threatened me, and trying to bring this up to the staff was difficult because of the language barrier and because there was not a lot of care there.
Tuve que cambiar de refugio y en este era lo mismo, nadie hablaba inglés, nadie te entendía, nadie hacía nada. La comida era muy mala y por ser hispano no calificó a una ayuda de comida. Muchas veces la comida te daba dolor de barriga y en otros casos estaba vencida. Muchos preferíamos acostarnos sin comer varias noches, sin comer varias noches. Eh, Varias noches dormí sin comer y sin dinero para comprar comida hasta que yo empecé a trabajar.
And so I found myself changing shelters, but it was the same situation. Staff did not speak Spanish. There was bad communication. It was not a very safe community to begin with. By being Latino, I was targeted, and because of my status, I was not able to receive like food access. And so the food that was offered in the shelter was sometimes like bad, like it would make me sick, and other times it would just straight out be expired. A lot of times I went to sleep without eating because it was a better option than what they had. And I found myself a lot of times going to sleep without eating, without really any money because I had not secured work at that point.
En el refugio habían 3 horarios de comida. Si no estabas en esos 3 horarios, no comías. Eso afectaba a las personas que trabajaban porque se quedaban sin comer y salían muy temprano a trabajar, te ibas sin desayunar. Por no tener papeles era muy difícil conseguir trabajo aquí y si hallabas era de restaurante o construcción, por lo cual no salías temprano y los refugios tenían un horario de entrada. Si no estabas a ese horario, te tocaba dormir en la calle. Muchas veces no me dejaban pasar a mí y a mis compañeros y nos tocaba dormir en el metro.
So eh, the shelter specifically has three meals a day that are done at very specific times. If you do not show up at those times, you do not get food. Now, this is difficult and it affects workers specifically. It took me a long time to try to find work. And a lot of the work that I was able to find was construction work or restaurant work, which meant that I would have to leave the shelter very, very early. So leaving early meant I missed breakfast. And now a lot of the shelters have very restrictive hours. So if you do not show up at the time that doors close, that means that you are not going to sleep at the shelter that night. That also makes it difficult for folks that are working late and trying to, work late to make money and get out of the situation and being in a space where I wasn't able to go in, or other folks that worked with him weren't able to go into the shelter and were forced to sleep in the metro.
Una noche me dormí en la calle porque los securities de la entrada no me dejaron entrar y no me entendían ni trataban de entenderme cuando yo llegaba tarde del trabajo. Eso pasa mucho en las personas que duermen en los refugios. Una vez tuve que llamar a Sierra y hablar para que me dejaran entrar al refugio a dormir.
And so, yeah, one night I actually slept in the street because I came to the shelter late from work, and security just did not understand that I was late because work was late. And this happens a lot to people in the shelters that try to have jobs as well. One time I had to call Sierra specifically to try to make them understand to let me in because I was late because work was late.
El personal nunca te decía sobre beneficios por no saber inglés y cuando yo conocí a Sierra, en menos de una semana me ayudó a tener el TAS ID, el seguro médico y inscribirme en una escuela, cosas que no hicieron otras personas por no entenderme o no saber hablar español. Y no sabía lo difícil que era sacar documentos, sabiendo que soy venezolano, pues la mayoría de los venezolanos no tenemos documentos de nuestros países y en el DMV, si no tienes pasaporte, no te ayudan y si lo tienes y vas solo, te dicen que ese documento es falso. pero cuando vas con alguien que habla inglés, todo cambia y te atienden de maravillas. Gracias.
And so the staff in particular did not understand or help me understand about the accesses to services that I could tap into because of that English barrier. In a span of a couple of days after meeting Sierra, I was able to secure my tax ID, medical support, and I didn't know that I was able to be able to have these things. The other thing that is important to note is that going to the DMV alone without having someone that speaks the language with you is difficult. As a person from Venezuela, him and a lot of other Venezuelans come to this barrier where they don't have documents with them from home. And these are the documents that are asked for when you're trying to get an ID here. And so a lot of times, maybe the DMV staff will not want to work with whatever documents you have, or they even will call them fake. But as soon as you have an English-speaking advocate in that space, it's easier to actually access the support services needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yulemi?
Buenos días, mi nombre es Yuleimi Ávila. Mi nombre es Yuleimi Duarte. Tengo 28 años, soy de Venezuela. Llevo 6 meses actualmente en DC. Vivo en el refugio de Samu para migrantes en el norte. Samu no es un lugar muy conocido, pero cuando llegas a esta ciudad con niños, como inmigrante indocumentado, no puedes acceder a servicios familiares. Así que nos mandan a quedarnos en Samu.
Good morning. My name is Yulemi Duarte. I'm 28 years old. I'm from Venezuela. I've been in DC for 6 months, staying at a shelter for new arrivals. It is not a very well-known shelter. I have come here with my kids as an undocumented person. And as an undocumented person, we do not receive family services.
Estamos agradecidos por tener un techo, pero la verdad es que tengo muchas inquietudes sobre quedarme aquí. Tengo 3 hijos hermosos y uno de ellos es un recién nacido. En este distrito, sin embargo, ha sido una lucha conseguir el certificado de nacimiento de mi bebé debido a las dificultades para obtener documentos vitales de mi esposo.
And I am thankful for having a roof over my head, but I also have a lot of concerns. I have 3 beautiful kids. One of them is a newborn, and in the district, it was a struggle just to receive my child's birth certificate because my husband does not have those vital records that are required.
Y mío, con el consulado cerrado, los documentos retenidos en la frontera y sin manera de acceder a mis registros originales, no puedo obtener certificado de nacimiento de mi recién nacido, lo que pone una barrera entre nosotros y los beneficios públicos que serían clave para que podamos salir del refugio del Samu.
And with the consulate closed, our documents retained at the border, and no access to that registration, the registrar service, we are not able to obtain that birth certificate for my child, which, puts a barrier towards receiving some public benefits that would support us towards independence from being in a shelter.
Mi esposo trabaja en la ciudad. Mis hijos estudian actualmente en la escuela y yo estoy haciendo lo posible para conseguir mis documentos vitales y tener un registro de forma formal de mi recién nacido.
And so my husband works, My kids go to DCPS, and I am doing my best to be able to obtain those documents necessary to get my child registered and their birth certificate.
Esto se complica con los pocos recursos que en el refugio familiar donde estoy, en una semana tenemos accesibilidad solo a 8 pañales. No tengo acceso a una cocina y necesidades básicas. La calidad de vida que llevamos no es saludable. Y les pido a este consejo que considere la separación de mi comunidad del sistema familiar.
And so these things get really complicated, especially in the shelter where there's not a lot of resources in this shelter for families. Each week, we're only allotted 8 diapers. There's no kitchen where I stay at, so I cannot cook. And our basic needs are not really met. That creates a poor quality of life, an unhealthy quality of life. And so I asked you all to consider this separation between my community and the resources that we need.
En el refugio deberían ser competentes en el lenguaje. Fracasamos por falta de conocimiento cultural sobre cómo manejar los recursos.
And so in the shelter, there's not a lot of competence, and that has to do with the language access. And we continuously fail because of that lack of understanding.
Nos falta apoyo para recuperar documentos esenciales.
And we need support to be able to get those basic and most essential documents that we need.
No tienen formulario de residencia que los servicios sociales piden para mostrar la residencia cuando alguien vive en el refugio, lo que hace que se sienta como si no pudieras avanzar.
And for example, there's no forms that state that you are a resident of the shelter, which, as you know, is a lot of tapping into these resources, public services. You need to prove that you're a DC resident.
El sistema familiar está en la ciudad centralizado en Virginia, porque la ciudad no quiso ofrecer diferentes niveles de atención a las familias y niños. Así que les pregunto al consejo, ¿por qué mi familia merece una atención de menor calidad? Gracias por escucharme hoy.
And so in this city, the system for support is actually centered in Virginia because the city does not really offer a lot of these different levels of services and supports for families. And so I ask, why is it that our families are obtaining a lower quality of access to resources? Thank you.
Thank you. Hayden Santos.
Hola, buenos días. Me llamo Hayden Santos, tengo 26 años de edad. Aproximadamente tengo más de 8 meses que estoy acá en el estado de Washington y alrededor de 2 meses conociendo la organización SMILE.
Hello, good morning. I'm Hayden Santos. I'm 26 years old, and I have been here approximately 8 months in Washington and about 2 months knowing the organization SMILE.
Presenté discriminación en el trabajo por mi sexualidad y no pude pagar mi alquiler.
I have experienced discrimination at work because of my sexuality, and I was unable to pay my rent.
Por ende, tuve que quedarme en un refugio y enfrenté un ataque físico.
And because of that, I ended up taking up on a shelter. And in that space, I was physically assaulted.
donde perdí todas mis posesiones.
And I also lost all my possessions.
Incluso en el refugio LGTB me dieron cama con grandes manchas de sangre.
And the shelter for LGBTQ folks, I actually had a bed that was covered in someone else's blood.
Compartí habitación con otros 3 hombres que amenazaban mi seguridad.
I was roommates with 3 other men who consistently threatened my safety.
Si me hubiera encontrado con una mejor navegación de servicios para los hispanohablantes, creo que el resultado habría sido diferente.
Had I maybe come into contact with better services for Spanish speakers, I might have not been in this situation.
Soy un joven que vino para darle lo mejor a sus padres que son de alta edad.
I am a young man that has come to this country so that I can support my elderly parents,
Pero sobre todo para ser feliz conmigo mismo, para quererme, aceptarme y para que las personas a mi alrededor respeten mis decisiones y mi orientación sexual.
most importantly, I came to seek safety and to be able to be myself in my own sexuality as a happy, healthy person.
Ya que mi orientación no me define como persona.
Because my sexuality, my sexual orientation is not what defines me as a person.
Conocí la fundación gracias a un compañero que me recomendó la organización por mi sexualidad.
I met this organization thanks to a friend who recommended that I go there because I'm an LGBTQ person.
Su nombre es Luis y está sentado a la izquierda.
His name is Luis and he's sitting here to our left.
Soy gay y sufrí por bullying durante muchísimo tiempo en mi país, Venezuela.
I am gay and I received a lot of bullying in Venezuela because of that.
Por eso tomé la decisión de salir de mi país a Perú,
That's why I decided to leave my country and move to Peru,
pensando que mejoraría, pero la verdad no fue así.
thinking that it would be a better space, but it wasn't.
Tomé la decisión de salir de Perú y venirme a Estados Unidos porque no me sentía cómodo, no me sentía feliz, no me sentía yo mismo.
I took the initiative to move from Peru to the United States because I did not feel safe. I did not feel comfortable. I was not happy as the person that I am.
Al encontrar esta organización, primero que nada quiero agradecerles a todos los que forman parte de ella, como a Sierra y Andrés.
As I found this organization, first of all, I want to thank all of the support that I'm receiving, especially from Sierra and Andrés.
Ya que han sido un pilar fundamental para obtener algunos logros y para una asesoría en cuanto a trabajo y estatus migratorios, documentación e incluso un apoyo moral.
And they have been pillars towards meeting my goals as I try to find work, as I try to find legal status and the documents necessary for that.
Doy gracias a las demás organizaciones que brindan apoyo incondicional a este ente, que es Smile.
And I want to thank all of the organizations that provide critical support to SMILE.
Sin embargo, para la comunidad latina migratoria como yo, que no manejamos un inglés medio o básico, pero que venimos con muchos sueños y muchas metas,
But for my community, the Latinx community, especially folks that have limited English or no English, it's hard to reach those goals and dreams.
la mayoría de los establecimientos cierran la posibilidad de trabajo a personas que no somos americanos o en su debido efecto que no manejamos un inglés medio.
A lot of places do not hire or they close their doors to workers, maybe because of our legal status, maybe because of our lack of English.
Creo que la ciudad podría ayudar un poco más a la comunidad latina siendo inclusivos. Somos una comunidad que ha pasado mucho maltrato verbal, psicológico e incluso físicamente. Mas, sin embargo, la inclusión sería un medio de concientización.
And this city can help becoming more inclusive. My community goes through a lot of verbal, physical, psychological assault because of lack of understanding.
Demostremos que somos seres humanos que sienten y padecen y que nuestra comunidad se rige por el amor hacia la comunidad, el amor hacia las personas, el amor mucho más allá de una orientación sexual.
And we are humans. We are humans that feel. We are humans that love. We have love for our people. We have love for our community, and we have love for each other outside of that of
Mucho más allá de una orientación sexual.
outside of out of our sexual orientation.
A la organización Smile, a la señorita Sierra y al señor Andrés Mena, de mi parte queda agradecerle cada instante, cada palabra y cada argumento que ha realizado para poder brindarme el apoyo incondicional.
And to organizations like Smile, specifically Andres and Sierra, I just thank for all of the advocacy, all the work that they put on to support us.
Gracias a él y a su arduo trabajo, tomados de la mano de la organización, tengo un trabajo.
Leo lo último
Ok.
para que sea perfecto.
Y gracias por abrirme las puertas a la organización y gracias a ustedes por brindarme su atención.
And I'm going to read his last paragraph so that it can be verbatim. And so they have done the great work and the hard work to hold our hands through the organization. And I'm just grateful because thanks to them, I have a job. And thanks to this organization for opening the doors. And thanks to y'all for bringing me your attention today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. It's very helpful for us to hear these difficult stories and very brave of you to come forward and tell your stories. Our job is to try to make the system work as well as possible to support you and help you get up on your feet. And your testimony helps us to do that, so thank you. I don't know whether Yank Ayuso. Okay. Okay. So then, thank you very much, and thank you to our translator. If we can make sure that all of those witnesses' testimony has been submitted for the record, that would be good. Yank Ayuso, Francisco Lara, Sierra Barnedo, Andres Mesa. Okay, and if we can start with Yank or Yank, you'll correct me.
Yank is good. Sorry. Like the Yankees without E's. Last year, I shared my personal experience of being a homeless youth and facing reality as a gay Latino man who had to support his family in another country, unable to receive support from parents who were deported years ago. All of this was happening while I worked to get out of that chapter in my life because everything is temporary, as I always thought. When I found an amazing resource like Smile, and I met Sierra at LAYC, I connected others in similar or even worse situations because everyone just wanted the most basic human right to work for a better life. Now in 2025, I am 22 years old and a lot has changed compared to when I was 18, moving from couch to couch and facing strange, difficult experiences. I now work as a house monitor, a bilingual house monitor with a program that helps homeless youth with temporary housing, providing them a chance to work and connect with therapy, case managers, and to improve their lives and environments due to their personal circumstances. I am also trying to improve my Spanish and learn ASL because we all deserve to be understood and respected. I hope to one day use my experience and gratitude to help others facing the same issues. While working, I've noticed that the only thing that hasn't changed is the supposed diverse understanding and resource connections that clients are promised. From personal experience and Shine, a program that also helps homeless youth, there were no bilingual or interpreting workers available to assist the Latinos I encountered. Often, the clients themselves would make the effort to be understood, and I found myself having to translate for them, which I was happy to do, but as another homeless client, it didn't make sense when it was a government-funded program. As a bilingual house monitor, I have had to be more interactive with Spanish-speaking clients due to some programs' failure to provide a translator or utilize basic resources offered by the DC government. Not only Latinos, but also deaf or hard of hearing individuals face the same issues when accessing these programs in DC. I have a client for whom I started learning ASL. Even though it's not part of my job, I did it out of empathy and understanding because we should all know how terrible it feels to not be heard when promised accommodations. There should be no excuses or misunderstandings when all these resources exist but aren't being utilized. A lot of this begins with individuals managing these programs and the hidden malice that exists in these spaces. I have faced a lot of discrimination, especially being gay and Latino. Many of us have experienced our own forms of discrimination, and it all starts with those in power in these spaces. I hope for a future with more diverse, educated, and trained individuals who understand the purpose of these government-funded programs and recognize the importance of providing necessary accommodations for clients involved. Both employed workers and clients in the programs deserve support for a better, more progressive system. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco Lara?
Good morning. My name is Francisco Lara Rodriguez. I'm a case manager at Youth House 2 with Smile. I've been serving vulnerable queer youth for nearly 5 years. I decided to dedicate my career to this population, knowing firsthand the difficulties of queer youth face. During my time working with DC Housing Homeless Youth Programs, I had the opportunity to support and advocate for a vulnerable population in need of stable housing and essential services. I initially began my work at Sasha Bruce Youth Work, where I work closely with diverse populations of young individuals, including in significant numbers of Spanish-speaking clients. Throughout my role, I provided case management, resource navigation, and direct support, ensuring that youth have access to housing programs, employment opportunities, and essential social services. I developed strong, trusting relationship, particularly with speaking Spanish with youth who often face language barriers and systemic challenges when seeking assistance. Even after transitioning from Sasha Bruce, I continue to receive calls and emails from former clients seeking guidance and support. Many of the Spanish-speaking clients you still reach out to me, relying on my knowledge and cultural understanding and language skills to help them access resources. In several conversations, clients have expressed feeling of marginalization, and my ability to provide cultural competence supported them and made a differences in their lives. I believe that my ability to understand and culturally relate to these young individuals had a significant impact, making them feel seen and heard. I have helped create a safe and supportive space where they feel empowered to seek the assistance they need. My experience in DC Housing Homeless Youth programs has deepened my commitment to advocacy and social services, particularly for marginalized communities. I take pride in being a trusted resources for young individuals navigating complex systems, and I remain dedicated to ensure that all youth, regardless of their language or backgrounds, receive the support and opportunities they deserve. I am here to highlight the need beyond language access, but culture competent case management being essential in ensuring that our youth find successful exit from our system. I constantly see the disparities, and I am not the only witness to this, just one of the few to care to change this failure in our system.
Thank you. Sierra?
Hello, my name is Sierra Barnado and I use she, her pronouns. I work with Smile and I'm the program manager of Rapid Rehousing in the Bilingual Street Outreach Program. I want to start by thanking all of these brave people today for having the courage to come and share feedback on our DHS funded housing programs and front door services, especially given the political climate. I have worked with unhoused people in the district for almost 10 years as a street outreach worker, and I've been heavily involved in city-funded resource navigation and advocacy. When I transitioned from the organization that I was previously with for many years to Smile, alongside with the closing of Casa Ruby, it was evident that hundreds, if not thousands, of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people who were at risk were no longer being served. I pitched an outreach program to Smile to serve this special population. Smile Bilingual Outreach and I are back again, and the number of people we have reached has continued to grow, and I hope the council can see this common theme. Let me start my testimony by saying, is this a sanctuary city if all city-funded safe spaces do not provide equal accesses and services for all? Between two people on our outreach team in the last year, since the last time we all rallied together to testify, a privately funded street outreach program has served close to 500 undocumented and Spanish-speaking DC residents. Sadly, the stories of these courageous people that have crossed mountains and borders to call DC home that we share today are representative of the experience of hundreds of Spanish-speaking and undocumented people experiencing homelessness. One person that was here today was sexually assaulted in a DHS-funded program, and the language line was not used during such. It speaks volumes that these meetings and recaps are not transcribed in Spanish. These are hardworking people fighting for basic human rights like getting IDs without having to take 3 trips to the DMV. We are in dire need of culturally competent case management so that our programs are able to actually help people. People who do not speak English are denied their right to services in their own language every day, and it has been this way for as long as I've been working in the system. This happens on the shelter hotlines, at city-funded shelters, outreach programs, drop-in centers, housing programs, DMV, economic security administration sites. A large portion of my work over the years has made me the go-to person for knowledge around supporting undocumented people and clients. Over the years, I've advocated directly with agencies and assisted with cases, made complaints with OHR, tried my best to educate providers about language access and other resources which are available to district government offices and grantees. I remember early in my career being asked by DHS and TCP funded providers to attend housing intakes and translate them, and doing things outside of my job title for the good of the people that I work with. And a year later, after our testimony, the same programs are pulling on my bilingual staff. All of these programs are in constant violation of DC law, and I'm here today because all of the programs mentioned above do not use the language access line. We must do better as a city because on a daily basis, our people are denied basic access to shelter, resources, and a safe place to stay. OHR can assist DHS and the ICH by providing oversight to ensure DHS is properly training staff and recipients of city funding to use language access lines to better serve this special population. Finally, linguistically competent services are not always culturally competent. City-funded entities have to know that case management and benefit navigation are two different processes for people who don't have a Social Security card. OMS was founded because the vast number of Venezuelan migrants, but since I started almost 10 years ago, there have been hundreds of constituents that I alone have assisted in housing and that had gone to service centers for several years before they were even given a housing assessment. OMS staff consistently provides linguistically appropriate services to their clients, but do not have the support to provide culturally competent services to undocumented clients. This includes navigating processes to become independent in our city. Separate but equal services between OMS and Virginia Williams means families are left without clear places to live. If I have been staying in a hotel for 6 months in limbo on New York Avenue with children born here and in DC schools, why am I not considered a DC resident? My outreach team is supposed to specifically serve queer and or undocumented people 18 to 30, and we constantly try to do warm handoffs with the family system and other organizations, but the warm handoff is never warm and does not even exist when there is no way to measure that the programs are even using the language line. Virginia Williams leadership shares that if families have been ever connected to OMS, they are ineligible for family services. So we have children born in DC who feel as if they are second-class citizens, and children who will soon re-experience homelessness as OMS families are being exited from the hotels. In closing, DC is a sanctuary city, and it is time that we realize that strategically planning for this population means that we ensure that DC law is actually enforced at all the shelters, housing programs, the DMV, and service centers. We need to stop re-traumatizing our Spanish-speaking and undocumented constituents and make more of an effort to include them in these spaces to make sure that information about these meetings that affect them directly is in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. Andres?
Good morning. My name is Andres Mesa. I work as a bilingual street outreach specialist serving undocumented, limited English speakers, and queer individuals. I thank all of those who decided to come out and recount their stories in their native language. And day to day, I'm spending my time in shelters, day centers, encampments as a front-facing service with 80% of my time being spent with the individuals I serve. Also, day to day, I work picking up the slack of social services across the city. This means providing case management for individuals whose case manager fails to assist in their needs, because when you're undocumented or an immigrant, 9 out of 10 case managers have no idea how to serve you. The average time it takes to be connected to a housing program for individuals in the youth system is 3 months in my experience. But upon getting into my role, I noticed immigrant clients in youth shelters for a year to 2 years with little to no progress or help. Once you age out as an adult at 25, you have less hope as an immigrant. One of my clients has been homeless in DC for 25 years, and he believed because he was undocumented, he could not access services. He is now connected to housing case management and was able to get health insurance and an ID for the first time in this country simply because he was met with culturally competent case management. As we heard today, these struggles occur directly in the face of DHS-funded social services, and the lack of accountability is what leads to the systemic failure. At my previous outreach position, we were tasked to maintain a caseload of 15 individuals each. Upon conducting outreach, I saw the gap of service for my community, leading me to have a caseload of over 65 clients because I could not decide who to leave behind. No one taught me how to navigate resource for undocumented and immigrant populations, but when you care, you figure it out. This leads to my next question. Do DHS-funded social services even care? It would be really hard to convince me they do when day to day I don't see an effort to learn and bridge the gap with limited English proficient constituents. Outreach programs, day centers, shelters, and housing programs were provided grants to hire bilingual staff because the truth is the already existing staff choose to not serve these populations. There is a myth that it is hard to find and hire bilingual personnel, and I promise if given the task, I could easily fill those gaps. Unfortunately, I witnessed that we would much rather hire family members, friends, and English-only speakers than culturally and linguistically competent bilingual staff. Outreach programs did not reach bilingual populations, as I witnessed in CCNV in the 2nd and D shelter. When encampments were becoming an issue in 2024, it astounds me that we could recognize the encampments as an issue, but not the clear neglect and misuse of DHS funding to provide equally accessible case management. CCNV did not provide language access to those populations until it became time to remove and displace them. I spent my nights meeting with the individuals at the encampments, riding on the back of mopeds to clearly understand how they were left behind. I met a family with a 3-year-old who was living in a tent for months. Why did it take me, who is not in the family system, to connect them to family and city resources? LAYC is the only drop-in center where I can confidently feel my non-English speaking participants will get heard and attended to. We cannot rely on this one program to do the same job we are all tasked with, ending homelessness. When it pertains to newly arrived communities, self-resolving homelessness is the most common solution, which is why it is important to use funds carefully and have them be flexible to changing needs. SMILE provides direct housing support, meaning we assist 2 to 3 individuals a month get on their own lease through private funding. This service is life-changing and steadily remains at capacity as we house undocumented individuals and families only require a helping hand to successfully exit the system. That is nearly 35 people a year who we directly house because of flexible and considerate funding that are responsibly led by a team of just 2. Shelters are not culturally and linguistically competent in the slightest. Adults in the adult system, I can guarantee that if you do not speak English, you are lucky to ever get a program entry or assessment. That is if you are able to get past the mediocre front door services. Undocumented clients oftentimes cannot provide clear work schedules to be allowed to work at night and keep a bed. I regularly have to advocate for my clients to access shelter involving directors because unfortunately it can take 2 to 3 attempts to access these services. My clients are being neglected at city-funded shelters, and I cannot think of one provider who is not guilty of this. Housing programs are wasting money and resources when we house people only to not provide them case management because of language barriers. If I had $1 for every time a limited English proficient client has told me how helpful their program has been, I don't think I would have enough for the Metro fare. And I don't think this is malicious, but I am doing the job of individuals who receive salaries by DHS. And in the end, we are hurting individuals we are meant to serve and hurting the city as a whole. I am the happiest and most fulfilled when I am with my clients, and I sincerely ask this council to give care where it is needed and hear the stories as a citywide concern. We as a system need to do better for these populations, and if you do not see that, then you are a part of the problem. I am asking the council to ensure DHS and ICH is holding their services accountable to provide language access enforcement, hire and train culturally and linguistically competent staff, and to include us in the framework for city-funded resources.
Thank you very much to all of you for your testimony. I mean, a couple of themes that came across in the previous panels related to language access, cultural competence, message received on those things. I think another theme that came across in the testimony of the previous panels was gratitude for the work that you do. Your names came up over and over again in their testimony for the difference that you've made in their lives. Very grateful to you for that. Again, the purpose here is to learn from people on the front lines, and thank you very much for your testimony. Lewis? Okay. Okay. McKenna Osborne, Molly Katchen. So Amanda Eisenhower. Maria Pipa, apologies. Okay. McKenna, when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the performance of the Department of Human Services. Housing security, having a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home, has a profound impact on a child's health, development, and ability to learn. Each year, Children's Law Center works with hundreds of district families who are trying to provide that security for their children. For most of our clients and thousands of other families, the main barrier to long-term housing stability is the sheer unaffordability of rent in DC. And the rental assistance programs operated by DHS are a critical resource to help them keep their family housed. And yes, DC's affordable housing crisis requires solutions beyond the scope of DHS. But DHS can and should be ensuring the limited rental assistance resources it has are used as effectively as possible to protect DC residents, especially children, from the harms of eviction, homelessness, and other housing insecurity. In my remarks today, I want to focus on the temporary rental assistance that many of our clients receive through the Family Rehousing Stabilization Program, more commonly known as Rapid Rehousing. Rapid Rehousing is available to families experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and the goal is to minimize a family's time in shelter and support them with a subsidy to rent on the private market while they transition to long-term housing stability. However, because DHS is focused on operating Rapid Rehousing as a strictly time-limited program with only 12 to 18 months of assistance, instead of meeting the needs of the families in the program, Rapid Rehousing destabilizes families and functions as part of a cycle of housing insecurity instead of a bridge to stability. I'd like to share the experience of one of our clients in Rapid Rehousing. When this family entered Rapid Rehousing, DHS drove the process for them to sign a lease in a property well known to the district government for neglect and housing code violations, where existing tenants were withholding rent due to unsafe conditions. Unsurprisingly, while the family was living in the unit, it had serious and destructive problems, including broken AC, missing window screens, water intrusion, and mold that exacerbated one of the children's asthma. The mother had 5 case managers during 3 years in the program, none of whom she found helpful, and none of whom were responsive to her repeated requests for support to address the harmful conditions in the unit or help the family move to another unit. She spent significant time and effort advocating for repairs with little change. Without reliable and affordable childcare, she also had to focus on filling that role herself and had no change in her economic circumstances since entering Rapid Rehousing. Late last year, she received notice from DHS that her family was being exited from the program for exceeding an arbitrary time limit and that she would lose her rental assistance. This family will not be able to afford their rent without assistance, and unless they're connected to another source, they could soon be facing an eviction. Unfortunately, this family's experience is not unique, and their story reflects problems that have been endemic to Rapid Rehousing for years. Therefore, I want to highlight 3 areas where this committee can use its oversight power to support evidence-based changes to improve the experiences of families in Rapid Rehousing and the outcomes of district families who are transitioning from homelessness to housing stability. First, the committee should lead a targeted review of the housing inspections process for units leased through Rapid Rehousing and work with DHS to ensure district funds are not going to landlords that do not uphold the district's housing code and placing families at risk. Second, the committee should ask DHS for a detailed report on the number of families that have re-entered the district's homeless and homelessness prevention system after being terminated from Rapid Rehousing for at least 2 years after exit, so we can understand the scope of the problem for outcomes for these families. Third, the committee should ask DHS for a substantive summary of lessons as learned from the first 2 years of operating Career Map, which was designed as an alternative to Rapid Rehousing based on input from families in Rapid Rehousing. Those lessons could inform current improvements to Rapid Rehousing while DHS awaits the end of the 5-year Career Map pilot. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Katchen?
Yes, good morning. And just to clarify, Legal Aid is going to be splitting its time between myself and my colleague, so I'll take 4 minutes and she'll take 4 minutes. I believe she's testifying remotely.
All right, wonderful.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Molly Katchen, and I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. I'm here today to testify about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. ERAP is one of the most effective tools the district has to keep individuals and families in stable housing and prevent evictions. In our landlord-tenant practice, Legal Aid sees firsthand that ERAP funds are frequently the difference between housing stability and homelessness. Today, we have a number of suggestions to improve the program to make it work better for both housing providers and tenants. First, timelines should be implemented for the processing and payment of ERAP applications. ERAP applications must be processed more quickly. We propose that all applications be claimed by a processing agency within 45 days after submission, processed by that agency within 45 days, and if approved, payments be issued within 15 days. This will ensure that tenants receive a timely decision on their application and that money is distributed to housing providers more quickly. Delays in the ERAP process can also be reduced through the use of improved technology. Such technology is available and successfully being used by other jurisdictions such as Massachusetts. One way the Massachusetts program streamlines the process is to run an applicant's identifying information concurrently against public benefits such as SNAP, automatically checking income eligibility. Another feature of this program allows housing providers to store their information across multiple tenant applications. This reduces the need for housing providers to resubmit their documentation for every ERAP application that's submitted. The use of improved technology will make processing ERAP applications more efficient, which is better for everyone. Second, DHS must create a more equitable and accessible application process for ERAP. Over the past year, the portal has opened quarterly and remained open until a set number of applications were submitted. There was no way for a tenant to know in advance how long the portal would remain open during each cycle. In order to submit an application, a tenant had to have access to a computer or a mobile device and reliable internet the moment the portal opened. We repeatedly heard from tenants who were closed out of the ERAP process due to insufficient technology. There are also accessibility issues for limited English speakers, those with learning disabilities, cognitive or visual impairments, and people who cannot read. We need a system that alleviates these barriers to access. Third, DHS must change the ERAP payment standard so tenants across the district receive equal amounts of assistance. Under the current program, the amount a tenant can receive through ERAP depends on their zip code's fair market rent. This means that a tenant in Ward 1 receives more ERAP dollars than a tenant in Ward 7, regardless of their actual rent. DHS should set standard payment amounts across the district of a maximum eligibility of $11,500 per ERAP application. As under the current system, their additional funds should be available for families, for larger families or individuals with disabilities. But our recommended amount is based on the average cost of a one-bedroom unit in the district over 5 months. Finally, Council must fully fund ERAP and invest in affordable and deeply affordable housing. Reforms to ERAP alone will not address the root cause of the district's housing crisis. We urge Council to focus on making investments in affordable and deeply affordable housing in this upcoming budget cycle. Some ways this can be accomplished are leveraging the Housing Production Trust Fund, funding more permanent vouchers, expanding and enforcing inclusionary zoning for new housing developments at 30% AMI, and funding the first right to purchase program so that tenant TOPA purchasers can keep their buildings affordable. Low-income district tenants are in crisis. Everyday expenses, including rent, are going up faster than wages. We know Council cares deeply about preventing evictions and stemming displacement, and we appreciate Council working to ensure ERAP works for the growing number of district residents at risk for eviction. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Amanda Eisenhower.
Thank you so much. My name is Amanda Eisenhower, and I am the Associate Manager of Housing at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. I provide non-legal services to tenants who need help applying for financial assistance and resolving disputes to preserve their housing. I primarily help clients who are already in eviction proceedings navigate ERAP. As a tenant advocate, but also as a community member, I am gravely concerned about the current state of the ERAP program and its contribution to the ongoing housing crisis in DC. I'd like to strongly echo all of the points made previously by my colleague and add some additional concerns. The new requirements enacted by the emergency legislation for documentation have created an extraordinary documentation burden that threatens to exclude them entirely from their slim chance at rental assistance. For tenants who are undocumented, small business owners or freelancers, or in any number of complex income or household situations, eliminating self-certification of income and assets and adding on the requirement to document their emergency prohibits them from accessing the ERAP program and enshrines source of income discrimination into the law. One of my clients fell behind on rent when the construction company he was working for suddenly went under. He has not been able to reach his former employer to obtain the proof of termination required by the new law. He is undocumented and thus unable to apply for unemployment. So how can he prove his emergency? He found new employment to make ends meet, but he is paid in cash and does not have the pay stubs required by the new legislation. How should he have reported his earned income? Not reporting it would result in the exact type of fraud the legislation purported to address, and thus he was locked out of the program. Even more concerning is the inconsistency between providers in what documentation is demanded of tenants. For example, some providers have started requiring birth certificates for minor children, a significant departure from past procedures that is not in the statute. Furthermore, some providers are blatantly ignoring the provision allowing for self-certifying an emergency if documentation is not available. They demand, as one of my colleagues calls it, everything but a vial of blood in order to process these applications, while other providers have asked for virtually no proof at all. DHS must exercise greater oversight to ensure all of its providers interpret the law consistently. One of the most common refrains I hear from tenants in eviction proceedings is that they were denied for ERAP because their landlord refused to comply with the ERAP program's requests for ledgers and payment information. It's hard to believe that the same housing providers apparently facing insolvency due to unpaid rent would refuse government checks for that same rent, but it is an increasingly common tactic for landlords to accelerate eviction cases. Data provided by DHS clearly demonstrates that the lack of landlord cooperation and compliance with the ERAP program is a major reason that tenants are denied for assistance. Over FY 2024, 731 applications for assistance, over 8% of the total denials, were denied simply because the landlord has not provided payment processing information. If we add in the number denied because the award could not be calculated, usually the result of the landlord not providing a ledger, that number increases to 876, or nearly 10% of applications denied because landlords failed to provide documents. However, the true percentage of applications denied for landlord noncompliance lies somewhere between 10% and 67.5%, because DHS also coded 1,465 denials, or 16.7% of the denials, as the provider has not received the information required to determine your eligibility for ERAP, which could be the result of either the tenant or the landlord failing to provide documentation. Another 1,646 applications, or 18.8%, were denied for multiple denial reasons, which could include, among other things, landlord non-cooperation. Finally, the greatest number of denials, 1,955, or over 22%, were denied because ERAP assistance will not substantially alleviate the emergency. This usually indicates that the tenant owed more than the statutory maximum assistance allowed that they were eligible for. Landlords can alleviate the situation by entering into a payment plan with the tenant or even forgiving the remaining balance. But in 1,955 cases, landlords did not offer or agree to that option. Under the new legislation, where ERAP stays are no longer guaranteed, it is even more important that processing agencies fulfill their purchase orders in order to keep money flowing out of the program with minimal delay. Unfortunately, my colleagues and I know of applicants who are approved for assistance but evicted while waiting for payment to be issued. DHS is responsible for dispersing funds to its providers in a timely fashion, and its failure to do so has had disastrous consequences for tenants. The most recent ERAP cycle, where applications were open for only a few hours on November 20th, is still underway. But the disastrous effects of the temporary ERAP legislation, alongside serious inconsistencies in implementation across providers, are already undermining ERAP's purpose as an eviction prevention program. DHS and the council should exercise its oversight authority to ensure that its contractors adhere to the law, and the council should work to make the law more equitable for the community that it purports to serve. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Piper?
Good morning, Chairperson Frumin and members of the committee. My name is Maria Paipa Farias, and I'm the Senior Program Director at Woodley House. We are grateful for the opportunity to submit this testimony to the Committee on Human Services regarding oversight of the Department of Human Services, DHS. Since our founding in 1958, Woodley House has provided housing and support services to DC residents who face behavioral health disorders and often are at risk of chronic homelessness. Over the decades, we have helped tens of thousands of men and women on the road to recovery and greater independence. Since 2023, Woodley House has been certified by DHS to provide case management services for PSH clients. Through PSH, we work closely with DHS and the DC Housing Authority to help individuals and families navigate the housing voucher process and settle into long-term houses. In 2024, Woodley House had 100 total households, including 196 individuals in our PSH program. By the end of the year, we had helped 27 of those households secure stable housing. The Woodley House team appreciates our close working relationship with DHS. We would like to highlight the dedication and collaborative efforts of some of our DHS counterparts, Ms. Holland, Mr. Miller, and Mr. Pitts. These DHS team members have been especially supportive of Woodley House, Woodley House staff and our PSH clients, and we want to make sure they are recognized. We also appreciate DHS's responsiveness in approving emergency moves for certain PSH clients, such as those who participated in the rapid rehousing program. Now that rapid rehousing funds have been exhausted, it is critical that Woodley House, DHS, and DCHS work hand in hand to support those residents in finding new housing as soon as possible. For especially vulnerable families, DSH has been very responsive in offering emergency shelter placement, which is another important resource. Woodley House would like to comment on two areas where DHS processes could be smoother and timelier for the benefit of PSH program participants. For one, DHS's initial review of a PSH voucher application sometimes is slow, lasting a month or longer. After that process, we then must seek DCHS's review and approval, which can take many months, even a year. Such delays often lead to understandable frustration among our PSH clients. It also extends their housing instability, which can put them at greater risk. A second concern with DHS's process for adding with DHS process for adding new staff into the HTH system. All new case managers must be granted access to HTH so they can enter their notes and documentation regarding their clients. However, on multiple occasions, Woodley House has had to wait a month or longer and follow up multiple times before DHS added these case managers to HTH. As we wait, our staff are unable to fully do their jobs, and our PSH clients are not receiving essential support. We appreciate the committee working with DHS and asking tough questions, ensuring the permanent supportive housing program is running smoothly and maximizing the number of households who can access stable housing and support services. From all of us at Woodley House, we thank the committee for your time and consideration, and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to all of you for your testimony. Ms. Osborne, I haven't heard anybody come forward and say rapid rehousing works the way everybody wishes it would work. And so I don't know what the answers are, but I do look forward to working with you on and others on that subject. The idea of looking at the housing inspection process, that is an idea that I explored last year in a different kind of context. I think there's challenges to it, but let's pick up that conversation. Ms. Katchen, thank you for everything that you do. I think we're making a note that we need to ask, and I think Director Pierre is here, about Massachusetts and the things that are being done in the technology space to facilitate things. I do think that's an important area for us to be exploring. I was struck when you said equitable distribution of dollars, and you set the bar at 11,000. A challenge with that is if we do that, then it's it may be that fewer people can benefit. There are others who also talk about equitable distribution, but they have a number that is much lower. I think this is going to be another one of those topics that we need to be having a conversation on going forward. I hear you, Ms. Eisenhower, about the challenges on the documentation. I think when you were talking about providers, I think you're talking about ERAP providers as opposed to housing providers. And we're trying to be in close communication with them about what it is that they're requiring, and we'll be focused on trying to get to uniformity on that. It shouldn't depend on which provider, which ERAP provider you land on. Ms. Pipa, thank you so much for everything you do. You know I'm a giant fan of Woodley House, and keep up the great work. All right, thank you very much to all of you. Andrea Chapman. Reginald Black, Cameron Rolina, I don't see Reggie. Betty Gentle, uh, and Charles Williams. Okay. And before you go too far, Ms. Osborne, I'm not sure if we have your testimony, if you can submit it. Thank you very much. Oh, and Ms. Eisenhower, I think the same is true. If you haven't submitted your testimony, if you could. Okay. I just figured out the code on my list, so apologies. Okay, Andrea.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andrea Chapman. I'm a community organizer at Empower DC, a citywide organization committed to preventing the displacement of low and moderate income Black and Brown residents since 2003. We organize with residents to uphold tenant protections and expand access to deeply affordable, quality housing and prevent displacement. I urge the council to undo the harmful changes to ERAP enacted through the Emergency Rental Assistance Amendment Act of 2024 and to enact permanent legislation that improves landlord accountability and ERAP processing times, just like we discussed, to ensure the program works better for both tenants and landlords. I also urge you to reject the mayor's efforts to expand harmful changes to ERAP under the Rental Act, which will only speed up evictions, cause wrongful evictions, and diminish tenants' rights and protections. And we appreciate you, Councilmember Fruman, for convening diverse stakeholders and working to do that, to discuss these issues. And we encourage you to continue to hear from tenants, especially whose voices were largely ignored as these changes were enacted. Part of Empower DC's work, which is funded by the Access to Justice Grant, includes direct outreach to tenants who have an initial non-payment of rent hearing. We visit tenants to provide education and assistance and to connect them to legal assistance and other resources, including the Emergency Rental Assistance Program when available. We are also exploring the expansion of our eviction prevention work. We are working with a couple of housing providers to explore how we can better connect residents at risk of eviction to housing counselors when needed, and also to connect with property managers for income recertifications and to negotiate rent forgiveness and payment plans, which we know is a very necessary thing to consider. Recently, we actually met someone who is scheduled for an eviction because he owes about $1,200 and he has no income and lives in subsidized housing. And while we're working with management and to connect him with legal support, we feel that we need to expand efforts to make sure that these payment plans are really being a viable option and that landlords are using that. And if he's evicted, it's going to be very hard for him to get housing again, of course, and it's over $1,200. So as DC's affordable housing crisis continues, the council must strengthen, not weaken, access to these essential eviction prevention tools like ERAP. We need to lift restrictions on what qualifies as an emergency, like the previous panel just mentioned, and we also need to increase program funding. The recent changes to ERAP that purport to eliminate court delays and rental arrears are really rooted in these narratives that wrongly blame tenants for DC's challenges providing affordable housing. And we need real solutions to the problem. We're seeing high housing costs and the city's continued lack of investment in housing at the 30% AMI level. Most low and moderate income tenants remain housing cost burden. The National Low Income Housing Gap Report said that 83% of low income renters are spending more than 30% of their income on rent, and 75% are spending more than half on their rent. And at the same time, we're seeing that DC, in that report, DC has a deficit of over 33,000 housing units at or below the 30% AMI level. So we really need that extremely affordable housing. And we need to both prevent displacement and ensure that affordable units are not lost. So evictions are at a 10-year high right now. That data came from the Office of the Tenant Advocate and also from Georgetown University, and they're still increasing. And continuing to weaken ERAP is only going to make things worse. Empower DC regularly meets with residents through our outreach who have permanent supportive housing or another subsidy and are at risk of becoming homeless through eviction. These residents just need that support, connecting with property managers or case managers. So the recent ERAP changes solely seek to hold tenants accountable, yet as written, there are no mechanisms for that landlord accountability that was mentioned in the previous panel, both in terms of complying with program regulations and also ensuring livable housing conditions. So I won't repeat the same data that Amanda just mentioned about over 8% of those ERAP denials happening because of landlord noncompliance. But I also just want to share that we regularly meet residents with pending applications who they can't even get in touch. The manager's not answering the phone. There's no staff that is on site. And we actually organize at 2 Ward 5 properties where residents reported not receiving ERAP funds because the management failed to submit the paperwork. But also there are numerous housing code violations that remained unaddressed. Things like mold, improper ventilation. And at the same time, you know, folks are being at risk of eviction and, you know, they're being asked to pay rent. And so tenants shouldn't be bearing the brunt of landlords' failures to meet program requirements, and also their responsibility, they have a responsibility to uphold livable housing. So we echo Legal Aid and other organizations' recommendations to incentivize landlord compliance by waiving the amount of ERAP that ERAP would have covered if the tenant can show the landlord fails to comply. And we also think they should address the court delays. We echo Legal Aid with the 105-day timeline that they recommended. And I'll just go on to say we need ERAP funding. Yet, last fiscal year, the program was cut by 60%. It quickly ran out of funds. The portal opened and it shut down in a couple hours. So we need, actually the Urban Institute says we need $100 million. So we just ask the council to please invest in tenants, to center tenants and their needs. And yeah, I just ask the council to not allow tenants to bear the brunt of this affordable housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cameron?
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Cameron Rollins, and I have the pleasure of serving as the interim Chief Executive Officer of Southeast Children's Fund, a nonprofit organization proudly celebrating 31 years of service. Our work focuses on early childhood education, adult education, and workforce development, with a special focus on Ward 7 and 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued commitment to the children, families, and early childhood workforce across the district. Today, I'd like to highlight the urgent need to increase child care subsidy rates for child development facilities. These rates are critical to ensuring all children, regardless of income or zip code, have access to high-quality early learning environments. The current subsidy rates often fall short of covering the true cost of providing culturally responsive, comprehensive, and research-based care, particularly in lower-income communities. This creates a financial disparity between programs serving families who rely on subsidies and those that operate with private pay, placing an unfair burden on centers serving the communities with the greatest needs. By increasing subsidy rates, we can ensure that program quality does not depend on a family's income, and that centers across the district can invest in professional development, classroom materials, support services, and holistic care that benefits all children. We know firsthand why this investment is so critical because we spent the past 30 years working directly with the very workforce tasked with caring for our youngest learners. Through our programs, Southeast Children's Fund has supported over 3,000 individuals in earning their Child Development Associate credential. From our humble beginnings, we built not only a comprehensive professional development institute, but also a hub for early childhood educators seeking the training, guidance, and resources needed to implement best practices and achieve high-quality outcomes in early learning environments across the district. This deep connection to the workforce, especially those in Ward 7 and 8, gives us a clear understanding of both the opportunities and barriers that educators and child development facilities, face every day. We know that an increased investment in the child care subsidy rate is directly tied to their success and to ensuring every child has access to a high-quality, developmentally rich early learning experience. Southeast Children's Fund also proudly administers the DC Leading Educators Towards Advanced Degrees grant, funded by OSSI, which provides full tuition scholarships to early childhood educators pursuing associate's and bachelor's degrees. This investment in our workforce directly enhances program quality by ensuring educators have the training, credentials, and skills they need to foster strong learning outcomes for young children. We are especially proud that a significant portion of our scholars are from DC's Latino community, and we look forward to continued collaboration with the Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs to ensure scholars receive the culturally responsive supports they need to succeed. We also recognize the urgent need to recruit more men into the field of early childhood education, a field where their presence is deeply needed. We look forward to working with the Office of Fathers, Men, and Boys to create targeted outreach, mentorship, and career pathways that encourage more men to join this vital profession in collaboration with men of early childhood education. In closing, I urge the council to continue prioritizing early childhood education, fair compensation for educators, and equitable access to high-quality programs for all families in the district. By strengthening subsidy rates, investing in educator advancement, and fostering collaboration across sectors, we can build a more equitable early childhood system that benefits children, families, and communities across the district. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure we have a copy of your testimony. If you can make sure you submit it. Thank you. Ms. Gentle.
Greetings, Chairman Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as a Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. SUM breaks the cycle of homelessness and poverty by providing material aid, supportive services, deeply affordable housing, and pathways to stability. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. SUM actively participates in the Fair Budget Coalition, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Through these partnerships, we advocate for fair and just policies and budgets to give all DC residents a real chance to achieve economic security. Despite DC's commitment to making homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring, recent decisions have eroded the safety net. As the FY25 budget was being deliberated, clear evidence showed that homelessness had decreased by 14%, food insecurity had worsened, evictions had surged, and the racial unemployment gap remained the widest in the nation. Yet instead of reinforcing vital programs, budget cuts left those in crisis with fewer resources. We value our partnerships with DHS and the ICH, where we actively engage in committees and work groups, and we offer the following feedback to help us all work together to prioritize, protect, and propel our safety net. First, regarding economic mobility efforts, we appreciate DHS's investment in workforce development, particularly SNAP ENT, which has been vital in helping SUM Center for Employment Training equip DC residents with marketable skills and secure living wage careers in healthcare and the building trades. Sustained investment in workforce programs is essential, not just for individual economic stability, but for the economic health of the district as a whole. We also commend the new Peer Case Management Institute. By creating long-term career pathways for individuals with lived experience of homelessness, this initiative not only enhances service quality, but also acknowledges the value of lived expertise in case management. Additionally, the interim disability assistance serves as a lifeline for individuals awaiting SSI determination, yet its funding has been repeatedly cut. Given increasing delays in SSI approvals and potential federal workforce reductions, restoring IDA funding is more urgent than ever. Second, though SUM did not operate a rapid rehousing program, we were among the providers affected by housing program closures in FY25, receiving notice after the DC budget was passed that our Weinberg Transitional Housing Program in Ward 6 would not have its contract renewed. At the time of notification, 17 families, including 41 children, most under the age of 6, faced uncertainty just as they prepared to begin a new school year. While the situation presented significant challenges, we appreciate the collaborative approach taken by DHS leadership, including Interim Director Rachel Pierre, to ensure that all affected families secured vouchers and avoided shelter stays. We also look forward to working with DHS to reopen Weinberg for families already in possession of vouchers. However, the short timeline for transition created avoidable stress for families and our staff. Disruptions like these can be traumatic and jeopardize the stability and progress families have worked so hard to achieve. Moving forward, earlier communication and stronger coordination with providers are essential to prevent unnecessary hardship for families. Third, the failure to secure funding for gift snap arrays and the DHS components of No Senior Hungry in the FY25 budget was a significant setback in the fight against food insecurity. Even in the midst of threatened federal cuts, DHS must take proactive steps to protect and expand SNAP benefits, ensuring that residents do not face impossible choices between food and housing. Next, we applied the opening of the Aston, DC's first non-congregate facility. However, we continue to receive reports of concerns in emergency shelters, particularly regarding cleanliness, staff treatment, and access to essentials. Additionally, while we support reinstating mask mandates to curb respiratory illnesses, shelter users should be provided masks when required. We also recommend DHS and TCP strengthen trauma-informed care assessments and program evaluations to ensure all residents who enter shelter are treated with dignity and respect. In addition, emergency shelters must be accessible, accommodating the physical and mobility needs of DC's rapidly aging population. Stable housing is essential for aging securely and with dignity, yet 1,300 unhoused adults in DC are 55 or older, facing a mortality rate 3.5 times higher than their house peers. Over 13,500 seniors also struggle with unaffordable or unsafe housing. Targeted investments in deeply affordable senior housing, rental assistance, and age-friendly shelter options are critical. Last, nonprofits are the backbone of the district safety, yet our financial strain has been worsened by the incomplete implementation of the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act. Without fair reimbursement, nonprofits are forced to cut services or shut down programs. Therefore, we urge this committee to require agencies under your purview to report indirect cost rates applied to nonprofit contracts and grants in FY25 and assess whether agency grant and contract officers have received training on the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act, and if so, request documentation on the content and timeline of that training. Some deeply values our partnership with DHS and the ICH. Moving forward, we remain dedicated to working together to ensure every resident can achieve stability with dignity, build a stronger future, and ultimately thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Gentle. Mr. Williams.
Good evening. First of all, ask you forgive me for my tone of voice or the foul language I might use, okay? But that's how much anger I have in me. You know, I was asked to jot down whatever I wanted to say, but I couldn't because it's inside. I'm a homeless man. I've been homeless for 13 years. You know, and I feel like I've been effed over. You know, threw dirt on, you know, stepped over, you know. I did everything I supposed to do, as far as just with that 6, 7 times, updated and everything. I've been beaten 4 times. I had 2 strokes. My last strokes, it was at my camp, at my tent. I'd be 60 years old tomorrow. And I'm being forced to move on the 11th again for someone that's doing. All I'm asking is for some help. You know, I've been on the news, I've been in the papers, but I ain't asking for no handout. They bring me, but I got blankets that can fill up this table. I'm not asking for no blanket. I'm asking for someone to sit and listen to me, to help me. That's all I'm asking you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Williams. And let us look into your situation and see if we can't somehow be of support. Thank you for the testimony for all of the witnesses. Ms. Chapman, we are actively working on the ERAP legislation. I think that, you know, meeting with different folks to try to make sure that we get the balance right, because we are facing a serious issue in terms of rent delinquencies. That is a part of the reality. I think you effectively described how this fits in a much broader context. And so we have to get at that broader context. A number of the witnesses have gotten at that. So thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rolina, your testimony is a little bit, you know, it goes to early childhood, and which is very, very much on my mind right now as we're coming into this budget season. So thank you for that. And we need to think about what it is that we do in that space. We don't know what the mayor will do. But the infrastructure that we have for early childhood supports is so important for our children and our families and our workplaces. So thank you for your testimony. Ms. Gentle, SUM plays such an important role on the landscape. Really grateful for all you do. There was a lot in your testimony. So we're going to need to take it and look at it and go through it one by one, but thank you very, very much for coming forward. And Mr. Williams, thank you very much for your testimony and coming forward. And let us all see if there isn't something that we can do to try to be supportive of you. Thank you. Sexthia Marshall, George Conway, Maurice Williams, Lakeisha Spencer. Let's see where we are there.
Very supportive. I think our issue has a tendency sometimes to get into the crosshairs of implement
And Tia Titus.
and what profession is asked to do in that section. But it comes from making sure that we have a good coordination of care throughout that continuum. And I just really think that when you think about a switch for an acute condition or a self-limiting condition, that it's just a whole different.
Nathan Hunter.
I think that we just have necessarily in a
Okay, let us start with Sexthia Marshall.
acute chronic.
Sakithia. If you turn your microphone on. That one there. There you
Can you
go.
hear me better now?
Yeah, and bring it maybe a little closer to you so we can hear you.
Okay, Grand Rising, my name is Sakithia Marshall, and I'm here as a witness, speaking on behalf of my testimony and situations, trials and tribulations through homelessness. I'm a little nervous here, but my main points I want to speak on is the negligence of poverty. I've overheard a lot of people earlier speaking from, different countries and states coming here to get services where we here in our own country, in our own state, are have a lot of negligence in our situations at seeking services from these programs that DHS oversees. They provide us case management service, the community partnership, MES, JHP, and we don't fully receive these services. And then there are steps and procedures that we take and measures to obtain services when we are being failed the services that we should be provided, which we aren't. They provide these services to people who they know are incapable, who probably can't speak English to understand or to reciprocate to be able to unfold what needs to be done to get these things done. So we lose programs and we lose services because people are abusing the services or don't know how to use the services when those who are able and capable, we're being retaliated against as we speak up and speak out. I did DC Granicus in 2018, and that has led me on a journey of retaliation from the government agencies, affiliations, covens and occults and things of that nature. I have been dealing with identity theft and homelessness since speaking out in 2018. I had a meeting at DHS where they offered me a voucher and I can go and get some housing, which they moved me into their housing that they own that isn't on market. And the disasters from 2018 and still until today present homeless, even though I possess a voucher. I've been unable to use these programs. Case management services receive funding at these programs that aren't nonprofit, and they do not utilize the money properly at providing us what we need. I've had an emergency transfer for the last 4 years from rape, neglect, sex trafficking of my son, who's now been murdered. The more I stand up and speak out, identity theft, tax fraud, defamation of character, false accusations. I've even called down to DHS to Internal Affairs to report all of these accusations with facts and knowledge, and was denied that any of these accusations that I was alleging were to be true. They wanted to know how I had this information, where did I obtain this stuff from, and none other than a friend who's a ESA worker of the government who occults and coven with these folks. However, the more I report this stuff, nothing's being done. I'm currently residing in CCNB. The conditions at a lot of these places, they are inhabitable. The community partnerships oversees a lot of these places. They aren't into making these conditions any better. The food, the living arrangements, the conditions between these buildings. Speaking up, you're in trouble. You won't have anywhere to live. A lot of these people don't choose to live on the streets. They're there because they speak up or they speak out, and they're just, kind of afraid. But what I had to deal with at standing up and at being able to speak out has been absurd. The treatment on the poverty is still inhumane. Nothing's changing. You can speak up. You can call these people. I've been down to the mayor's office and I've been deemed a mental health. I'm not telling the truth. They've even hospitalized me with people at false accusations and medications in places I should have never been, all while stealing my identity because I told the truth at what I'm bearing through homelessness.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry to hear that. Mr. Conway?
Morning, how you doing?
Morning.
I've been experiencing homelessness for about 4 years, but I'm not by myself. I have a family. Throughout this time, this last year, my family have been separated due to the fact that I turned away from Virginia Williams. So not really particular want to deal with them anymore. So what am I to do? We came to a decision that we seek housing separately, as her as a single mother and me as a single man. Still not working out. On a daily basis, I search through resources to find what works best, who works best, who works the quickest. Well, I found a few people that helped out a lot, but it's not helping my family. The resources need to get better for the American people. Because right now, we're not winning anything. Yeah, I'll have a 4-year-old that's homeless. How do I explain it? What do I say? So I ask you to fix these programs, fix this housing. There are people that need it. Most of them are children. Everything else I can fix myself. As far as the work, jobs, that's easy. This whatever y'all got going on with this housing, something needs to be done. Really. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Conway. I think Maurice Williams was not here. Lakeisha Spencer? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is LaQuisha Spencer, and I'm from Houston, Texas. I basically came here from California with the hopes of pursuing, well, I don't want to call it a career, but pursuing law, community, political science, and possibly becoming a spiritual doctor in the future, possibly. But I've been homeless since like 2018. I have experience, and my children, my niece and my nephews have experience, and they're probably, I don't want to speak negatively, still suffering. And I literally rolled off the sidewalk outside to get here. I've witnessed other women, other children suffer due to so much wickedness done in community shelters, so much stagnant, so much vileness, sexual assault, neglect, favoritism, violation of civil rights, discrimination, racism, witchcraft, organized crime, and it's disgusting. And when I first came to DC, I expected more, but this is supposed to be, right, the nation's capital, right? So I expected DC to lead better because all the states in the clinician there's not enough familiarity. I just expected more, and I do see a lot of potential in DC. It's easy to navigate. I feel like it just needs to be like like a facelift. And I'm also concerned with the work, like homelessness is becoming like an epidemic. And I feel like money, there's a need for more community services, homeless services with people that actually care. And I feel like the people that are doing their job need to be recognized and shown a sign of appreciation, because it's so many wicked people, but it's also good people that work.
My community is concerned with would never come up for consideration for an
We're looking into
OTC.
it.
But I find one interesting example though is aspirin.
We
right?
appear to
I
be
mean,
having the
aspirin is
audio
prescribed
from another
widely
hearing piped in
for,
here. So let's see if
for
we can't get it
cardiac
fixed and then you can.
It's obviously OTC. Personally, it's free for me through my insurance. So that's an example of an OTC that's covered, even though the cost is minimal, but still it comes out as zero when I get my bill. So yes, on the one hand, I think about, of course, all the latest drugs, all the latest
Okay, I think
innovations in the cardiovascular space.
it might take
But
a minute
I then
for
start
this
to
to
think
get
about my
resolved, but I
cardiologist
don't,
who believes
we want to
that
hear you
should
and
be
not
in
have.
So
So
if
let's
that's
just take a
essentially
5-minute break while we wait for them to get this sorted out.
right. So anyway, I mean, so I don't know that it comes out in those exactly in the way that you're asking the question, but I think, we start to kind of pick at the bottom, let's say, of this long list of medications for a cardiovascular patient because of the things that I just.
And just using the drug, it was difficult. People could actually know when to use it, that they could interpret their numbers, know that they needed to use it, that kind of thing. But this new admin process, whereby there could be this other people could get information that would help to monitor, did you actually get a cholesterol test? Do you know what the cholesterol test means? What are your numbers? Are you this, that, and the other thing? Do you get the profile? Ding, 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 ding. Yes, you can get this. It's certainly something that FDA wrote about in 2012 when they started thinking about how to expand OTCs for other chronic options. And the motivation behind that was the Affordable Care Act, because they thought that with this flood of new people having insurance and populating doctors' offices, that there weren't going to be enough healthcare professionals to be able to keep refilling and also recognizing all the other factors that are mentioned, having to take time off work. What have you? So people have been thinking about this stuff for a very long time and working very long time. As of today, 12 years, 13 years later, nothing has been approved. It goes to show how detailed and how difficult the process towards approval has been made by the agency. Aspirin's a different situation. You'll notice that there are no OTC aspirins labeled for secondary prevention. Aspirin's an over-the-counter drug, but it's monographed, and the labeling for aspirin for cardiac indications is actually under professional labeling for an OTC monographed product. It's a quirky little corner, but the product itself cannot have that professional labeling on it. So in fact, nowhere is it labeled. It's labeled
in the regulations. I don't know the last time adopted regulations. Who has time?
So just quickly to add that the statutes are interesting for a couple of reasons. It's actually been 20, over 25 years since tax switches have been looked at. But one issue has to do with Ray, with seniors, like everybody, are going to that. And it turns out it's almost impossible to put drug interactions effectively on a drug tax label because people don't know the names of the drugs in a variety of others. The other example that shows how medicine has changed. Because when this first started, you had to know your LDL, you had to recheck your LDL, you had to know your triglycerides, and all kinds of stuff. In fact, weight management should be practiced today. It doesn't matter what you're coming from. Almost everybody should go on a stat to that. And to that whole algorithm, which unfortunately many of the FDA are still wedded to appropriately. And we showed 20 years ago that it didn't matter what your numbers were for an OTC, that you'd be saving tens of thousands of lives per year, even if a third of the people who took it shouldn't be taking it. It didn't matter. Okay, and so medicine changes, and the FDA lags behind that in terms of their thinking about these processes. But drug interactions are a real challenge when it comes to labeling or coding.
But where's the ACC on OTC stat? The question.
It depends who the president is this year. It has changed. So there's a time. Because AHA is never taken. The ACC has vacillated, and I don't know this week what their position is.
We should have. Even back then, there were people on the committee that felt it should be in the water. But not most of the people on it. Yeah, one or two people on it. Yeah. Were for putting it your coverage. So. Anyway, it's a long process.
Yeah.
And others where it's been. What would it mean to the patients you work with if there were easier access to the types of things that means their overall experience?
I think cardiovascular is, I feel like it's so unique in the sense that it's so life and death in most cases I work with. And so there's like onus on the patient to manage for the self-care, self-management. With the two exceptions we just talked about. Right. Anything else I feel is really they want to, when we talk a lot about partnering with your provider, and I think drug management for cardiovascular conditions is very much in that, like, most of it will stay in that realm, partnering with your provider. Yeah, so I'm probably not, yeah, I think flu is a different thing, UTIs is a different thing, like things that are episodic or, or can be cured, quote unquote, right, with a drug. I think that's different.
Can I just do that for a second? The huge benefits of drugs like statins or acid, that kind of thing, is that it's a preventative.
Yeah.
And people don't see immediate benefits from it. It's a silent benefit. It's not a symptomatic treatment like most of the drugs are, at least at the current time. And adherence to medications that are for prevention, where people don't get an automatic benefit that they can actually feel or see, is low. And I remember back at the advisory committee, I think 50% of people were off the statins after 6 months. I'm not sure what the current adherence rate is. It's probably a little better now, because I think the population is better, educated now than it was. But I'm sure it's not really where we want it to be. The people have to take time off from work. And, it's expensive, both in their time and in their co-pays. It only makes sense that you could have better care and better prevention with easier access.
Absolutely.
And so then you have better efficacy. And, these are just some of the topics.
Lee, can I just say, really just quickly responding to that? I mean, I think adherence is another topic that we can have a whole day session on as it relates to OTC and prescription. Statins is a really sore spot for us at Women Heart because it was only ever tested on men. So the notion of adherence as it relates to women taking statins, like, rubs me the wrong way, because like part of the reason they wouldn't take it is because of a drug reaction, right? Or side effects. Well, women probably have more side effects because it was never tested on them. So anyway, that again, that's a whole other day, but yeah.
All right, it is noon and we will reconvene. Uh, Ms. Spencer, pick up where you feel comfortable. I don't want to limit you to picking up at the exact same spot, but if we can proceed.
Okay.
And thank you for your patience.
No, I thank you guys, and I'm really thankful for having the opportunity to not just speak for myself, but let everybody else's voices be heard, especially for kids and disabled. But I want to say, and I'm trying to make it brief, and I hope that we can really sit down and really get to work and really lead and impact not just Washington, D.C., but the world. And I want to say we want the news stations. We want to see the news stations. We want to be assisted with homeless shelters that encourage and aid the economy. We want our children. We want peace, love, unity. We want to be respected as women, as mothers. We want to raise awareness worldwide. We want true justice and compensation. We want to be sober and not drink to survive. Not be out in the rain, sleet, and snow. We want housing. We want programs that break these cycles by healing and hugging the homeless. We want to meet the mayor and discuss these things. We want to uplift all. We want stable households. We want less prisons, less stadiums, and Washington, D.C. less of Washington, D.C. spending money on worldly things. I assure you that Washington, D.C. will lead the world into true freedom. And I'll just say that, but I'll say one more thing. No woman, nobody, no human, no man should have to sleep outside, or especially being on their cycle and have to literally sleep in the cold on the sidewalk. That is so hard. And we also, I want to say that we want to uplift our men too and let them know that this is not, I'm not speaking like we don't hate men, but we just want men to really be men, but also have an opportunity. And we sometimes, as females, especially been essayed in the past, sexually assaulted, raped, child molested, sometimes we don't want to be around men. And I think we deserve that separation and to have that choice, even if we're in situations where we can't financially provide for ourselves.
Thank you very much. Oh, did you have more? No, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your testimony. Nathan Hunterell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. I'm Nathan Hunter, and I'm a member of Empower DC. Today, I would like to testify regarding the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. We urge the council to stand with tenants and reject the mayor's efforts to further limit ERAP access and other tenant protections. Any change made to the ERAP should improve the program so it works better for both tenants and landlords instead of speeding up evictions, because when it's in speeding up evictions, that causes more homelessness and it makes it harder on families. So this should be seriously looked over. Instead of speeding up eviction, DC Council should focus on changes to ERAP that fix slow processing times, expand eviction prevention, and improve landlord accountability, such as at the Benning Courts on Benning Road. My former neighbors, because I no longer live there, my former neighbors applied for ERAP as well as me and my wife, but management didn't submit paperwork on time, and we still faced eviction, but we eventually moved. But we still faced eviction, but we're still faced with bad housing conditions, including such as mold, poor ventilations, unsecured doors, things of that nature. So the ERAP program is very important because, one, it helps people who get behind in their rent because of unfortunate circumstances to get the opportunity to could fix their rent. So they have stable housing, because if that's not happening, then the homelessness will increase, definitely increase. I understand that in some sense, the mayor is trying to quote unquote assist with the homelessness, make better housing for homeless, but it's not working. Because every day I see people that's homeless on the streets. I was homeless, me and my wife, we were homeless one time. And it's just that things more need to be done to help the homeless, especially with the ERAP program. So I strongly encourage the city council to work with the mayor or work on trying to make ERAP better, not make it worse, because it's not always the tenant's fault. Most of the time it's the management and the property managers and the renting officers' fault. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for your testimony. Thank you for telling your personal stories that are, we talk about abstractions, but it's about people and it's about the lived experience that you've had. And so thank you very much for coming forward and sharing. We need to take it all in and figure out what kinds of things we can do to strengthen these programs so we can better serve people in need. And your testimony helps in that effort. So thank you very much. And also, to the extent that you have written testimony, if you can make sure that you submit it for the record so it can be included as part of the formal record for these proceedings. Denise Hunter L., Dana White, Andrew Wasenich, Wesley Thomas. Wonderful. Ms. Hunter L., when you are ready, please proceed.
I'm a little nervous, so please bear with me because I'm not used to speaking out in front of a whole lot of people.
You know,
I
if you
am a
might,
member-
don't be nervous. It's all good. It's all among friends, but you might pull the microphone closer to you.
This close enough?
There you go.
My name is Denise Hunter Ill, and I'm a member now with Empower DC. We are asking the city council to help us out even more now because about the rent evictions that we are having in our complex. We need more funding for ERAP to help everybody that's in our neighborhood. As a matter of fact, all over the place. I was living in Benacourt with my husband and he just left from up here and our neighbors are still going through eviction. They have received papers to their apartment saying that they owed over $3,000 in rent, and it's everybody in the building because we also have received that as well. They was forcing to put everyone in the complex out. That's why we need more help with the ERAP. The problems that we had in our complex was the mold, water leaking from the ceiling from when they doing construction on the roof and the water was coming into our units. We started having issues with the electricity because the water is running down the walls. When you walk into the bathroom to even get ready to run the water to take a bath, the floor was starting to crack. Everybody in my complex were going through issues with everything that is going on in there. The building wasn't safe at all because you had people coming inside the building with drugs, smoking in the hallway. We report things to the rental office. They want us to deal with it, and that's part of their job to make sure that our building is secure. But back on ERAP, we really need this because, like my husband said, we was homeless for 5 years, but no one never knew that we were because the way we dressed, we kept our purse up, for sleeping outside on benches,
and the hallways, wherever we could go lay our head, it wasn't right. We couldn't go to our families due to the simple fact our families had other members of their family at the house. And it was like overcrowded at my mom's house, my aunt's house. And E-Rap from our complex, the landlord didn't move fast enough to put our application in. And it's just like they just pushed us to the side like we wasn't nothing. I became depressed from everything. I started having anxiety issues. I started having anger issues that I had to seek out for mental health and therapy. And it still bothers me to the day because now I still have outbursts or cries because I'm still upset because a lot of things are not being done. We really need this help. We need them to give more funding for this E-Rap to help everybody, to get people off the streets. Because every time I see it, I even try to feed people to the point I don't have money myself to help, but if I have something, I will give it. We just need help. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I can't get rest because I'm worried about a lot of things. So please help us with this E-Rap. Help everybody with it because everyone needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dana White, Director of Advocacy for Miriam's Kitchen.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. First, thank you for your attention to community concerns today, as well as for your interest in opportunities for improved agency efficiency and better human outcomes. I'm Dana White, both Advocacy Director at Miriam's Kitchen, where we convene the Way Home campaign, and Chair of the Housing Security Issue Group with Fair Budget Coalition. As you know, we have a local crisis of homelessness, which is primarily driven by a lack of housing affordability. And this reflects record-breaking homelessness nationwide. However, in DC, we're also contending with processes that impede people from being housed. And to put it plainly, the rent is not only too high, it takes far too long for people who are already experiencing chronic homelessness and connected to our human services to exit homelessness. Often that process takes more than a year. And in that time, our unhoused, unsheltered neighbors are met with counterproductive policing, which further displaces them and potentially disconnects them from vital outreach services. The longer we take to get people housed, the more people lose their hope, if not their lives, on our sidewalks and our parks, by our freeways, and in tents when they should be in safe and dignified homes. Despite Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor Turnage's best efforts to make homelessness invisible by closing encampments, only housing is an actual solution to the human rights crisis we face. People are being pushed around at their most vulnerable, an approach that goes against well-documented best practices and instead aligns with current federal bullies. Outreach workers have tracked people from one encampment to the next, closure after closure, who are unclear still about a timeline for when they can finally close the door behind them and begin to lead stable lives. When I testified before the Committee on Housing in February of last year, case managers and outreach workers had asked me to share that there was desperate need for streamlining and more intentional partnership between the Department of Human Services and the DC Housing Authority, that there needed to be more accountability and urgency, more transparency on both sides of the LISA process. They expressed the importance of knowing exactly who to contact for reliable current information that would enable them as case managers to communicate in real time to their clients and advocate more effectively on their behalf. These needs and challenges persist today. Our workers on the front lines of this crisis deserve efficient and reliable government agencies at a minimum, but it's our unhoused neighbors whose lives depend on that efficiency. I'm joined by colleagues today from Miriam's Kitchen who will speak about the challenges in more detail and also provide a few recommendations for improved efficiency and reliability. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Wasenich.
Councilmember Fruman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Andy Wasney, Policy Director at Miriam's Kitchen. I'd like to begin by saying that we appreciate our partners at DHS and the responsiveness and a general willingness to make things better, and that by and large, everybody working there cares about the people we serve and does their best to meet our community's needs with insufficient resources. And we especially applaud the efforts that went into the opening of the Aston and appreciate all that's being done to open the new shelter at 25 East Street. My testimony today will focus on issues related to homeless street outreach and permanent supportive housing. The current homeless street outreach capacity falls short of need. While I recognize that this is not a budget oversight hearing, I'd like to highlight some capacity challenges that we are experiencing. In fiscal year 24, Miriam's Kitchen CSON outreach team interacted with 1,169 individuals. For most of fiscal year 24, we had 17 full-time staff members. In the first 5 months of fiscal year 25, our outreach team has engaged 674 unique individuals. We are on pace to exceed last year's total number of individuals served by 200 to 300 people with only 2/3 of the staff. This in a year when available housing resources will not exceed inflow to homelessness, and when coupled with continued and increasing frequency of encampment clearings by both city and federal governments, which take up significant amount of staff capacity through coordination, data requests, and on-site presence, makes providing quality service and case management more and more difficult and staff burnout and turnover more and more common. In addition, on April 1st, the hypothermia shelters will be closed and likely the majority of the approximately 500 residents in them will return to living on the streets. Given the looming threat of executive order calling for the closure of all encampments and DMHHS's associated efforts, our hope is that DHS is exploring ways to get as many folks housed and/or into some sort of shelter as quickly as possible. Permanent supportive housing. Improved consistent training needed to improve program quality. Prior to my current position, I worked on the Miriam's Kitchen outreach team for 7 years, and in that time, I both directly and indirectly worked with and assisted hundreds of clients for the PSH housing program. It is a life-changing and life-saving program that works, but it can work better. We've had clients assigned to all PSH providers now and over the years, and what I can tell you from all of my experience is that the quality of service across the spectrum is not equal. DHS has a critical role to play in helping ensure quality program through monitoring. However, the work of the PSH monitoring team is also inconsistent. The result is that clients often get different treatment based on which monitor their provider is assigned to. Response times, decisions about program status and relocations, and help with advocacy are some examples of where differences can be seen. Now, both of these issues are complex, but likely can be improved with better and more uniform training. On the PSH provider side, more unifying training is needed that goes beyond the bare minimum of program requirements, and that includes clear guidance on how to build rapport and trusting relationships with clients to help give them the support that many of our clients are not getting. On the monitor side, I would strongly urge DHS program managers and staff to regularly get into the field as a way to truly understand both the urgency of our clients' circumstances and the daily challenges faced by our frontline staff. To be clear, we know that there is good work being done and that there are constant efforts made to make improvements. And we know that DHS does not operate in a vacuum, and that much of the dysfunction and frustrations we experience as a system are caused by continued issues with the housing authority. Data shared at an ICH forum last fall showed that the average time between getting matched to a PSH voucher and moving into an apartment was 380 days. Providers, DHS, and DCHA all share responsibility for that. But when we have hundreds of voucher applications that sit at DCHA, as we do for 90, 120 days or more, we know where we need to start in order to reduce that wait. We applaud efforts and conversations currently happening between DHS and DCHA to shorten that voucher housing timeline, and Miriam's Kitchen and other provider agencies have come up with a proposed plan to help, as a system, get the timeline down to 90 days by December 1st of this year. We urge DHS and the Housing Authority to come together with housing provider representatives in person for a 2-day convening to clarify obstacles, identify solutions, and make commitments towards streamlining the housing process and address key recommendations from community stakeholders, and commit to transparent, reportable benchmarks so that the progress can be monitored, as well as urgently address the backlog of housing applications by dedicating appropriate staff and resources and capacity to move them as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Wesley Thomas, homeless advocate and advocacy fellow with Miriam's Kitchen, a homeless services provider here in Washington, D.C. I have 29 years of lived experience of homelessness. I slept outside on cardboard, sleeping bags, and blankets in Lafayette Park and Foggy Bottom for all 29 years. I know firsthand what it's like to be homeless and disenfranchised, living on the streets, not knowing where to sleep, where to eat, where your next meal is gonna come from, penniless, frightened, with only the clothing on my back. I know what it takes to end homelessness. As a member of the Aston community team, I would like to stress the importance of bridge housing, and I would like to thank DHS for making this program a reality. It is a critical in combating DC's unhoused program. I commend the Western neighborhood for their continuing support of the Aston, and I look forward to 25 East Street Bridge housing, hopefully opening later this year. If there had been an option like the Aston back when I was living outside, I would have availed myself of it as a much safer, calm environment than the shelter options here in DC. Even with the programs like the Aston, people living on the streets who are matched to vouchers, who have died while waiting to be leased up during hypothermia season. With the pending executive order to close encampments here in DC, along with the Supreme Court cities of Grant Pass versus Johnson decision, this will only get worse. The Grants Pass allows municipalities to criminalize homelessness by enforcing campaign bans, fines, tickets, or arrests for people experiencing homelessness. This is why now more than ever, we need to focus on solutions like bridge housing and increase funding for street outreach and housing to end chronic homelessness in DC. We can do better.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all the witnesses. I see that Ms. Hunter-L had left, but in her absence, thank you again for her emotional testimony. For the work of Miriam's Kitchen, you guys do great work, really grateful for it. I'm intrigued by the idea that you have a plan for how we're going to get to from voucher to housing within 90 days. I'd like to learn more about that, maybe in a follow-up meeting where we can go into more depth on that and on other issues. Also intrigued by the comments about the differences in case management, and I want to understand how we can get our arms around that. A lot of great people out there doing a lot of great work, but then there are places where, by all reports, people aren't doing the work that they need to be doing, and the victims of that are the people who we're trying to help. So thank you for your testimony. I visited Miriam's Kitchen a year and a half ago, but have not visited for some time. So let's try to set up a time where I can come and we can have a more extended conversation. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Margaret Snow. Oh, and to all of you who testified, if you have not submitted your testimony, please make sure it's uploaded. I think a number of you. Margaret Snow, Maya Brennan, there you are. What I saw. Rukia Anbar Shaheen. Reggie Black. Great. Okay. Let's start with Margaret Snow when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maggie Snow. I'm the Anti-Hunger Program Associate overseeing our SNAP work at DC Hunger Solutions. I'm also a fellow Ward 3 resident in Cleveland Park. In my role, I provide direct support to DC residents experiencing hunger and use their feedback to inform my advocacy efforts. In FY 2024, our organization pre-screened over 1,400 residents and assisted with over 700 SNAP applications. Today, I'll share specific recommendations to DHS services and request that the committee support both continued reimbursement of skimmed benefits and full funding of Give SNAP a Raise. I've submitted written testimony that includes additional detail. One of our major concerns is the timeliness and accuracy of case processing. In FY 23, DC ranked last of all states and territories for timeliness, with only 48.13% of applications being processed in a timely manner, meaning over half of all SNAP applicants in DC had to wait longer than the guaranteed 30 days for regular cases or 7 days for expedited cases. This is unacceptable given that it often takes another 2 weeks for clients to receive their EBT card in the mail. Inaccurate or inappropriate document requests are a major barrier to timeliness. Multiple times per day, I work with clients who are asked to provide documents that don't apply to them. These requests cause unnecessary confusion and fear among clients and further slow down case processing. Paper applications fare even poorer than online ones. Anecdotally, DHS staff has shared that we should allow an additional 10 days for processing of paper applications, meaning clients would need to wait 40 days for a decision. Many clients also report their paper applications getting lost at service center drop boxes, which means they have to apply again. We urge the council to reassess existing funds, allowing for improved DHS staff capacity to review applications, make appropriate document requests, and respond to inquiries. In terms of accuracy, in FY23, DC reported a CAPER, or case and procedural error rate, of 58.79%, meaning nearly 60% of cases saw inaccurate denial, termination, or suspension. While this rate has improved since FY22, it's still too high. I recently helped a client who was denied SNAP benefits for their household of 2. The letter explaining the denial erroneously stated that the household income was above the threshold for a household of 1. Notices like this damage public trust in the agency and contribute to the high CAPER rate. I've also had multiple calls recently where call center reps have shared incorrect information, and one in which the rep spelled the word asylee, making it clear she was not familiar with common immigration statuses. We ask the council to appropriate funding needed for current DH staff training to ensure call center reps understand common terms that may come up in eligibility calls and demonstrate cultural sensitivity when interacting with clients from diverse backgrounds. Third, we urge the department to make improvements to language access, both at the ESA call center and in paper and electronic notices. We ask necessary improvements be made to the phone tree so that residents hear the same information regardless of the language they select. Also, given that clients select their preferred language before pressing other options, call center representatives should connect with a language line interpreter before answering the call so the interpreter can greet the client in their first language. Another area of concern is document translation. I recently helped a non-English speaking client who provided me with copies of the paper SNAP recertification form they were asked to fill out at an ESA service center. While most of the form was translated to Spanish, one line was kept in English. Our records show that your gross monthly unearned income is blank. This is arguably the most important line of the entire recertification form. Because the client didn't understand this line, they reported their income incorrectly, which caused their benefits to decrease. While I was able to help the client correct their information and return their benefits to the correct amount, this situation could have been avoided had the client been provided with a recertification form that was fully translated in their chosen language. Finally, we thank the district for funding reimbursement of benefits to district residents who are victims of theft or skimming, given the loss of funding at the federal level. We urge the council to provide continued funding for reimbursement, as well as full support and funding for Give SNAP a Raise. These recommendations are directly informed by my daily interactions with SNAP recipients. I urge the council to consider these recommendations to further support residents who rely on DHS to apply for vital food and medical assistance. Thank you again for the opportunity to offer testimony on the Department of DHS, on the performance of DHS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Brennan?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Fruman, members and staff of the committee. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition, formerly known as CNHED. Our over 180 members represent a broad spectrum of the district's community development organizations, including affordable housing developers, housing counselors, resident advocates, and homeless service providers. I'm here today to share how our broad membership is thinking about DHS oversight this year. First, I want to acknowledge the importance of the Department of Human Services for housing access and stability in DC. Housing costs are far beyond what typical DC households can afford, and housing assistance budgets, especially at the federal level, are far from certain, even as their importance remains high. Through both its homeless services programs and economic stability programs, DHS provides a safety net and a support system to help people avoid eviction and housing instability, and to rehouse people who fell through the cracks. These resources are essential, but DHS also does not have the power to address the root causes of every hardship. We must do that work collectively, applying the tools from each different public sector entity, mission-driven organization, and from communities and individuals. What can DHS and this committee's oversight do then? Well, first, district leaders must make an assessment of the resources we have and consider ways that we can make the most of them. And that goes not just for DHS, but thinking about interagency cooperation, because this is a full system issue. Second, we must not turn our backs on the laws we have in place to protect our residents and preserve our housing. Even in the hardest times, we must not pull back from our DC values, but must review them to prioritize predictability, impact, and balance. That's what matters most to our members. Specifically for DHS, the coalition has 4 main oversight requests. Many of these you've heard from folks before me. First, for permanent supportive housing vouchers, DHS and DCHA each have roles and must collaborate effectively and efficiently. Last year, we testified about concerns that the local rent supplement program, or LRSP, voucher units stayed vacant for a long period during household matching and application review process. Since then, the departments have both piloted a new process where DHS reviews applications before transitioning them to DCHA, which does seem to help. However, there are still glitches when the request for tenancy approval packet, otherwise known as RFTA, seems to get stuck and face an excessive delay. There are also instances where a household comes to homeless service organizations matched to a particular unit, but when the organization inquires about it to keep moving it forward, they find the unit is not actually suitable to the household, and the household appeared to be unaware of having had that poor match made. We would like DHS and the community's attention to voucher review and approval matching processes, including understanding which pieces are actually in DHS's hands versus DCHA's. Second, both the service providers and housing providers in our membership have noted times when the services available to supportive housing residents are not sufficient for their needs. Our service provider members have recommended adding a deeper service level option to ensure appropriate supports and provide clarity about who to contact in which types of tenant issues. Please do inquire with DHS about their current thinking on supportive service levels and any consideration of how to support residents who seem to need more support than is currently offered. Third, in addition to the ongoing legislative conversations about ERAP, our members have noted the importance of looking beyond just these legislative amendments. Regulatory review could help in finding options for supporting timely applications and review, as you've heard from folks before. We also believe that a task force or working group could help assess the ways to support households who have hardships beyond what ERAP can resolve. Please inquire with DHS about how they are looking at ERAP beyond the council's legislative proposal. Fourth, and finally, we are pleased that other witnesses have already brought to your attention the importance of timely procurement and payments. We have heard from community-based organizations that process ERAP applications about procurement and payment delays that both affect applicants and affect stability and morale at the CBOs, which could then affect their service in the future. DHS is not necessarily the source of these delays, but we hope that understanding them helps both the committee and DHS to consider the performance of ERAP and proposals to change it with clarity about the current processes and challenges, and be able to get to the root causes as necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify and for your continued partnership in this work. My written testimony, which will be submitted shortly, has additional details. I look forward to continuing our conversation, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Black.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Furman, members of the Committee on Human Services, District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I'm a native Washingtonian, the Housing Policy Liaison for Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid, a peer mentoring member of People for Fairness Coalition, and a lived experience representative on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I'm here today to call on the Interagency Council to continue its efforts to make those with lived experience a part of the council and to have great weight when it comes to decisions about their lives. Currently, the council has begun to limit voices to a slate of leaders that many of them do not have lived experience of homelessness. This has led to frustration within the community about whether or not they are being heard. The council has not made any changes to its bylaws and structures, so I don't understand why we have to limit voices to a select few. The journey into limiting voices started 2 years ago when the McPherson Park encampment was closed. Many unhoused community members expressed frustration with providers and the administration with the handling of the closure. Today, those residents have been dispersed throughout the city. When I enacted what I believe to be my duty, power, and responsibility on the council, I was targeted as an example of why updates to the code of conduct and voting slates, then later leadership slates, as they are being called, were needed. The subsequent dialogue in that meeting indicated that this was a harmful course of action. We have had up to 14 meetings in which all members of lived experience at some point during the month were regulated to attendees, with only the option of using chat messages to convey experience and subject matter knowledge. We do not feel heard, valued, or respected. Our time is being wasted, and we are asked to do more work for no pay. The unhoused are already marginalized, and we do not need to push them to the fringes any further. We are hoping that you, the District of Columbia City Council, can help us do away with closed meetings and limiting voices. Sections 2.3, 4.5, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5 the ICH bylaws state that at least 2 members of lived experience shall be included within the voting slate of said committee. With the current leadership slate action, in many meetings, there's only 1 voice of lived experience. This is possibly a violation of ICH's own bylaws that state for any committee and work group votes, there be no less than 2 persons of lived experience present. In 2020, the Interagency Council on Homelessness conducted a racial equity audit that called for the empowerment of consumer voices, and that the council needed to make sure that consumers had strong voices and better forms to express their feelings, experience, and knowledge. The overall takeaway was that consumer voice is necessary at all levels when developing policy, programs, and service delivery to enhance racial equity in the system. Some of the things that consumers pointed out is they didn't feel their voices were heard, they were unaware of what ICH was and the opportunities for them to participate, having sentiments of tokenism when providing feedback, because there was no follow-up on final decisions. Through stakeholder interviews, there were concerns raised about diversity of ICH voices, especially the consumers, difficult finding ways to engage consumers in meaningful ways, power dynamics within the work groups that did not favor the consumers, etc. The ICH audit also had other implications, which meant empowerment included providing consumers with knowledge, skills, and training to make informed decisions, and to encourage service delivery decisions that reflect the needs and wishes of consumers, and increase innovation and creativity in service planning. Please be critical of Director Silla when she says that we are part of a network and how she is dedicated to equity and the leadership slate that does not have power dynamics that have consumers at a disadvantage. Do not let her use and invoke our names in vain. Be critical of her current commitment to racial equity and inclusion as our Racial Equity Achieves Results Act states. Equity in the REACH Act describes equity as repairing harm. Don't let her say that the current ICH voted in its entirety for leadership slates. These changes do not favor the layman consumer who has concerns. We are not an afterthought. People's lives are at stake, and we cannot and should not silence them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And if you might state your name, since it's different than the name who's on the list.
No problem. Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Castleman, and I'm a senior policy analyst at DC Action and with the Under 3 DC Coalition. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the Child Care Subsidy Program. To begin, I want to emphasize that the Child Care Subsidy Program works. For participants, the program provides access to free or low-cost, high-quality early learning opportunities. Families with a subsidy who earn less than 150% of the federal poverty level have a $0 copay or free childcare. Families who make between 150% and 300% FPL have copays ranging from approximately $70 per month to $265 per month. Compare that to a private pay family who on average spends over $2,000 per month for childcare. $265 per month at the highest end of the subsidy copay rates makes childcare significantly more affordable for the families of the 5,132 infants and toddlers in the district who currently receive childcare subsidies. However, the childcare subsidy program is currently underutilized. Underutilization of the program relative to the eligible population could be due to a number of factors, including insufficient publicity and awareness and family challenges navigating the application process. Parents have reported to the Under 3 DC Coalition having to submit significant amounts of paperwork and waiting months for DHS to approve their application. These delays have real consequences: parents missing work or education opportunities, and children missing out on critical early learning experiences. The good news is that recent policy updates in OSSI's Child Care Subsidy Manual, if implemented effectively, will reduce barriers in the application process for families, reduce DHS administrative burden, and hopefully increase access to this critical program. Changes include requirements around faster application processing timelines, elimination of copays for more families, and streamlined enrollment for families facing the most barriers. These improvements have the potential to help more families access the high-quality childcare that they need and that their children deserve. However, implementation is key. It is now up to DHS to ensure that staff are trained, applications are processed efficiently, and families are aware of these changes. It is up to this committee to provide oversight and to hold DHS accountable for executing these policies effectively. To measure progress, we encourage DHS to report on key metrics, as detailed in my written testimony, compared across timelines from before the manual changes and after. Council, OSSI, and DHS must work together to ensure these policy reforms translate into real improvements for families. The Child Care Subsidy Program is a powerful tool to achieve improved family financial stability, high-quality early learning experiences for children, and a more equitable District of Columbia, but only if families can access the program. With strong oversight and implementation, we can ensure more DC families benefit from the Child Care Subsidy Program. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Snow, I think the whole issue of SNAP is a giant one, and I think we're going to be meeting with folks from your office in a couple of weeks, maybe 12 days from now. So I think I'll follow up with lots of questions there. Ms. Brennan, thank you so much for your testimony. You talked about, and thank you so much for your participation in the meeting that we held a week or so back. And that you talked about a couple of different things. One of the things, matching folks to vouchers and getting folks placed. And it was interesting to hear Miriam's Kitchen talk about the exact same thing. And there's other folks out there. And maybe this is a place where bringing together a cross-section of folks for a similar kind of discussion would really help me in getting educated, and maybe there's synergies and ideas that could look like consensus ideas. So I think I'm going to want to follow up with you on that. And the idea, I'm not sure where you were thinking a task force would be housed on ERAP and alternatives, but maybe if you'd speak briefly to that, of what you're talking about when you're talking about that.
Yeah, so my sense is that there could be a working group that you set up as part of your review of what's going on. There could be something where there's a task force set up within DHS or an interagency group. But I think it's the issue is mostly that there are clear gaps and needs for us to identify some synergies in the system to be able to help people be served better. And it is clear that usually budget is one of the answers, but this year budget does not feel like it's going to be the answer that's going to come. So being able to figure out how we actually do the best by our people and where there are opportunities in budget or in other methods. So
okay, that's helpful. I mean, this is clearly part of the way that I like to operate, so I will follow up with you on that and talk with Director Pierre about that kind of thing. But bringing together people with different perspectives is super important and helpful, and thank you for your suggestion. Mr. Black, in that spirit, the bringing forward the voices of lived experience, obviously something critical. I'm new to this, so I'm not sure that I understood what the ramifications of the recent changes were through your eyes, so it's helpful for me to hear that. I will talk with Director Silla about the issues that you raised, and very grateful again for your testimony and all that you do. Ms. Castleman, it's an interesting intersection because I actually am quite focused on early childhood education outside of this work, but to see that, help me understand. My understanding was that the child care subsidy is an OSSI program, but you're saying that there's an important role that DHS would play. And also, as you do that, help me understand what the interplay with PKEEP is here. Is PKEEP the place where the children who are benefiting from the subsidy as infants and toddlers are getting an early childhood education? How does that fit here?
Sure, thank you. So yes, OSSI governs the child care subsidy program. They operate the program, they run the program and come up with the policies that govern the program. But DHS is actually the agency that's in charge of processing family applications to get the child care subsidy voucher. So OSSI says, DHS, we want you to do these things to make it so that families can get a voucher, and then DHS actually has to go and do that. So today I wanted to talk about making sure that DHS staff are actually implementing the policy changes that OSSI's put in place to make it easier for families to actually get the voucher in their hands.
And when they get the voucher, where do they take it?
So then they take it to a childcare center or home, and they can enroll in the childcare center or home with that subsidy voucher. And the childcare center or home is reimbursed by OSSI for the child in their care.
And the child care center or home might be a PKEEP facility or might not be.
Correct. And we really see that the child care subsidy program, the Pay Equity Fund, and PKEEP all work together to keep providers afloat. And these three programs together make it so that our system can work to serve families. So there are many child care centers and homes that have children on child care subsidies from when they're 0 to age 3, and then they participate in the PKEEP program from ages 4 and 5.
I see. And so it covers the earlier years. Okay.
Subsidy also can cover children ages 4 and 5 as well, depending on the program. And not all programs have PKEEP funds. So this is really, a lot of childcare programs are braiding their funds to make it so that they can meet their costs and serve families.
All right. So it's almost, I hear you on the role that DHS plays, but it carries me into another thing that I'm quite interested in. And it is tricky because there are all these different threads. So it was very helpful for me to hear from you on that and probably be following back up with you on that.
I'm happy to discuss. And the last thing I'll say too, if we don't have our PKEEP funds, that could put additional pressure on the child care subsidy program if you have programs switching from PKEEP dollars to subsidy dollars. So these are all very intertwined and dependent on one another.
Yeah, that's what your testimony helped me see. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, and I think I think we have testimony from everyone but Ms. Brennan, who promised that she would provide it. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Mary Catherine West. Kwanzaa Billy. Rachel Metz. And Crystal Robinson. Okay, Ms. West, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the Department of Human Services Performance Oversight Hearing. My name is Mary Catherine West, and I am a Ward 1 resident and a policy analyst for expectant and parenting youth advocacy at DC Action. Within DC Action's Economic Justice Coalition, our work builds on data about young parents from the Collective Impact Network for Expectant and Parenting Teens, DC Next. We work with a group of young parents referred to as the Context Team who share their vision of how the district can be responsive to their needs through accessible housing and financial support, affordable childcare services, and tools for economic mobility. There are between 2,600 and 3,400 parents in between 18 and 24 living, working, and raising their children in the district. Stigma and judgment from adults, lack of time and transportation, and complex paperwork are only some of the challenges that these young people face trying to simultaneously navigate adolescence and parenthood. But young parents are resilient, and they are committed to creating a strong foundation for themselves and their families. These young parents deserve a system of care that is responsive to their circumstances, and access to safe and stable housing is a key priority. A 2023 DC Next survey found that 50% of young parents were highly concerned about housing. Housing instability and homelessness has significant adverse effects on both developing children and the young parents who themselves are still developing. In FY24, 309 families headed by a parent aged 18 to 24 accessed street outreach services, emergency shelters, and transitional housing, which is a 6% increase since FY23. When including prevention and diversion services, rapid rehousing, or permanent supportive housing, the number of young parents between 18 and 24 accessing support increases to 762. This indicates that between 22 and 30% of young parents who are 18 to 24 are accessing some type of housing support instability. We know that this is still an undercount of youth experiencing housing instability and homelessness, since many decide they'd rather live doubled up or couch surf. It is unacceptable that these young parents and their families face the stress and instability of housing insecurity and homelessness. In addition to housing, access to financial and nutritional support through SNAP and TANF, and access to the child care subsidy so that parents can go to work or attend school are central to the holistic approach to young families' well-being. Beyond these, the district should invest in opportunities for economic mobility for young parents. My written testimony contains additional details about these programs. We hope for a system in which young parents not only survive, but thrive. And at DC Action and our young parent leaders, we hope to collaborate with this committee and with DHS to mitigate the harms of poverty and homelessness on all children and young people in the district. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Appreciate your testimony. Kwanzaa Billy.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kwanzaa Billy, and I'm reading a testimony from my colleague Rachel White, who is the Deputy Director of Youth Advocacy. I'm the Youth Mobilization Manager at DC Action. So we have three critical areas that require urgent attention from the committee. One is an evaluation and data analysis of solid foundation to inform the future of future planning. A commitment to maintaining a separate care system and strategic plan for youth experiencing homelessness that reflects their unique developmental stages and service needs. And then the third one is a preservation of youth voice in policymaking, particularly in ICH. So evaluating the effectiveness of solid foundation to inform next steps is highly important. In 2017, the creation of solid foundation was an important step to establish a data-driven roadmap to end youth homelessness in the district. However, it expired in 2022, and there has been no formal evaluation of the impact or the gaps. Without this assessment, we are operating in the dark and repeating the same mistakes and failing to build on what worked. The data is clear. We have not met the goals to end youth homelessness. The 2016 homelessness youth count identified 537 youth experiencing housing instability, and literal homelessness. In 2023, the homeless youth count reported 1,024 youth experiencing literal homelessness. DHS's count of youth served through the youth systems jumped from 461 in 2016 to 1,516 in 2023. These numbers indicate that rather than a reduction of youth homelessness, we have since increased. We also know that the discrepancy in data collection methods and definitions of homelessness, along with utilization of non-youth system services, unfortunately suggests that number is undercounted. I'm actually going to skip, and you'll receive more information in the written testimony, but just want to get some more details about the other points. We also want to highlight listening to youth voice in the ICH group. Young people with lived experience must have a seat at the table and shaping policy that directly impacts them. Unfortunately, we continue to observe that youth participation in the ICH work group is sidelined or deprioritized or tokenized. Youth experiencing homelessness are the experts of what works and what doesn't work in the system. They deserve a full membership in the ICH work group with real decision-making roles, not just occasional consultation, compensation for their time and experience. You should not be expected to share their experience without fair compensation, and transparent communication as to how their input is being used in policymaking. So we do need to conduct a full evaluation of silent validation to understand what works and why it failed and where we're at now and what we need to do next. A commitment to separation and dedicated youth homelessness plan that reflects the district's need and opportunities for young people. And then ensure youth voice is meaningfully included in ICH decision-making and work groups. We cannot continue to let youth homelessness increase without a clear strategy, data-driven solutions, and youth leadership and policymaking. ICH must act now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Metz?
Hello, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Rachel Metz, Research and Data Manager at DC Action. I'm here today to provide some data to help contextualize some of the stories you've been hearing about the programs that DHS administers and how important they are, and the importance of the wider social safety net. With the new CFO projections showing far less revenue growth than previously expected, there's already talk about cutting programs and services. We want to make clear the real-world impact and lasting harm of these potential cuts on DC's children and families. The district has enormous inequalities. Even though DC has the highest median household income of any state and the highest educational attainment in the US, with 69% of adults having earned a bachelor's degree or higher, approximately 21,500 district children lived in families with incomes below the federal poverty line in 2023. It's also a racial equity issue. Roughly 9 out of 10 of those children are Black. And as we saw with the last recessions, when there's an economic downturn, that falls most harshly on those who are already struggling, while those at the top of the economic ladder are often better able to weather the storm. That federal poverty line is a very low bar, under $27,000 a year for a family of 3 in this current year, 2025. So in the district where the cost of living is estimated to be more than $90,000 a year, families that are making double or even triple the federal poverty line are still struggling to make ends meet. We know that households with children are twice as likely to experience housing insecurity as households without children. We also know that households with children are more likely to experience food insecurity than households that don't have children. So parenting is expensive and people are struggling to make ends meet. In fiscal year 2023, over 58,000 children and youth were enrolled in SNAP at some point during the year, which is nearly half of all district children. And roughly half that number lived in households that received TANF benefits. Given this level of need, It's perhaps unsurprising that the district ranks first in the nation in the rate of youth homelessness per capita. Unfortunately, children and young adults feel the effects of inequality in both short and long-term ways when their basic needs aren't met. Food insecurity impedes children from reaching their full physical, cognitive, and psychosocial potential, and enrollment in public health insurance programs has positive effects. That's why the district has expanded local eligibility and benefit levels for some of our most important public assistance programs serving children and families. In a jurisdiction like DC with an incredibly high cost of living, the federal income requirements for programs like public health insurance, SNAP, and childcare subsidies are simply too low to cover all the families who need the support. So the district includes families with somewhat higher incomes, as detailed in my written testimony. In the face of the callous federal policies that are going to perpetuate intergenerational poverty, we must protect the inclusivity of our social safety net programs. We know that you're facing very tough choices this budget season, but it's concerning that those choices might result in targeting the programs that support our most vulnerable residents. Human services should be the last thing facing cuts. We hope that you'll do as much as possible to buffer our children from the harms of inequality and the callous choices of the so-called leaders in federal government leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robinson.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Furman and the members of the Committee of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today with respect to the performance of the Department of Human Services, specifically as it relates to youth experiencing homelessness. In addition to a policy fellow at DC Action, I'm also a pediatrician, currently working in Washington, DC and serving the children of this city. As a pediatrician, I have unfortunately witnessed firsthand the devastating effects of housing instability on both the physical, but also the mental health of our young people. There are high rates of mental health challenges, as we know, amongst youth experiencing homelessness. And unfortunately, suicide is the #1 cause of death for young people experiencing homelessness. For this population, there are also disproportionately targets for exploitation, abuse, and assault. So far, and these are probably underestimates, 1 in 3 young people reported exchanging sex for housing, for food, or for drugs. They're more likely to become pregnant, to develop HIV, to struggle with substance use disorder, and even existing medical conditions like asthma and other conditions are often exacerbated in that state. Unfortunately, this is an issue that's not going to disappear without consistent and robust intervention. There has, as you've heard, been an actual increase in youth homelessness. The 2024 point in time count actually found a 13% increase just between 2023 and 2024. And since 2022, there's actually been a steady every year increase in the counts for youth homelessness. Now we know that investing early and helping young people find stability is important in cutting off this pipeline to chronic adult and family homelessness. Youth deserve a fully funded and stable youth homelessness sector that's fully supported. However, in recent years, many of these youth homeless service providers have been flat funded. So many of these organizations have not been able to keep up with the cost of inflation, with the cost of living adjustments that are needed, being able to retain the staff that's needed. And so any budget cuts, if they were to occur, would be devastating to this sector and to the children and the young people that they serve. We know that the effects are felt disproportionately on Black youth, LGBT youth, recently immigrated youth, as well as youth who have experiences in the foster care system and in the youth justice system. There are a few plans that I highlighted in the testimony that will be submitted as well. I just wanted to highlight a few. So regarding, again, that Solid Foundations program that was initiated in 2017, they actually outlined a coordinated community plan in 2020 that really highlighted some of the areas that they thought from their review and data collection could be priorities. Only some of those initiatives were really followed up on, and some are still left not initiated at all. So our hope is actually to be able to kind of return to that work and hopefully maybe even consider a renewed coordinated community plan for this year or the following fiscal year to focus especially on youth homelessness. I feel in times of these uncertainty and disquiet, it's often our children and the young people who are left without an advocate. But we really do hope to be able to be their voice. And, by preventing budget cuts, allocating appropriate resources, and considering renewed attention to a coordinated community plan, we're hoping to really better address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Robinson. I didn't have my reading glasses on to see the MD, but I did see the coat, so I thought I had noticed. Just one question for this DC Action team, as you're focused on the youth dimension of these issues, and I'm wondering what additional data points would be helpful to have or understand from DHS about the youth services utilization. What should we be focusing on or asking for more information on?
So my colleagues touched on that a little bit in that we know that youth are also accessing the single adult and the family systems, but we don't have clarity from DHS on what those numbers are. So if we want to understand what the youth system is doing well and where people might be seeking out support for other reasons in the other systems, the starting point is just to know how many young people are accessing each system. And just that as a starting point would be really helpful.
So you are aware of the fact that youth are embedded in some of the other programs, but those numbers are not broken out so that you can get your arms around what those needs are specifically.
Exactly. I think there's also some funding transparency data that would be helpful that my colleague Jorge Membrano will be talking about in the next panel.
Okay. All right. Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you for all of the work that you do. And we'll move to our next panel.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Jorge Membrano. Oh, but also, I don't know that any of your testimonies have been uploaded. So please be sure that you upload your testimonies. Jorge Membrano, Kube Nagache, Vaughn Edmead, Olubunmi Akinkuo. So that's the order you want? Yes. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that guidance. Okay, then Vaughn, when you're ready.
Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Vaughn Edmead, and I am the Director of Intake and Residential Programs at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. I would first like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Acting Director Pierre, former Director Zellinger, and the DHS staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. As the district's largest dedicated safe housing provider for underserved survivors, DASH seeks to strengthen and expand the local safety net for survivors by providing high-quality and voluntary services that are responsive to survivors' complex individual needs. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors needing a safe place to call home. We also served 1,058 survivors and children through our partnership with DHS at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, making 720 referrals for support. In addition, DASH's intake team progressed $116,000 in requests for financial assistance through our Survivor Resilience Fund and provided 159 safe nights through emergency hotel stays through our Safe Nights Fund. With the support of DHS FVPSA funds, DASH's emergency housing program located within our Cornerstone building provided emergency housing and services to 4 survivors for an average stay of 42 days. 100% of these survivors exited this program into one of DASH's long-term transitional housing programs. DASH and DHS have had a long-standing partnership for the last decade, and we are proud of what we have achieved together. Like many victim services and housing organizations, DASH relies on DHS funds to provide life-saving services. DASH is a vital lifeline, ensuring that all survivors have access to safety, dignity, and the resources they need to rebuild their lives. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue investing in survivors so we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. To further this life-saving work, we call on the city to devote $7.82 million for domestic violence services in DHS's budget. Our sincere thanks go out to Chairperson Fruman and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, Acting Director Pierre, and former Director Zeilinger for helping to ensure that every district resident has access to safe housing and safe and secure housing free from the threat of abuse. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olubunmi Akinkwol, and I am the Chief Program Officer at DASH. I join my colleague Vaughn in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Acting Director Pierre, former Director Zeilinger, and the DHS staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. In fiscal year 24, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 305 survivors needing a safe place to call home, including 15 transitioning youth survivors aged 18 to 24 years through our DHS-funded Right to Dream program. DASH and DHS have had a long-standing partnership for the last decade. This advanced in 2020 when DHS partnered with DASH to develop a new scattered site housing program to support transitioning youth survivors in the district, Right to Dream. Through Right to Dream, transitioning youth are supported with housing and wraparound services to help them identify and achieve their long-term goals and become independent and empowered as they transition into adulthood. I want to share a story about a survivor I will call Kia, a story about the importance of DHS funding and Right to Dream. Kia is a survivor of intrafamily violence, abuse, and intimate partner violence. She entered Right to Dream while fully employed. Through Right to Dream, Kia attained a stable housing and began to prioritize personal goals, including addressing her trauma and pursuing further education. However, Kia subsequently found her job increasingly overwhelming and had to leave. Recognizing the importance of her mental health, Kia identified her short-term goal as connecting with mental health providers to help her cope with her trauma. Her DASH coach provided support in developing a comprehensive 6-month goal plan and access to flexible financial assistance to help her cover her daily expenses. With the support of DASH and our community partnerships, Kia actively engaged in therapy with a mental health professional. She has been researching schools for enrollment in spring 2025 to obtain her master's degree. Kia's journey shows how critical programs like Right to Dream are providing not just housing, but the stability and support needed to heal, rebuild, and pursue a future on her own terms. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue to invest in survivors so we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. To further this life-saving work, we call on the city to devote $7.82 million for domestic violence services in DHS's budget. Thank you, Chairperson Fruman and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, Acting Director Pierre, and former Director Zeilinger for your continued support of housing services for our community. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we will be submitting our testimony, written testimony.
Thank you.
Chairperson Fruman and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kube Ngaje, and I am the president and CEO of DASH, the district's largest provider of safe housing and support services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. We serve survivors in all 8 wards of the district. At DASH, all survivors are welcome, including women, men, children, youth, immigrant survivors, elder survivors, and LGBTQIA+ survivors. Thank you to this committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Pierre, former Director Zeilinger, and the DHS team for your leadership and partnership. DASH is proud to work alongside you to ensure every survivor can access safe housing and holistic supportive services. DASH holds leadership seats on the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Domestic Violence Housing Continuum, and serves on the DC Victims Assistance Network and the DC Access to Justice Commission. It is in this collective voice that we affirm that the crisis at the intersection of homelessness and domestic violence is real and it is growing. Homelessness in DC increased by 14% from 2023 to 2024, marking the second consecutive year of rising homelessness in the district. Domestic violence remains one of the leading causes of housing instability. As has been the case for several years in the district's point-in-time count, surviving domestic or intimate partner violence is the most reported life experience among adults in families in 2024. While 24% of unaccompanied individuals reported a history of domestic violence, 50% of unaccompanied women reported experiencing domestic violence compared to 14% of men. As we look ahead to fiscal 26, I urge the district to protect survivors and engage in a true partnership that honors the leadership of Black and Brown community-based organizations, continuously being asked to do more with less at a time when our social safety net is stretched to its breaking point. True partnership for survivors requires three things: investment in people and systems, transparency and communication, and tactical actions that strengthen instead of dismantling the continuum of care for survivors. DASH values our longstanding collaboration with DHS, as you've heard from my colleagues, yet the services that anchored this partnership face significant uncertainty going into fiscal 26. We currently receive 3 DHS grants. Our FIPSA grant, which funds our emergency housing program at Cornerstone, our domestic violence youth transitional housing grant, which supports scattered site Right to Dream program for up to 20 survivors aged 18 to 24, and a technical assistance and training grant that provides and enables support for over 1,000 survivors and families every year, and allows DASH to train and support DHS teams at the intersection of domestic and sexual violence, ensuring that survivors have access to the necessary resources. Despite the critical role these programs play, 2 of these grants, Right to Dream and our technical assistance and training grant, are at risk. Right to Dream is in its final option year, and DHS has not yet confirmed whether the fiscal 26 RFP will allow for scattered site housing. A shift to site-based housing would make DASH ineligible to apply, harming and disrupting services for young survivors who rely on the flexibility of scattered site housing with the ability to have an apartment in their own name. This model is not only effective, it is life-saving. It ensures that survivors can relocate safely to any ward in the district, aligns with the Housing First principles, and fosters independence in youth. I urge DHS to maintain scattered site eligibility in the upcoming RFP to prevent devastating service gaps. The technical assistance and training grant also faces funding uncertainty. In August of 2024, DHS proposed cutting it to 2019 funding levels, which would have forced us to eliminate 4 grant-funded positions, which is more than half of that grant's budget. With council support and with DHS's support, we were able to secure a restoration for fiscal 25. However, these vital services remain at risk without funding commitment as intended by this council for fiscal 26 and fiscal 27. This funding is not superlative. It is integral to the safety of over 1,000 survivors in the district annually. The current DHS budget baseline for domestic violence services is $1.98 million. This is woefully insufficient and has been at that baseline for over 4 years. I stand with DASH, the 70 victim service providers of the Victims Assistance Network, the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, in urging council to devote $7.82 million for domestic violence services in DHS's fiscal 26 budget. This is the minimum needed to sustain services on par with the experience of individuals and families who clearly state year after year that domestic violence is the cause of their homelessness. At a time when so much around us is unraveling, we must protect our core safety net. We cannot afford to weaken the systems that survivors rely on. I urge the council to act now to stabilize and strengthen these critical resources. Thank you so much for your time, your commitment, and your partnership. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Membrano?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman and staff of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Jorge Membrano, he, him pronouns, and I'm the Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action. I'm also a social worker and practicing therapist. I'm testifying on behalf of the Youth Economic Justice Coalition, which includes youth homelessness service providers that receive funding from the Department of Human Services. Today, I'll be highlighting the struggles that youth homelessness service providers face with contract and payment delays. As you know, DHS is the primary funder of youth homelessness programs in DC. This responsibility creates a partnership between the agency and our wonderful community-based organizations who have dedicated their careers to providing youth with opportunities. Our CBOs provide housing and wraparound services for youth who are finally able to dream outside of their circumstances. Many of these young people are unpacking a bag and putting clothes in drawers for the first time in a long time. Many of them are healing from being rejected by their families for identifying as LGBTQ+. Many of them are finding security in knowing they have a bed to call their own and know that they will be able to eat 3 healthy meals a day. More than anything else, these young people are showing the world that they are more than their trauma. The life-changing work of CBOs needs to be valued by the district and their agreed-upon contractual partnership honored. Unfortunately, that partnership is not an equal one, as year after year, our CBOs have to front the costs of running their programs because of the district's unfair reimbursement-based payment model that is exacerbated by repeated contract and payment delays from DHS. In this fiscal year 25, contract agreements separate from payments were not executed until late January and early February 2025, 4 months after the start of the district's fiscal year. The contract is only the agreement to provide proposed housing and support services. The purchase order required by the district's reimbursement-based supplier system includes specifications from DHS about the services for which a provider can invoice for payment. You need a contract before you can get a purchase order, before you can even request a reimbursement, and before that reimbursement is paid out. Keep in mind that DHS knows who their grant recipients are by the summer preceding the start of a fiscal year. That's 2 to 3 months that DHS has to prepare contracts and purchase orders. To establish a baseline, the fiscal year starts on October 1. Let's say a grant award is for $800,000 for a transitional housing program, which houses and supports 16th youth. From October 1 to February 1, there's about $267,000 of reimbursable costs that this program has to pay for out of their own internal budgets. Some organizations carry this burden at great risk to their organizations, their youth, and their employees, even taking out personal loans to make payroll. Contract and payment delays are not exclusive to DHS. They are a systemic challenge across the DC government that have disproportionately detrimental impact on CBOs that are already providing their services at a discount. However, at least one other agency has developed a partial solution which I urge DHS to emulate. The Deputy Mayor for Education's out-of-school time office is able to execute contracts by October 1 for OST programs, and OST programs are permitted to invoice for up to 50% of their grant award at the start of the annual grant period. In fiscal year 24, the OST office awarded 172 grants, totaling over $27 million to 150 nonprofits. There are 16 direct DHS-funded youth homelessness programs. This is my invitation for DHS to reach out to the DME's OST office to learn best practices. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry if I'm messing up the pronunciation.
Okay.
From Brano. I actually was sitting thinking, wait, this is done better. As you know, I have a strong interest in OST and have heard the testimony about what the DME is doing. So, and it has not always done. So this is an innovation there, and we will explore with DHS whether or not it's kind of innovation that could be adopted in that setting. So thank you for your testimony on that subject. To the DASH team, thank you very much for the work that you do, for your testimony. We will take note of the things that you raised, and we'll ask Director Pierre in a couple of days about the service delivery and support for work in this area, obviously a critical area. You cited all the percentages of experiences of homelessness that result from domestic violence and sexual violence. We need to do everything we can in that space, and we will explore it. I have a feeling that as we move into the budget season, we will hear back from you, and I welcome you to come back and talk with us about what the needs are in the space as we go into that process. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay. So, uh, we, so, Natalia Otero, Taylor Bush, Lakeisha Beverly, Tia Titus, and Roger Scott. So, oh, great. All right. So let us start with Ms. Otero.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson Furman. I only need 3 minutes, actually. My name is Natalia Otero. I am the co-founder of DC Safe. We are the largest provider of critical intervention services, and we run a 24-hour program in the District of Columbia. We think that it is crucial to have a very strong relationship with DHS. As we know, one of the most common reasons for women and children to end up homelessness is domestic violence. We at DC Safe also know that all of our vulnerable populations that we assist are already system involved with DHS and other city and federal agencies when we are connecting with them. The role that these agencies play in the continuum of care is crucial. DC Safe serves around 13,000 clients a year. Of those, about 2,000 are assessed as high risk for reassault or homicide. The work that we do at DHS undoubtedly saves lives. My colleague, Bridget Clauborne, will highlight the grant partnership more closely for you later on. Today, I would like to focus my testimony on one population that seems to be missing from the table. Despite the fact that we refer hundreds of survivors back and forth with DHS on a yearly basis, we are not seeing the number of migrant clients that we would expect given the population that live in the District of Columbia. I don't believe that they're missing because they don't need support. My guess is that they're missing because they're not receiving the necessary information that they need and that there's a lack of access or some sort of access issue for them. This issue hits extremely close to home for me. My mother and I migrated to California when I was 4 because her twin sister, my uncle, and my 4-month-old cousin were victims of the San Isidro McDonald's massacre, one of the largest what is it called? I'm sorry. One of the largest, sorry, I'm having a moment. They all survived this event, but it obviously marked our lives in many different ways. It certainly marked my drive to work in the field of victim services. And when I think back on the story of what happened that day, the shooter did have a history of domestic violence. He had sought mental health services right before the incident and was turned away. And the local police were not trained on mass shootings. That's the word, mass shootings at the time. And it took them about 77 minutes to stop the shooting. I wanted to tell you this story today because as a result of the shooting, my aunt lost the sight in one of her eyes and the use of one of her hands. And this limited her tremendously. Within a year, she lost her husband of different causes. And the only other person to support her was my mother and I, and my mother and I were fleeing domestic violence at the time. So as you can imagine, our childhoods were extremely unstable, and in many points, however, they were marked by the support of agencies like the Department of Human Services. I honestly don't think that we would have remained housed, healthy or fed without that type of support. So my ask today is that the council and DHS look into how they can better serve residents who are migrant in the city. I know that this is an interesting time for me to be asking this of you, but aside from being a migrant myself, I'm a proud Washingtonian, and I know that the city cares about its citizens equitably. I'm out of time, but I did want to say that I have reached out multiple times to the Office of Migrant Services as part of DHS, and they don't seem to be able to ask my logistical questions and have, they just don't seem to be the right agency to have this conversation. So thank you for considering my call to action, because feeling safe, being housed and healthy shouldn't really be a big ask in the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Beverly? Could you turn your microphone on?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fruman, members of the council, and distinguished guests. My name is Lakeisha Beverly, and I have been an employee at Department of Human Services, Economic Security Administration for over 20 years. And I'm also an executive board member and union shop steward for ACME Local 2401. Today, I'm bringing forward only a small sample of systemic issues within DHS. Beginning with our AWS Tier 1 call procedure. With this procedure, social service representatives are now required to answer calls while actively working on complex eligibility cases. The constant interruption of phone calls disrupts focus, increases processing time, and raises the risk of errors that can result in wrongful denials or delays in benefits for our most vulnerable citizens. The current tracking system. Current is a tracking system which micromanages every task SSRs perform. Rather than supporting productivity, this system pressures employees to rush through cases to meet unrealistic performance metrics. Another is our DCAS eligibility system. While training materials for DCAS seem to present eligibility processing as being straightforward with minimal factors, real-time casework is far more complex. SSRs frequently have to manipulate DCAS with workarounds just to get accurate determinations. Instead of improving efficiency, DCAS adds extra steps, delays, and frustration. When the system does not function as intended, SSRs are blamed for errors. We need a system that reflects the realities of our work and does not require employees to find backdoor solutions just to complete basic, basic tasks. Areas that could help improve some of these deficiencies are restoring to caseloads. That would be one of the most effective ways to improve efficiency, accountability, and accuracy. That would basically overall the quality of the eligibility determinations. Another is the ending of retaliation and fear-based management. DHS must address the culture of retaliation and establish protections for employees who raise concerns. This includes fair performance evaluations, protection against punitive transfers, and accountability for management level retaliation. And lastly, implementing the supervisor training on employee support. Supervisors should be trained not just in performance monitoring, but in fostering a workplace culture that supports staff, encourages collaboration, and reduces unnecessary stressors. In conclusion, as public servants, our job is to serve the residents of the District of Columbia with efficiency, integrity, and compassion. But this cannot happen if the very systems and policies in place are actively working against both employees and the residents we serve. I urge the council to please take these considerations seriously and push for much-needed reforms within DHS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Tia Titus?
Good afternoon, Chair Fruman, and council members and constituents. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share my testimony and to address the challenges we face at DHS ESA. Again, I am Tia Titus. It's crucial that we recognize the issues impacting both our staff and residents we serve. I would like to highlight 3 key points that need immediate attention. First, non-adherence to established work rules. It has become evident that directives from management often do not align with the established work rules outlined in the DHS/ESA policy manual. This inconsistency undermines the effectiveness of case management and creates confusion among staff. 2, lack of continuity in eligibility determination. The current application of the DHS/ESA eligibility manual lacks uniformity. Both workers and management must adhere to the established policies for determining eligibility for programs like TANF, SNAP, and Medicaid. Without this consistency, we risk compromising the quality of service provided to our residents. 3, absence of documented work rules. A significant issue is the lack of written documentation for work rules, including those created by management. This absence of clarity appears to violate the stipulation outlined in the master agreement with the union. Clear written guidelines are essential for effective communication and ensure that both management and social service representatives have the same understanding of expectations. Recommendations for improvement. 1, establish clear workflows. Management must take responsibilities for creating effective workflows that reflect assigned duties and expectations. Current practices often lead to shortcuts that compromise the quality of work by deviating from official training guidelines. Management is creating an environment where quantity is prioritized over quality, ultimately affecting our residents. 2, consistency in training programs. It is imperative that SSRs receive uniform training based on standardized information. This consistency will enable better collaboration and case management among staff, ensuring that all members can effectively support one another. 3, implementation of written guidelines. The introduction of official written work rules, not just in the Microsoft Teams chat, will provide both management and SSRs with a clear reference point. This will not only standardize interpretations of eligibility processes, but also enhance the accuracy of case approvals. My final thoughts. Management, when introducing new work rules, should comply with the district personnel manual. Requirements for SMART goals, which is an acronym that means specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-related. In closing, I pose this critical question to management. If you were required to adhere to the current standards and perform your daily duties in the same manner you expect SSRs to establish eligibility without any adjustments to the workflow, would you be able to do so without confusion or errors during an 8-hour work period? Furthermore, could you create a policy that aligns with the SMART goals outlined in the district personnel manual to support all work rules? Thank you for your attention to these critical issues. It's time we address these challenges head-on for the benefit of our staff and the residents we serve. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scott.
Yes, thank you. My name is Roger Scott, and I serve as president of ASME Local 2401, which represents over 2,000 DC employees across 16 district human service agencies, including DHS, where we have about 500 members. I'm also a 20-year employee of the district with a longtime resident of Ward 4. So today you've heard some of the DHS employees talk about their concerns. I'm going to talk about some concerns that I hear about from the employees there. And it has to do with the office culture, bullying, and unfair treatment from supervisors, and the constantly shifting or unclear work rules. So unfortunately, these complaints are not new. The union has been hearing them for years. Now, despite DHS being one of the most critical agencies of DC, these workers often do not receive the respect that they deserve. So starting on a positive note, Local 2401 and DHS have recently reestablished the Labor Management Partnership Committee, or LMPC, to provide employees and management with a structured platform to address ongoing issues. The union is committed to working collaboratively with, on a range of topics, and we are encouraged by the recent reactivation of the LMPC subcommittee on performance. This subcommittee will focus on key concerns, including the current computer system, review of the employee SMART goals and performance evaluations, and ensuring timely career ladder promotions. However, many DHS employees remain skeptical that meaningful change will come from this process. As I've noted earlier, these problems predate my tenure as the president of Local 2401, and past efforts to work with management have repeatedly fallen short of producing lasting solutions. So I want to bring to your attention an email that I received last night after the close of business. DHS appears to have taken note of the employees who signed up to testify today. Some of them did not show up. And in response, they suggested I send them a message. This message was drafted by the DHS General Counsel and included a list of ethical guidelines related to their testimony. The message cited a section from the District Personnel Manual, or DPM, on applicable ethics provisions and warned employees against a few things: engaging in outside employment or activities that interfere with their government duties, using government time or resources for non-official business, leveraging their position for personal gain, or divulging official government information without authorization, none of which are relevant to the testimonies today. Notably, DHS General Counsel underlined the phrases "or other interests" more than once, seemingly to emphasize that these provisions apply to today's testimony. Since when does testifying at a public hearing raise such ethical concerns? So when the agency testifies, they'll likely claim that this was simply an effort to provide information, but in reality, it serves as a prime example of the passive-aggressive intimidation that some employees endure daily. This email was a veiled threat designed to discourage employees from speaking out, an attempt to stifle dissent rather than engage in constructive dialogue. It's clear that management fears what might be said here today, or what may have been said here today. DHS workers have tried time and time again to resolve these issues through internal channels, only to be met with resistance. Now they're turning to the district council for help. The union fully supports their efforts and will continue to encourage them to speak out, despite management's attempts to silence them. To assure continued accountability, I will be submitting quarterly reports to your office on the progress of our LMPC efforts. We are committed to real solutions and hope the council will stand with us in holding DHS accountable for the fair and respectful treatment of its workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to this panel, Ms. Otero. Thank you for all of the work that you do. I mean, it's unfathomable that just the name of your organization, DC Safe, that there are so many people who don't feel that they have a safe place to be. And thank you for your efforts to try to address that. And please do turn to us for how it is that we can be supportive of that. In terms of the union representatives and employees of DHS who've come to testify, we've heard from beneficiaries who have trouble with some of the systems, and we are talking with some of the advocates about troubles with some of the systems, and we'll be talking with the leadership at DHS with challenges with the systems. You heard testimony earlier today about things Massachusetts is doing, and there's other kinds of things that are out there. I think it's going to be important for us to hear directly from you, the people who are at the front lines, who are seeing the customers as they come in and processing the applications and doing the reviews, to get your sense of how that system can be improved. So I very much look forward to getting the kind of quarterly reports. My goal is always to bring people together, because I think people with different perspectives, you can get to the best answers. So that's not a thing that's going to happen tomorrow. We're in the middle of budget and oversight process, but this is the start of my chairmanship in this role, and I look forward to working with you and all of the other stakeholders as we move forward. So thank you again for your testimony. I have come to the end of my list of people who were going to testify in person. But if there is anyone here, before we turn to our virtual witnesses who had come this morning to testify, there's one, but hasn't had the opportunity, I'd like to invite you to come forward. And this is a speak now or forever hold your peace moment. And then with this panel, we're going to move to our virtual witnesses. So why don't we start on the right, and why don't you state your name?
Not my first rodeo. Okay, so first of all, my name is Eric Jonathan Sheptuck. I began advocating for DC's homeless in June 2006, and would be surprised if you hadn't heard of me. But the boss, who's also from New Jersey, put it best when he said, everybody needs a place to rest. Everybody wants to have a home. Oh, don't make no difference what nobody says. Ain't nobody like to be alone. No. But I'm happy to inform you that I got the call in November 2019 from Weldon Adams informing me that my name had come up for housing, with me having signed the list in 2007. He also told me that when my name came up, people in government said they couldn't find me. I'd been advocating since June 2006 and had been in the CCMV shelter since December 2008. So just over 11 years at the time. 18 months later, on El Cinco de Mayo, 2021, I actually got my keys. It had taken that long because I was working and had made a whopping $31,000 in 2019. Fortunately, I did read that right. Yes, fortunately, my work was reduced in 2020 due to me doing event work, much of which had to be canceled because of social distancing mandate. The maximum income in 2020 was $26,500 to get this housing. I made $26,000 that year. It's so close to not getting it. Okay, the decision to deny me the housing based on my 2019 income was relayed to me in July of 2020. Took 8 months to make that decision. I fought it and explained I was on track to make much less money in 2020. The decision was reversed in August 2020, and I got my voucher a couple of months later. Long story short, I moved in on May 5th, 2021. Weldon Adams, the man who called me about the housing, died less than a week before I got my keys. Now, I'm in the midst of a chaotic move whose details I won't belabor here and now. However, I find it interesting that my new voucher is worth $3,845 per month, no complaints there, $46,140 per year, and that I'd need to make at least $138,420 to afford it on my own. But if I clear $30,000 per year working, I'm disqualified from the housing program. Go figure. Okay, that said, I've built up my belongings since being housed, that happens, and have more to lose if the Trump train runs over my voucher and comes crashing through my walls. But no worries. Whereas I took a long hiatus from homeless advocacy between October 2017 and March 2024, the end of COVID-19 funding, with that funding having served as wait, let me see. Okay, I am reading that right. with that funding having served as a catalyst to get homeless people housed, and the more recent return of the Trump train have caused Rambo to come out of the monastery, for those of you who saw the movie, and do his thing again. That said, I'm fully aware of the fact it is the federal government which is the cause of the problem this time around. Let's fight back to back against them. Let's fight them tooth and nail. If the Trump train isn't derailed, then us poor folk will have a change of tune and we'll be saying, When you see me coming, better step aside. A lot of men didn't and a lot of men died. In one hand iron and the other steel. If one don't get you, the other one will. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. If you could state your name and if you could submit your testimony for the record.
Thank you very much for allowing me to come and testify before the committee. I know it's the witching hour before lunch, so I am doubly appreciative. My name is Neeta Misra. I'm a permanently disabled individual. In March 2020, I was hospitalized with COVID and intubated, and I suffered from permanent brain damage. I also suffer from choking, tripping, and other physical disabilities along with the cognitive ones. I receive $960 per month from SSI. I live in Ward 7 in a complex via my DHS caseworker, and let me just say, she has been a manna from heaven. She supported me in ways that went way above and beyond her role. She's counseled me, given me psychosocial support. So I want to acknowledge that and her role in supporting me. We have explored every single avenue for availing housing support. My monthly rent is $1,350. My child, who is a transgender male, and myself are both victims of domestic violence and child trafficking, to be verified by MPD. So I have consistently been told to use the ERAP program to support my housing needs. That now has been closed by the DC government. Following that, I've been advised that I need to enter a homeless shelter to access housing services, despite a letter from several of my doctors saying that doing so would be detrimental to my disability and worsen it. In my current housing, the one I'm trying to hold on to so desperately, my child and I have been viciously attacked and targeted on account of him being transgender and me being disabled. We've had to take out multiple anti-stalking orders. And the reason I bring this up is just to say we're facing headwinds on many fronts. Aside from trying to access housing vouchers, we're facing discrimination and other issues. And that's why it's so important for us to be able to access some kind of stable housing. I'm here to advocate for myself and other people who are disabled, to ask DHS to please create other pathways for us to access housing subsidies other than being put into a homeless shelter. I understand that that is back-end pathway to accessing housing services, but it can be deadly for a person with disabilities to be put into a homeless shelter. So I have already been to the DDS hearings on Monday. I've been to the housing hearing, and I was passed onward. So DDS said, we're going to recommend you go to housing. When I went to housing, the chairperson, Mr. White, said, I'm definitely going to bring this up with DHS, and I'm hoping that this is the last bus stop. And so I want to say, my casework has been amazing, but her supervisor essentially said to me that there was nothing they could do for me. I have knocked on many doors in DC, including Virginia Williams, including agencies that outsource this work, and the answer has always been no. So I'm here today to appeal to you to say, what do I do? Where do I go, and how do I make this happen for myself and my child? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Broad?
Hello, Councilmember Fruman, and let me just start by saying, thanks to you and your team for continued attention today. I know it's been a long day. So my name is Max Broad. I'm the lead of DC Veg Week, a nonprofit focus on plant-based nutrition and the sustainable veg-forward economy in the nation's capital. When the DC Council passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act of 2021, you enshrined a schedule to cut carbon pollution from food, the second largest source of carbon pollution after fossil fuels. The ultimate goal is to cut emissions 25% by 2030. And since the first milestone is this year in FY25, we took a look at how the agencies are progressing. So how does it pertain to Department of Human Services? Well, the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act applies to DC agencies that procure over $10,000 worth of food. DHS is one of 7 agencies subject to this law, according to the Department of Energy and Environment. So I worked with 2 student attorneys from your alma mater, George Washington University, if I'm correct, and their law school and their Access to Justice Clinic. We assessed the progress of the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act by analyzing 2 components. One, to see whether the agency in their contracts with vendors includes language about green food procurement. And secondly, whether the agency has taken steps to reduce the carbon footprint of food. Looking at the contract language that Department of Human Services has, Department of Energy and Environment outlines that agencies should require contracts that provide food procurement data on a quarterly basis, how much, what the food purchasing is and just the spreadsheets on that. And then secondly, a provision to reduce food-related emissions. That's what DOE requires agencies to do. We found Department of Human Services has an incorporation clause that requires the food provider to perform their services according to DC food laws. Yet we find that the contractors may be unclear of expectations based on existing language. The contract could be further refined by explicitly calling attention to the requirements of the Green Food Purchasing Act. DHS incorporates many laws in the contract that contain links to the language of the law stated, and it'd be great to make sense that green food purchasing is explicitly mentioned there, as well as setting goals, timelines, and deliverables. And then secondly, for food system shifts, the next step after the contract language will be to make changes to the food. Small changes can make a big difference. One of the best tools for making food more climate friendly is to eat lower on the food chain. Several agencies have already done this and can be looked to as a resource. Department of Corrections has begun serving plant-rich dishes and collecting feedback from residents. DC Public Schools has done the same, as even carrying out culinary training to teach chefs how to prepare climate-friendly meals. Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services is planning one of the most important interventions, plant-based by default. In this paradigm, the plant-forward meals are served as the default, and the conventional meal is available as a backup, preserving consumer choice while greatly enhancing the rate of climate-friendly meals chosen. We encourage DHS to discuss these strategies with their vendors and set an explicit plan for how the food providers will meet the requirements of the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. I understand the weight of making these changes as agencies deal with a plethora of variables in preparing reliable food for their program participants. And I understand, you're hearing from a lot of urgent concerns today, and climate issues may seem abstract, but this is a DC law, but it's also critical to our city's climate goals. We can make a big impact, and plant-forward nutrition poses to benefit our communities that are suffering from heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. So, Councilmember Fruman, we would appreciate your support to include questions about the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act in your performance oversight of DHS. And then, to any DHS staff listening, we invite you to discuss strategies that will make your work easier. We can share from other institutions making simple shifts that have a big impact on the goals of this legislation. And if helpful, we'd be happy to provide recommendations on your menus that require minimal changes and maximum impact. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of your testimony. We will include questions on that, and there are people here from the agency right now, so heads up that there will be some questions on that subject. I hear you that ERAP has not proven to be the solution for you. It does feel like ERAP's the one tool we have, and when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, but we need other tools. And I don't know that I have the answer for you today, but the kind of situation you're talking about, we need a different kind of tool. And a lot of people are beginning to think about that. What are the other things? Not beginning. Other people have been thinking about it for a bit, and that will be a priority for me to look for alternative things to do. Sir, what you described, I use the term, and I think people use the term benefits cliff, that the idea that you can lose your benefit if your income goes over a certain level. So it creates a disincentive to work and to try to advance in your work. That's another thing that people are looking at, and I think is a very serious problem. I don't know that we have a solution right now, but no one should be in the bind that you describe, where if you're making $25,000, you get this very, very valuable benefit, and if you make 27, you don't. We gotta fix that, so thank you for putting a face on
If you
that.
don't mind me saying so, I mean, what stands out to me as really not making any sense is they'll actually pay, like I say, $46,000 a year in rent for me, but the income that I can make is so far below that. I mean, I would think that the income I'm allowed to make would be at least the amount that they pay for me. You know, that'll be a little bit higher. I mean, DC's minimum wage is $17.50. So if I work 2,000 hours, that's $35,000, which is still less than what they'll pay for my rent.
No, I hear you on that. I think some of it, figuring out what's the best way to address that, I think is a
Long
challenge.
conversation.
But thank you very, very much for raising it and putting a face on it. So I want to thank this panel. We're going to move to our virtual witnesses. Somebody need to get me back on this. So we're going to pause for 5 minutes in order to get set up for our virtual witnesses. For those who are online waiting, just give us a minute to get set up and we'll be back with you. Shall we start? Welcome back, welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. We are now going to turn to our virtual witnesses. For our virtual participants, I'd like to provide some guidelines about using the Zoom platform. All witnesses participating in this webinar are currently listed as attendees in Zoom. This means your microphones are muted and your cameras are turned off. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will make you a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, you will need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Please remain muted until it is your turn to testify. When it is your turn to testify, please unmute yourself. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to the host, which is labeled as Committee on Human Services, and they will follow up with you. I do want to give a warning that I have something that I need to attend from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And so we will recess between 3 and 4 o'clock and then pick back up and go through the balance of the witnesses who had yet to testify. If there are witnesses who it's not possible for you to testify after 4 p.m., please alert our staff and we will try to accommodate you, or not in the window before we recess at 3. But otherwise, we will press on with our list and start with Taylor Bush from the Georgetown Ministry.
Hi, first off, I wanted to say thank you to Chairperson Freeman and the Human Service Committee for allowing me the space to share my testimony. My name is Taylor Bush. I'm an Outreach and Advocacy Manager at Georgetown Ministry Center. We run a drop-in center and outreach program for people experiencing homelessness in the district. As an organization, we are honored to have built trust with the people we serve, which is chronic homeless population in the district. And we're deeply committed to helping individuals find lasting solutions to end their homelessness with dignity and respect. Today, I urge you to fund more permanent supportive housing vouchers, and I'll share my perspective as someone who works every day with DC residents experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, the past fiscal year, DC only allocated funding for 148 permanent supportive housing vouchers, which doesn't nearly address the need. On average, we serve 83 guests per day and 187 unique guests in a week. And we are just one of many facilities in the city serving the unhoused community. At GMC, I'm the point person for individuals seeking help with housing. And the unfortunate reality is that there's just not nearly enough resources to help everyone or even most. As someone who's just beginning their career, I've been able to learn the different complex processes and how to navigate the system. It is not made easy for residents. You have to either have someone in your corner looking out for you or be your own advocate in order to receive help. So often individuals who are either sleeping outside in harsh conditions or shelters, which is not much better, come into our drop-in center looking for help. After a rapport is built and established, I'm able to conduct what is called a VI SPDAT, or the housing case assessment. Following that assessment, the results typically are either rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing. However, all I can really do is tell them they have to wait. There are no options besides waiting until they are homeless longer or become more medically vulnerable than the next person on the list. Housing is healthcare. In our drop-in center, we have many guests who, before my eyes, get worse and worse every day. Imagine, in the dead of summer, you have cancer and you're living in a tent. This was a reality for one of our guests. We never were able to get him into permanent housing before it was too late. Due to the co-occurring mental and physical health conditions, he was kicked out of several shelter programs, including a medical respite program. This is just one story of many individuals experiencing homelessness, and the solution is simple. Fund safe and supportive housing for individuals. Fund housing providers who have a clear track record of getting people into housing quickly, and provide support they need to stabilize and be successful in housing. This gives individuals a chance to rebuild their lives. Housing gives people the opportunity to feel safe again and take charge of their health and live a fulfilling life of their choosing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Haley Hoff?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Haley Hoff, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Legal Aid DC. As my colleague Molly flagged, we're asking to split our allotted time, and I hope to testify for 4 minutes. DHS administers vital benefit programs that help district residents meet their basic needs, and my testimony today will focus on areas we think DHS should prioritize to improve services. As a result of flaws in DHS's practices and procedures, legal aid represents countless clients who face unlawful reductions and terminations, as well as other serious impediments in accessing their benefits. I'd like to briefly discuss the trends that we've seen this last year. First, DHS frequently sends inadequate and confusing notices. DHS is required to issue sufficient notices before taking adverse actions regarding people's benefits. Unfortunately, legal aid clients often have their SNAP, TANF, and medical insurance terminated or reduced without DHS providing any notice at all, in violation of both district and federal regulations. Notices often lack information to explain the basis for DHS's decisions or to explain what DHS is asking the recipient to provide. Many of these erroneous notices are generated by DHS's computer system, referred to as DCAS. These errors create confusion and can result in DHS unlawfully reducing or terminating benefits. While DCAS is a common culprit for these errors, DHS also has persistent issues with failing to timely process updates to district residents' case files. In many of legal aid's cases, DHS provides notice to a resident that they must recertify by a certain deadline. The family then recertifies, but DHS then fails to process the paperwork and terminates the family's benefits anyways. DHS also often fails to update case information when a resident submits a change of circumstance, such as address, income, or household size. A particularly concerning trend is clients having their benefits terminated after adding a newborn to their household. For example, one legal aid client had her SNAP and TANF benefits erroneously terminated immediately after the birth of her baby. Even though our client promptly alerted DHS to the error, DHS took no action to correct their mistake or reinstate her benefits. Despite facing complications from a difficult birth, our client was forced to run around the city to visit food and diaper banks to care for her newborn baby. And it was only after legal aid got involved and filed an emergency fair hearing request on her behalf that DHS restored her benefits. Even when these errors are corrected, sometimes months later, the impacted recipients and their families cannot be made whole. By that time, it's too late to buy food for nights that families already went hungry or avoid late rent fees that they were forced to accrue during these lapse of benefits. The harm to district residents is often beyond repair. Despite DHS making efforts to expand benefits and service delivery options, issues such as processing delays, technology errors, and an inability for district residents to communicate with DHS staff continues to impede people's ability to access and maintain their critical safety net benefits. The committee must continue to exercise ongoing oversight and ensure that the agency is accountable for the resources it's been allocated. I've provided more detail for the issues I've discussed today, as well as detailed recommendations for improvement in my written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I look forward to working with the committee and DHS following today's hearing to achieve these goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We've heard a fair amount of testimony about that, including from employees at DHS, and that is an area that we certainly intend to focus on. Zach Mason?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zach Mason, and I'm the Medical Legal Partnership Staff Attorney at Bread for the City, where we provide low-income DC residents with legal assistance for public benefits matters. Today, I will testify about how DHS's inefficient management of its public benefits programs delays case resolution and overburdens the Office of Administrative Hearings. In turn, I urge the Council to hold DHS accountable for maximizing its operational efficiency and provide the increased funding that will enable DHS to do so. Since we last testified for this council, Bread has noticed an improvement in how DHS resolves problems for public benefits recipients. Notably, we've experienced more transparency from DHS caseworkers, which enables us to troubleshoot clients' concerns collaboratively. DHS's team of data analysts has also been particularly adept at quickly resolving both client-specific and system-wide technical issues with District Direct. And DHS has stepped up to support benefits recipients when the federal government does not, committing their own budget to replacing electronically stolen food stamps. Despite these improvements, however, DHS remains at times a frustratingly inefficient agency. For the past few months, Bread for the City has aggregated most of our non-urgent case inquiries, submitting them to DHS via an escalation spreadsheet each Friday. DHS has agreed to respond to these queries by Wednesday of the following week. Now, while we appreciate DHS's willingness to try new ways to efficiently handle our concerns, we've experienced inconsistencies in DHS's responses to our spreadsheets that have frustrated this process. Because the spreadsheet is not live in the sense that DHS and Bread for the City cannot edit it in tandem, we need to wait until DHS has fully responded to all of our inquiries before we can do any follow-up or submit new concerns. Unfortunately, DHS frequently fails to abide by the weekly response schedule upon which they initially insisted, which just further delays case resolution. Clients have also shared experiences with social services representatives, or SSRs, that suggest frontline DHS staff have received insufficient training and policy education. Simple questions about the status of submitted applications are met with vague assurances and unfulfilled promises that someone will reach out soon. Meanwhile, posing the exact same question to different SSRs often yields contradictory responses, which just confuses benefits recipients on how to even proceed with their cases. When DHS does not provide timely responses to our spreadsheets or frontline staff are ill-equipped to resolve straightforward case questions, both advocates and recipients must then resort to filing fair hearing requests at OAH for matters that may not actually be contested. OAH is then tasked with bearing the weight of DHS's inefficiency. But because OAH is so backlogged with scheduling hearings, our clients are then left waiting for months. Sorry, a client was calling me, are then left waiting for months to get their benefits issues resolved. To make matters worse, DHS policy analysts are frequently unprepared at hearings, or they have failed to communicate with the Administrative Review Conference's hearing examiner in advance, resulting in avoidable continuances and further delays. This dynamic where OAH must do the work that DHS can more readily perform is just not sustainable. Ultimately, DHS can't constructively address our concerns without more resources. For instance, additional funding would encourage DHS to invest in state-of-the-art data sharing platforms that allow Bread and caseworkers to contemporaneously edit live escalation sheets while reliably protecting clients' confidential information. DHS could also use an enhanced budget to expand its roster of caseworkers, policy analysts, and SSRs. Having more caseworkers reduces the number of inquiries for which each must be responsible, which cuts the time it currently takes to receive meaningful responses from DHS. The likelihood of a policy analyst appearing at the first hearing date well-prepared and unlikely to request a continuance only increases when there is a larger pool from which to pull. And with increased funding, DHS could afford to both hire new SSRs and retain supervisory SSRs, who then have the time to better educate their colleagues in ESA policy and internal case handling processes. As a result, DHS would drastically improve its success rate in resolving issues at the first point of contact. In turn, benefits recipients would feel less compelled to retain legal assistance that will necessarily drain caseworker and policy analyst resources. Realistically, if DHS does not have the means to hire and properly train additional staff, our complaints will only be met with increasingly unsatisfactory responses, fueling a mutually contentious relationship between advocates and DHS. In turn, OAH will continue to be stretched beyond its limits, acting as an administrative band-aid for the woes of an inefficient system. Respectfully, then, we implore the Council to demand greater efficiency from DHS and to prioritize enhancing their financial ability to meet this demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have had 5 people who have conveyed that it's critical that they testify before 4 o'clock. 3 are from the same organization, so I'm really going to encourage them to streamline their testimony to avoid repetition because there are other folks waiting. But I'm going to turn to those people next and then pick up back on our list. Swapna Yaluri from Legal Counsel for the Elderly.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Swapna Yuluri, and I'm a senior attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Economic and Healthcare Security Practice. This year, LCE celebrates our 50th year serving the DC community. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of LCE regarding the Department of Human Services. My testimony will focus on LCE's interactions with DHS as we assist clients in navigating the application and appeals process for SNAP, Medicaid, and Medicaid elderly and persons with physical disabilities waiver. In the fiscal year 2024, we helped 166 clients with these issues, securing $229,000 in benefits. At LCE, we frequently represent clients in disputes over benefits eligibility and denials. Our advocacy occurs both through informal channels with DHS and through formal appeal processes before the Office of Administrative Hearings. We assist clients with initial applications and renewals to ensure that they meet eligibility requirements and receive the correct benefit amounts. However, errors in benefit processings remain common. For example, a client's income may be double counted, a rental payment obligation may be overlooked, or benefits may be improperly terminated due to recertification issues with an unrelated program. My colleague Emily Ford will provide further testimony regarding insight into how these errors have significant direct impacts on our clients. These errors can have serious consequences, such as misclassifying earned income as earned income or failing to account for rental payments, both of which affect benefit calculations. When these situations arise, we work with DHS to correct the mistakes and ensure clients receive the benefits that they're entitled to as quickly as possible. Currently, we're attempting to resolve these issues informally by contacting DHS management via email and phone calls. While this has been helpful for securing quick resolutions, it's not a solution available to all claimants, particularly those without legal representation. For individuals navigating the system on their own, issues often remain unresolved or take significant time to reach someone who can address them. DHS must provide its informal resolution process to allow for more efficient problem solving without requiring formal appeals, which consume unnecessary time and resources. And I'm going to skip over just the fair hearing process and our utilization of OH since you've just recently heard that in the previous testimony. We do appreciate DHS's collaboration with the DC DHS Advocates Group to identify systemic barriers and implement targeted improvements. In particular, we commend DHS for waiving interviews for SNAP renewal applicants who are older beneficiaries and for keeping advocates informed about service delivery and benefits access updates. However, continued progress is needed to ensure timely and effective resolutions for all claimants, including those without representation. Additionally, I just wanted to note that ERAP underwent significant changes between fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. Not only was the funding reduced, but emergency legislation also restricted its effectiveness, and DHS altered their application process. These changes have had a substantial impact on the community. In fiscal year 24, LCE assisted 121 seniors in assessing emergency rental assistance. This support included gathering necessary information, submitting applications, and following up until the applications were processed. As a result, these seniors received over $300,000 in assistance. However, in fiscal year 25, the number of seniors we were able to assist dropped dramatically to just 12, and we're still waiting to see how many of these will ultimately be approved. My colleague Sunny Desai will provide further insight into how these changes have affected our clients and the recommendations we have for improvement. We will provide more specific policy recommendations in our written testimony. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the division of labor. I do note that we don't have your testimony, so I'll look forward to getting it. I think, Ms. Hoff, I don't believe we have your written testimony yet also, so if you could submit it. We'll turn now to Sunny Desai.
Thank you, Chairperson Fruman, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I am the manager of legal counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. My testimony today focuses on ERAP. As my colleague mentioned, the program has changed for the worse. This is a direct result of the lack of funding and a first-come, first-serve approach that has left hundreds of seniors fending for themselves. Rent in DC continues to skyrocket. One study shows that the median rent in DC is amongst the highest in the nation, just north of $2,300 per month. At the same time, DC needs another 30,000 affordable housing units to meet the demand. In this environment, it becomes vital for a senior on fixed income to maintain their current affordable housing. But under the current system, they're just one emergency away from being evicted. The demand for ERAP is staggeringly high. In FY25, the portal was open for just about half a day before it closed. If you had an emergency 2 months into the fiscal year, you would have to wait another 10 months until the portal reopens again to apply. There must be a better way. More funding will certainly help, and the council should do everything in their power to shore up this program. However, the department also needs to make the following administrative changes. Number one, keep the portal open year-round, regardless of the funding level. And this is not a novel solution. They managed to do it in FY24. Number two, lower the barrier to entry. It shouldn't be easier to buy Taylor Swift tickets than it is to access ERAP. Number three, publish regulations. The emergency ERAP legislation was implemented opaquely, and residents received different directions from different processors. Number four, distribute the funds more equitably. Almost half of all the clients we serve live in wards 7 and 8, and as such, it only makes sense that half the rental assistance funds be dedicated to these wards. Let me conclude by highlighting the stories of two of our clients. Ms. S, a 68-year-old from Ward 8, contacted us in Q4 of FY24. She fell behind on rent because of housing conditions causing her out-of-pocket expenses. We helped her apply for ERAP, completed an expedited settlement agreement the last day of the deadline, and that included forgiveness of half of her rental arrears and a payment plan for the remaining arrears. Compare that to the story of Ms. W, a 64-year-old from Ward 8. She contacted us in Q1 of FY25. She fell behind on rent after the landlord refused to fix her heat during the winter, and she had to spend money on a heater. We also attempted to assist her in applying for ERAP, but she was 1 day late in providing us the needed documents, and because of that, she was out of luck. There must be a better way. I hope this committee presses the agency on how they intend to do better going forward so that the program is more equitable and fairer. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Emily Ford.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Emily Ford. I'm a staff attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Economic and Healthcare Security Practice. For over 50 years, Legal Counsel for the Elderly has defended, protected, and empowered the District of Columbia's vulnerable older adults. I'm here to support my colleagues' testimony by sharing specific examples of the barriers that I've seen our aging DC residents face while trying to access or maintain their Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, Medicaid, and Medicaid's elderly and persons with physical disabilities, EBD waiver benefits. LCE testified in 2024 about improper, confusing, and duplicative notices from DHS that resulted in interruption to benefits. This testimony again revisits those issues. The DHS online portal, District Direct, continues to send beneficiaries notices with the misinformation about benefit amounts, as well as numerous notices with conflicting information about deadlines, required forms and evidence, and benefit approval or denials. And if seniors are even able to understand the notices, even small errors in processing these documents can have disastrous consequences. Because of these notices and subsequent errors, beneficiaries sometimes go months without access to necessary services. The chronic issues with DHS put district seniors at risk, and the district deserves better. For example, a 77-year-old amputee came to LCE because she did not understand why her SNAP benefits had been reduced by over $150 per month. In a dizzying series of communications, DHS sent 5 contradictory notices, all dated on the same day. One notice required verifications for an unknown benefit, while others requested proof of her rent without elaborating how to submit that proof. And another stated that she was approved and no other information was needed. Because of the incorrect information from DHS, she misunderstood that she needed to submit proof of her rent to continue receiving the same SNAP benefit. It took 8 months, an attorney, and unnecessary stress and anxiety for the senior to finally rectify the situation. Many of our elderly clients, just like the woman whose story I just shared, depend primarily on SNAP benefits to purchase groceries to sustain themselves throughout the month. Any interruption to those benefits has far-reaching consequences that profoundly impact the client's daily life and well-being. Not only did my 77-year-old client go without benefits she needed to pay for food, but she had to spend her limited funds to travel to caseworkers, lawyers, and DHS to try to remedy the issue. Further, DHS-related interruptions to Medicaid and EPD waiver program recipients have lasting and dangerous consequences. Our elderly clients rely on Medicaid to access necessary and sometimes life-saving health care, and they rely on the EPD waiver program to receive the home health care that they need to stay safely in their communities. The Medicaid and EPD waiver programs have been plagued with the same notice issues, resulting in unstable benefits and health care for our clients. Even a slight delay in benefits can have dire repercussions. For instance, an LCE client with end-stage renal disease was
Gordon, I'm going to
unable
have to ask you I hope you can wrap up soon because we have a lot of people waiting and we moved you up. So thank you.
Yes. Yes, of course. We had a client with end-stage renal disease who was unable to access their Medicaid due to a recertification coding error, which potentially caused him to miss his weekly dialysis treatment. These are just a couple examples of how notice issues have implicated our clients, and LCE urges this committee to further investigate the consequences of improper and confusing notices to beneficiaries so that DC residents who rely on SNAP, Medicaid, and EPD waiver can access and retain these crucial benefits without disruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and sorry for rushing you along. Neala Burns.
Hi, yes. My name is Neela Burns. Honorable members of the City Council of the District of Columbia Committee on Human Services, I thank you guys for the, I'm sorry, my screen is dark, but I thank you guys for the opportunity to present my testimony regarding my experience with the benefits program of the Department of Human Services. My name is Neela Burns. I'm a DC native and a proud resident of Ward 8. Along with my oral presentation, I will be submitting a more thorough catalog of concerns. First, I must express my gratitude for the assistance that SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid does provide for me and my family. As a single mother with a limited support network, it has been difficult to maintain employment that is compatible with the needs of my children. Without these programs, my children and I would not have any sense of food, housing, security, and healthcare needs would not be met. However, accessing these programs is not without its challenges. Communication by DHS can be confusing. Letters say one thing and staff in the call center or service centers say something else. For example, a letter may state that A letter may state that a certain benefit amount has been approved, but at a different amount, when I check my app, it says something different, or it's been posted, it's a different number. Letters say one thing, even with the Medicaid, it'll say it's approved, but when I go to the pharmacy or the doctor or the hospital, it'll say it's not. And then I have to go through a lot of problems with getting the help. And then I say, if I contact the call center regarding a problem, hoping that it can be resolved, all that happens is the issues is reported and they give me a ticket, like a ticket number. There is no way to speak to a caseworker who can resolve issues over the phone. Call center agents say someone will call me back, but that does not happen. If I contact the call center for help with the online system, I am told a request will be sent to technical support when I'm having issues with the app. It can take a long time for technical support to correct the problems, or they might not be able to fix it at all. This causes delays in submitting required paperwork and could cause interruptions of my benefits. If I visit a service center, I may not be allowed to speak with a caseworker to resolve problems or get clear understanding. Fort Davis Center has just opened back up, and I have been able to visit people face to face within the past year. It would be helpful if there were late operations. Sometimes, no matter how hard I try, I have not been able to get problems solved or errors corrected by myself. Fortunately, I learned to seek legal help from the Georgetown Health Justice Alliance Perinatal Law Project when I was pregnant with my youngest son. The legal team at the prenatal law has intervened and been an advocate to get that positive results and at a timely manner. Not everyone encounters roadblocks with DHS know to reach out for legal help. It should not be necessary for anyone to resort to a lawyer to resolve problems or correct errors. DHS probably does a good job most of the time providing the benefits many people need to survive. But when there are problems or mistakes, it can take a very long time to get anyone's attention to resolve or correct them. When this happens, people may not be able to get the health care they need, buy food, or meet their essential financial obligations. And once again, I want to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to present my concerns.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Lucia Hinant.
Hello, hi everybody. Good day, council members and esteemed attendees. My name is Lucia Hennon, and I'm here today not to just testify, but to expose the discriminatory, negligent, and hostile treatment I have endured as an employee at the Department of Human Services. My experience is not an isolated case. It is a reflection of the systemic failures deeply embedded within DHS. This agency has fostered an environment of fear, retaliation, and abuse, failing both employees and the vulnerable communities we are supposed to serve. The harsh reality, betrayal, retaliation, and neglect. I came to DHS with passion and experience to serve, but instead I was met with cruelty, humiliation, and blatant retaliation. Leadership has not only failed me, but has made my life unbearable, pushing me into financial and emotional ruin. Rather than support employees dealing with hardships, DHS weaponizes its power against us, using bureaucracy to silence and break those who dare to stand up. Here's the timeline of my events. March 2nd, 2024, my 27-year-old son, Joshua, died due to medical negligence, and they spreaded rumors that he was shot, and that is not true. The pain of losing my child is indescribable. As I grieved, I was left with crushing funeral expenses, medical bills, and the unbearable weight of losing a piece of my soul. June 17, 2024, I started at DHS in cohort 15, eager to contribute to the community. It did not take long to see that DHS is not about service. It is about control, fear, and mistreatment. In July 2024, DHS was fined $4.4 million by the Food and Nutrition Services due to high errors rates and poor performance. That's when I found out. Why? Because of leadership incompetence, lack of proper training, and disregard for employees who genuinely want to do the job right. In August through September, of 2024, my personal safety and dignity were violated in the most disturbing ways. An employee took illegal photo of me at work and sent them to a stranger, making inappropriate comments about my appearance, and another coworker shared it with me and sent me the picture. After another employee stalked me on social media, mocked me in training, disregarded my documented disability, attempted to bully me and isolate me and manipulate others into believing I was a problem when all I wanted was fairness and professionalism. Tonae Drakeford was the employee. September 2024, I was forced to take these two employees, Portia Baxter and Tonae, to civil court due to their violations of my privacy and safety. Even after filing complaints, DHS leadership showed no urgency investigating or holding them accountable. In October to present, the hostile work environment and relentless retaliation took a severe toll on my mental health and my physical health. Instead of accommodating my needs, DHS placed me on AWOL as punishment, further stripping me of my livelihood. And they did not meet all the accommodations that I requested. It put me in training with something while I was training in front of everybody with my documented disability. They still had me in an open audience training when I should have had a private setting. DHS core values are a lie. DHS claims to stand for compassion, integrity, and accountability. Let me be clear, this agency does not practice what it preaches. Retaliation is rampant, concerns are ignored, and toxic favoritism. Power is abused, and those who challenge the status quo are labeled as problems rather than protected. I have applied to the Brave team, which I got on that team and hoping to contribute to positive change. But the system is designed to keep people like me, the one who fights for justice, out. The only individuals who showed me fairness and support was Joyce Speaks, Damien Graham, Byron Mackey, Kelly Simmons, Marvin Newman, and a few others. Everyone else is indifferent, cold, and callous. Ignore solutions and recommendations for reform. I am not here just to complain. I have actively proposed solutions to fix DHS toxic culture and failed leadership, but DHS refuses to listen. I suggest bringing in Sustained Learning Solutions, LLC, consulting firm specializing in emotional intelligence training.
Ms. Hanafi, we need for you to wrap
it up. Okay. So I submitted my document on the website so that you guys will have it. But I'm asking that someone do something because I came to the meeting before asking for help and I reached out to Anita Barnes and they never responded. So nothing's been done on no level.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm very, very sorry to hear about your experience. And we will look at your full testimony. Just to take stock of where we're at, next up will be Sophia Phillip, and then Pamela Pratt, India Highsmith, and Deborah Shore. And with that, we will stop and then come back at 4 o'clock, picking back up with Lori Leibowitz, Will Doyle, Kelly McSweeney, and then further down the list. So Debbie Shore will be the last one before 3. And if it takes us a little past 3, that's okay. And then we'll pick it up again at 4 with Lori Leibowitz, Will Doyle, Kelly McSweeney. Ms. Phillip?
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity today to address the council. My name is Sophia Phillip, and I am a supervising social worker with Rising for Justice, testifying in regard to Department of Human Services and specifically about the accessibility and program requirements of Virginia Williams Services. As mentioned, I am a supervising social worker within the social work program at Rising for Justice. Rising for Justice is a nonprofit organization that provides free legal and social work services to low-income residents of Washington, D.C., who are facing legal challenges in housing, record sealing, and expungement of criminal records, and alleged domestic violence. According to our data from our tenant justice program, most of our clients come from wards 8, 7, and 5, and the majority of our clients served are Black or African-American women. Our social work program partners with clients and their attorneys to assess clients for potential benefits, determine what services in the community may help, and support clients through the stressful process of their legal case. Many of the clients we work with are in urgent need of emergency housing resources as they face an imminent eviction or have already been put out of their homes. For our clients with families, Virginia Williams is the first place that we recommend for these families to go to get connected to much needed emergency housing services. However, the lack of clarity around eligibility and of the services provided through Virginia Williams can make a stressful situation even more distressing for clients. At times, we've heard that a writ of eviction is required to access services, while other times we have heard that one must be currently experiencing homelessness to access services offered through Virginia Williams. Clear, accessible information is essential to ensure that the clients we work with can receive the immediate help that they need without having to experience unnecessary confusion, which can further exacerbate an already dire situation. We need clear information on the Virginia Williams website about their eligibility requirements, along with better phone accessibility. Detailed explanations of the homelessness diversion program are essential, and these improvements will help us provide accurate, up-to-date information to our clients, ensuring that they receive the right services at the right times. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Pamela Pratt.
Hello, good afternoon, Councilman. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pamela Pratt, and I'm a Educare DC Parent Ambassador. And I'm here today to share my experience as a mother who has relied on WIC program for support. I'm grateful for the help I've received, but I also want to speak about the challenges I've faced, particularly around recertification process, long wait times, and the lack of communication. During COVID, there were some adjustments made that made things easier, like being able to complete certifications without having to bring my baby into the office. This was a huge help, and it saved me time and was more convenient, especially since I didn't have to disrupt my child's schedule and bring him to an appointment. Unfortunately, since the pandemic, that flexibility has been taken away, and now I'm required to bring my child to recertification appointments, even if it's not necessary. This has become an added burden, especially as a working mom with limited childcare options. The issue doesn't stop there. Even at each time I go for recertification, I've experienced long wait times, both on the phone and in person. I've spent hours trying to get through to someone on the phone, only to be put on hold for what feels like forever. And even when I do get through, I'm often transferred multiple times, which wastes time, even more of my time. When I go in person, I face the same delays. The staff is often overwhelmed, and I feel like I'm not receiving the level of attention and service I need to complete my recertification smoothly. In addition to the long wait times, communication has been a consistent problem. There's been times when I've been given conflicting information, and I've had to follow up multiple times to clarify what's needed for my certification. It's hard to plan to stay on top of everything when the system is so unclear and disorganized. The lack of clear, timely communication only adds stress to an already challenging process. As a mom, I want what's best for my child, and I rely on the WIC program to help me make sure my baby has the nutrition she needs. But the time-consuming process of recertification, combined with long wait times and poor communication, makes it harder for my family and families like mine to get the support we need. We need a system that is more efficient with better communication and more flexibility for parents, especially those who are juggling childcare, work, and everyday life. I ask you to consider these challenges as you review the performance of DHS and the WIC program. We deserve better, and it's crucial that changes are made to improve the experience of the families who depend on this program. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. India Highsmith.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, council member. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share my experience with the Department of Human Services, and more specifically, the District Direct system. My name is India Highsmith, and I am an Educare DC Parent Ambassador. I want to begin by saying that I know the Department of Human Services is working to provide essential services for the residents of the District of Columbia. However, my experiences with the District Direct and overall DHS system has been deeply frustrating, and I feel compelled to share my story and the hope that things can improve for all of us who rely on these services. One of my primary issues I've encountered is with the District Direct website and the app. The system is supposed to make it easier for residents to apply for services and track the progress of their applications, but unfortunately, in reality, it is far from that. The website is often difficult to navigate, and the app frequently crashes or freezes. When it does work, it provides very little useful information about the status of the applications. It's frustrating to submit all of the required documents only to have no idea where I stand in the process. For example, there are no notifications or updates to let the applicant know what stage their application is at. We are left in the dark for weeks, wondering whether our materials have been reviewed or if additional steps are needed. There is no clear timeline, and when you finally do get an answer, it is often delayed. These issues only compound the already significant delay in the system. The wait times for DHS to review application materials are still very long, far too long. And once again, the app provides no update to help us manage our expectations or information or to inform us on the next steps. When I've needed to contact technical support or get assistance with the system, I've encountered long wait times just to reach a representative. The wait time is often at least 30 minutes, sometimes much longer, which is not feasible for anyone who is trying to get the assistance they need. When I do finally get through to someone, it is not uncommon to be treated in a rude, disrespectful, or unprofessional manner. I've had multiple encounters where customer service representatives have been outright nasty and unhelpful. This lack of professionalism only adds to the stress and the frustration of trying to get the help we need. The inability to get updates and the long wait times, the technical glitches with the app and the website, and the poor treatment from customer service all combine to create a system that is not only ineffective, but also unresponsive to the needs of the people it is meant to serve. At a time when so many people rely on these services, particularly for support with food, housing, and healthcare, it's incredibly disheartening to feel ignored, unsupported by a system that is supposed to help. I'm sharing these concerns with you here today because I believe it is critical for the Department of Human Services to address these issues so that all the residents in the District of Columbia can access the services they need in a timely, respectful, efficient manner. We need better communication, better technical support, and most importantly, a system that treats people with dignity. Thank you for your time and your attention. I hope this testimony can help bring about the change that is needed to improve the experience for all of us.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Deborah Shore. And with Ms. Shore's testimony, that will be the conclusion of this panel, and we will pick up again at 4 o'clock again, starting with Lori Leibowitz, Will Doyle, Kelly Sweeney, and the witnesses after that. Thank you very much. Ms. Shore, you can proceed. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. Good afternoon to you. I am the founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce, a youth and family services agency who has for over 50 years served youth who are homeless and in trouble in the city through outreach, shelter, transitional living programs, family services, and community-based supports. I'm not going to go into the detail of what we do and how effective it is, because I think it is a really important time for us to focus on what our asks are. With this year's heightened concerns about funding and the direction that the federal government is taking, I want to share some of my biggest asks. But I first want to say that I think it's important to just note that at this last point in time count, single youth 18 to 24 and families with parents who are 18 to 24 had the largest increase in homelessness. Additionally, our city received happily Youth Homeless Demonstration Award money about 3 years ago of about $3 million that was supposed to be maintained by HUD. And I'm bringing this up because part of my really strong request is that there be some major focus on making sure that the youth homelessness system does not crater with the changes in the budgets. That is really potential. And so I have a particular request. With this larger context, I am again asking for you to support a youth plan to end youth homelessness. I believe that the young people we serve are not at the same life stage as adults, and I think everybody recognizes that. But they really do need the grace of a system which supports them while they grow into full adulthood. In 2016, when Jim Graham was chair of this, required a special youth plan for ending youth homelessness, and also youth count, which allowed couch surfing to be considered truly homeless. This plan, called Solid Foundations, was essential to creating the impetus for the development of the much more robust youth homelessness service system that we have today. And I feel like without it, I don't know that we can count on seeing us into the future as we face these consequential changes. The other major issue that I am asking you to prioritize is to assure that the Nonprofit Fairness Compensation Act is fully implemented in this year, because I think the other major issue will be the challenges that all nonprofits are going to face. There was supposed to be a study, and I think that you know all of this, and I know that some others of us that are on the steering committee have testified about this today, Betty Gentle in particular. But I am asking that there be consideration for the establishment of a fund that nonprofits can come to request additional assistance for their overhead needs. I just want to point out that profit-making corporations, as I understand it, who do business with the city, get to apply overhead rates without question. And of course, the government allows enough in any of their budgets to cover all of these costs. So in closing, we know from research that anyone who enters onto the street as a homeless person, the longer they are there, the longer they will be there, which is why I have always argued for the importance of adding the youth homelessness system as a tremendous and important bulwark against future chronicity. That has not been what's been true for in a lot of cases. But I know that everyone before you today is deeply worried about what this downturn means, and I know you are going to have to look carefully at how to protect the most vulnerable in our city, without whom real harm will be done. Please help to continue to be there for young people who are homeless. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Debbie. You didn't go into all of the things that you do. I am familiar with them. I was able to tour your various sites with you. Thank you so much for all of the work that you've done over the years of Sasha Bruce being in place. Let's follow up on the idea of a plan or a revisiting and refreshing of a plan for how to address youth homelessness. We had a number of people earlier testified to that. I'm not familiar with the older plan, I'm not familiar with how it might be updated, but let's follow up together on that. The idea of a fund, it's interesting because landlords were in trouble because of rent delinquencies, and we use the Housing Production Trust Fund dollars to support them. And so nonprofits that are on the front line may have challenges because of overhead costs. Should we be thinking about something similar, something to support? That's an interesting idea that I had not heard. I'm familiar with the Nonprofit Fairness Act, but the idea of a fund is new to me, and let's talk more about that. To many of the witnesses on this panel, there have been a lot of discussion about the challenges to the systems and things breaking down. Maybe it's the person on the phone or across the desk. Maybe it's the computer. Maybe it's the app. Maybe it's the DC CAS system. And all of these things are things that we're going to need to focus on. I think one theme that's a theme that came across with many of the witnesses, and sitting together with different stakeholders with different perspectives, including inside of the agency, to think about what kinds of things we can do to make the machinery work better than it has. I think there has also been an acknowledgement that there has been some improvement, but there's always room for more improvement. So I want to thank all of the witnesses who've testified. We're going to take a break until 4 o'clock and again pick up on the list with Lori Leibowitz, Will Doyle, Kelly Sweeney. Thank you all. And for now, this hearing is recessed until 4 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everyone. We will start up again. We've had a couple of people reach out that they need to go soon, and so we're going to actually start with them and then pick up on our list. So I think first up is Meg McGuire. What's that? Meg, could you accept the promotion? We should. All right, Meg, when you're ready to go, if you can come off mute and turn on your camera. Okay, while Meg sorts it out, Michaela Deming.
Hello?
I can hear you, I can't see you. Oh, now we have Meg McGuire. So Meg, if you want to turn on your camera.
Yes. Where is the camera on this one? I only got an audio button. Okay. Well, I don't know whether the problem's at my end or your end, but I cannot find a proper button to turn on the camera. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so why don't you go ahead with your testimony then, Meg? There you go.
Okay. Terrific. Let me get the. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Meg McGuire, testifying about a regrettable experience with the Department of Human Services as I have tried to help my brother-in-law get Medicaid benefits. Last summer, we spent about 5 hours at the DHS office on Taylor Street with the intention of filing an application for Medicaid. We knew he qualified since his total income is only $13,000 a year, all of it from Social Security. So it seemed like a no-brainer to go in person and fill out the application. We were greeted by a pleasant staff person, given a number, and told to sit in the waiting room. In addition to the DHS staff behind the counter and at a collection table, there were at least 3 security guards who were presumably there to keep order. Bridget Smith, a helpful representative from United Healthcare, sat at a separate table providing information about her company's services and offered to laminate our Social Security cards. The waiting room was filled with parents attempting to keep their kids entertained, and there were many older residents as well. We had a few questions about the form, and we asked to see a social worker, but we could not get an answer from anyone about how long that would be, and we were told to just take a seat and wait. After a few hours, most of us were still waiting, without information. A delivery person entered the staff area with what appeared to be lunches. Fine, everyone needs to eat. But for an hour, no one came or went from that door. What was going on? Because I had to meet with my husband's critical care doctor in the afternoon, I asked the staff again, how long before we can see a social worker? How many people are ahead of us? The answer, we are not allowed to provide that information. At this point, our press runs security cards about the urgency of our situation. Bless her. While she said it was not proper protocol for her to do so, she entered the staff area and came back with an answer. We were number 6 in line to meet with a social worker, but there was no estimate of the time we could get in. At that point, I had to leave to meet my husband's doctor, and so, feeling frustrated and angry, we departed. But think about all of those other people sitting there, the parents and fidgety kids, the elderly, waiting. Subsequently, I filed the application by mail and provided forms giving me the right to act in my brother-in-law's behalf. In a letter to DHS, I requested a phone conversation to better understand some of the requirements. I did receive a call after several weeks, but told the young woman that I would have to call her back in an hour. And then I tried over days to reach her on the number she left, leaving my number and pleading with her or someone to return my call, and it never happened. There were several other attempts made with help from those who know how to navigate the system. While he did receive some qualified medical benefits, his application for Medicaid was simply terminated after a few months. As you hold DHS accountable for delivering services for which DC residents are entitled, I ask you to, number 1, listen to the voices of residents about their experiences with DHS. What is the rate of customer satisfaction? Why do people have to wait so long without information? Number 2, understand the frustrations of DHS personnel. These professionals can't be happy when they are chronically off schedule, knowing that people are angry at having to wait. And number 3, fix the problem in the upcoming budget. This is not a game of wait, don't tell me. Clearly, more social workers and perhaps fewer security guards are needed. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, Meg. Michaela Deming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in DC and include domestic violence specific housing providers, counseling, case management services, legal service, and culturally specific organizations. The dedicated staff and service providers work tirelessly to address the epidemic of domestic violence across all 8 wards of the district. Here in DC, the rate of domestic violence is higher than it is nationally, with 47% of women and 43% of men experiencing violence perpetrated by an intimate partner. We welcome the opportunity this afternoon to lift up the data demonstrating that year after year, domestic violence is a leading driver of homelessness and the considerable need for additional coordination and dedicated funding to address the needs of survivors. Housing is the #1 unmet need for survivors of domestic violence in DC and in most of the country. Housing instability brings its own set of problems for survivors, including poor health, economic insecurity, and the risk of future violence. These stresses can lead survivors back into their abusive relationships or into other unsafe housing situations. Domestic violence is also a leading cause of homelessness, as you have already heard this afternoon. 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single adults, and 40% of homeless youth report experiencing domestic violence. Quoting directly from the Point in Time Count report, as has been the case for several years in the district's PIT count, surviving domestic or intimate partner violence is the most reported life experience among adults and families, with most family heads of household reporting that this was true for them and their children. While this was reported by 24% of unaccompanied individuals, when breaking it down by gender, the PIT survey shows that this was reported at a rate of almost 50% of unaccompanied women and 14% of men. End quote. Year after year, we witness this PIT count data, illuminating the links between domestic violence and homelessness. And year after year, the DHS budget does not adequately fund or support the basic needs of survivors. Only 7% of emergency and temporary housing units are designated for survivors. Only 1 in 4 domestic violence survivors and their families get access to a domestic violence unit. Most survivors of domestic violence who are homeless and fortunate enough to receive a housing unit are given a unit that is non-domestic violence specific, meaning that their housing is not designed to provide safety, support, and healing. And if there are any cuts to any homeless services, that will result in a major impact on survivors as well. It is approximately 1% of DHS Family Services budget that goes to domestic violence housing. I would like to say that we're grateful for the relationship we have with DHS staff that administers domestic violence related grants, and will continue to build that relationship. We do support them hiring a full-time staff person focused on their domestic violence portfolio. They were funded to do so in FY25, but that position continues to remain unfilled. Overall, though, DHS leadership continues to downplay the intersection of domestic violence and homelessness because it does not devote funding and consideration on par with a number of homeless families and individuals who clearly state year after year that domestic violence is the cause of their homelessness. We do stand in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition and its platform for a more racially and equitable and economically just DC. In their platform, you will find a request for domestic violence housing as well as many other human services. Cuts to or lack of funding for human services across the board endangers the lives of survivors. We continue to ask DHS to dedicate additional funding for domestic violence housing and services across housing services, so to still get the services even if they're in the general homelessness services. We also support the Victim Assistance Network, and in their budget request, you will see an incorporation of the domestic violence housing needs as well as the needs of the broader victim services community. We will continue to seek sustainable resources to support programming, systems improvement, community awareness about domestic violence prevention and cessation in DC, as well as services to be provided for the survivors. Through proactive partnership with both ICH and meaningful funding from DHS, we will be able to address youth and family violence in the district and give our youth and families the safe and secure lives they deserve. Thank you, Chairperson Fruman, for the opportunity to testify and for the accommodation for testifying in this order, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Kathleen Gibbons.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Gibbons, and I am speaking today on behalf of the Cleveland Park Community Association Board, of which I'm a member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. DHS has a role in the Housing Choice Voucher Program in determining eligibility for supportive services. DHS works with GBH and other agencies in this important work on a continuing basis also, we understand. However, we continue to hear regularly in sessions like this one and in our ANC meetings and other venues that voucher tenants and even from their property managers, that many recipients are not receiving the supportive services they are entitled to. Some tenants report that they don't even know who the caseworkers are because they change frequently or how to contact them. We think that this chronic narrative merits a factual evaluation. We urge the Council to request an immediate, comprehensive, and above all, independent review of the caseworker wraparound services provided to beneficiaries of DC's housing voucher programs. These services are essential for helping individuals and families transition successfully into stable housing. We recommend that such a review focus on how DHS, other agencies, and their contractors provide, track, and report on supportive services to voucher recipients. Specifically, here's what we have in mind. One, DHS, its current assignment and assessment practices to determine if they provide sufficient information to detect eligibility for services and suitability of housing, and then tailor services to individual needs. Secondly, we think the review would discover whether the agencies, contractors, and caseworkers are consistently tracking case visits, monitoring caseworker caseloads, and ensuring that approved services are actually being provided or noting and reporting where contacts have not been made. Thirdly, we think the review should address whether DHS and any other agencies and contractors have adequate data systems to monitor program effectiveness and provide timely metadata style reporting to the council, agencies, and the public. Finally, the result should be that we finally understand whether we are hearing individual stories that are disappointing with regard to non-receipt of services, or whether this is something that is truly problematic that needs to be addressed differently. To be clear, our organization, CPCA, strongly supports the housing choice voucher programs, including permanent supportive housing. However, persistent questions remain about the availability and effectiveness of wraparound services. A thorough and, again, independent review of case management practices and oversight is needed to ensure that these critical programs function as they were intended. Thank you for your time and attention, and for promoting me to be able to speak a little bit earlier than some others. Thanks very much for the hearing.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Lori Leibowitz. Great to see you, Lori.
Great to see you, Councilmember Fruman. Good afternoon. My name is Lori Leibowitz, and I am the director of a new medical legal financial partnership at Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance, HJA, and I'm testifying as a longtime Ward 1 resident. My work brings together healthcare providers, financial services, legal services, and advocacy organizations to work collaboratively to improve health by reducing health-harming legal needs and racial health disparities for low-income children and families in DC. When I started in my new role, the first thing I did was to conduct a needs assessment. As part of that process, I reviewed the files of every family that has been referred to legal services by our medical partner in the past 2 years. I noticed that every single family, regardless of referral reason, had had a problem with their public benefits during those 2 years. If 100% of families referred to us, even those referred for special education or housing conditions, had problems with their benefits, I suspected that other families receiving care from our pediatric partners were also having problems with their public benefits. So in the fall, we started conducting public benefits checkups with families when they brought their children for medical checkups. Thus far, more than 80% of families who have had a public benefits checkup have needed our help to fix a problem with their TANF or SNAP. The good news is that every time we reach out to DHS staff for help resolving a benefits problem, the problem is resolved quickly and effectively. I appreciate their responsiveness to us, but there are 2 pieces of bad news. First, not everyone has an attorney or an advocate who has relationships with DHS leadership. And second, even for people we help, delays in benefits have serious consequences for families. Families depend on TANF and SNAP to eat, to pay their rent, and to meet their other basic needs. Food insecurity, housing insecurity, and even just experiencing financial stress are linked to negative health outcomes for parents and children. What this looks like to me on the ground is toddlers diagnosed with failure to thrive because of lack of food in the household, and mothers with anemia because they are giving all the nutrient-rich food to their children. I worked with a mom who went back to an abusive boyfriend when her TANF was improperly terminated because she couldn't afford diapers and he offered to pay for them. In December, a client who was risking eviction asked me about giving up custody of her medically fragile daughter because she did not believe that her daughter could remain healthy in shelter. We must prevent improper benefits terminations and underpayments from happening in the first place so that we can avoid these outcomes. Today, I will focus on 2 areas for improvement. Streamlining the process for adding newborns to TANF and SNAP households and improving the accuracy of notices. Right now, the process for adding a newborn to a TANF and SNAP household is unclear and takes at least 2 to 3 months. DHS should streamline the process or at least clarify the process. Newborns are regularly added to Medicaid in the hospital with little paperwork, but there is no similar process for TANF and SNAP. In both the old and new ESA policy manual, there are references to using a hospital form to add newborns, but no one I've talked to has ever seen that form. Indeed, when I spoke with my colleagues at HJA's Perinatal Law Project, who have helped dozens of families add newborns to their benefits, they told me there was no clear process. We have now developed a 7-step protocol for helping a family add a newborn to their SNAP and TANF caseload using District Direct that takes about 45 minutes. Mothers who don't have access to this level of support and can't resolve the issue on the app or on the phone are forced to go in person to ESA service centers. This means taking public transit and sitting in a waiting room while in a medically vulnerable state after labor and delivery with an infant who generally has not yet had their vaccines. All of this could be avoided if there were a way to add newborns from the hospital by filling out a form and submitting discharge paperwork or another hospital document. At the very least, families should be able to start the process in the hospital, and DHS could contact them later for additional necessary paperwork. Second, DHS must improve the clarity and accuracy of notices, including the accuracy of addresses and email addresses. My clients regularly receive contradictory or incorrect notices, and many just do not receive notices at all. Just this week, I talked to someone who received one notice saying he would receive $680 per month in SNAP, and another saying he would receive $621. Another, who was born and raised in DC and has received SNAP for a number of years, received a notice that she was terminated for not being a citizen. DHS quickly fixed the error when we pointed out that she had submitted a copy of her DC birth certificate with her application. These kinds of errors cause unnecessary stress to families and waste staff time reprocessing applications and recertifications. We also regularly see wrong household size and wrong income listed. I know these errors are not just anecdotal because DHS's pre-hearing responses show that of the 12,466 TANF terminations in FY24, 62% were reinstated, and in FY25, already 43% have been reinstated. Most of the families did not become ineligible and then eligible again over the course of a few months. They were improperly terminated. I encourage the committee to get to the bottom of what's causing these errors. They are widespread and they are having serious consequences. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle?
Thank you, Chair Furman, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. We have been a PSHP provider since 2008. Since the fall of 2024, DCHA voucher application status updates have been uploaded to DHS Housing the Homeless application in Octo. However, these are not done in a timely manner and offer far less information and transparency than when updates were entered directly into Octo. We therefore do not have up-to-date information on LRSP application statuses and cannot identify where delays are occurring in the process. At the moment, we have 5 LRSP applications pending approval for more than 6 months and 3 pending approval for more than 4 months. DHS also reviews LRSP applications for errors and checks the accuracy of reported client income prior to submitting them to the DCHA. At times, there are delays up to a month or more for DHS staff to review the LRSP applications we submit. Additionally, we have experienced inaccuracies with the system they use to confirm income. Numerous clients who are not receiving income are showing up as receiving income, resulting in the need to obtain verification from the Social Security Administration that they are not receiving income. This significantly delays the processing of LRSP applications. Another area of concern is the current PSHP referral process. This past fall, when we were understaffed and lacked capacity to take on new clients, we were told that we were not able to pause referrals and there was no process to appeal that decision. Instead, we received new client referrals anyway, rather than prioritizing PSHP providers who were staffed to accept new clients. Once we were staffed to accept new referrals in January 2025, we communicated this and requested a meeting to discuss getting referrals to fill our full contracted capacity. Since that time, we have not received any referrals or response to our request for a meeting. Timely payments is also an issue at times. With Medicaid being the primary biller for the PSHP, DHS has attempted to resolve any barriers to billing Medicaid prior to providers billing DHS. As a result, we are currently still owed from DHS $60,854 for FY23 PSHP claims and $10,784 for FY24 PSHP claims. I urge you to work with DHS to reestablish a fully transparent system where PSHP providers have real-time access to LRSP application statuses, update their client income verification system to ensure accuracy, reestablish a means of coordinating client referrals based on provider capacity and to support growth in capacity, and reimburse all PSHP providers within the next 30 days for all outstanding FY23 and FY24 claims. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doyle. Ariel May.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
How are you today?
Good.
How are you guys? Good afternoon, council members. My name is Ariel May. I am a Educare DC parent ambassador. I appreciate this opportunity to share my concerns today regarding the DHS District Direct app. As a parent, my goal is to ensure my children receive the service and the support and services they need, but I've encountered several issues with the app that have made this very difficult. Firstly, the app has closed cases that should have remained open. This has caused unnecessary delays and confusion. My case were abruptly closed without clear communication or warning. I had to spend additional time reaching out to find out why this happened, only to learn that the app was responsible for this closure, not any actions on my part. This should not happen, especially when the app is supposed to streamline communication. Furthermore, there have been instances where other children were mistakenly added to my account and someone attempted to use my address for unrelated purposes. This raises serious concerns about data accuracy and security. If the app cannot properly identify and manage information, it undermines the trust parents should have in it. One of the most frustrating aspects is the lack of communication. It's difficult to get a clear response when issues arise, whether it's trying to understand why a case is closed or navigating through the app. I often feel left in the dark. While the app provides a faster option than setting up in-person appointments, it is still far from user-friendly, especially for those who are not technical savvy. The interface isn't intuition and instructions are often unclear. I acknowledge that the app is faster. Yes, it is fast than the old system of making appointments and physically going into the office. But reality is that there is still a lot of room for improvement. The app should prioritize communication, accuracy, and ease of use. As a parent, I simply need a reliable system that helps me manage my cases effectively without adding stress and confusion. I hope that DHS can take these issues seriously and work towards making District Direct a better tool for all parents and families in need of assistance. Thank you guys so much for listening to my concerns, and everyone have a great day.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. May. A number of the witnesses on this panel, I think, Lori, Meg, Kathleen, Michaela, I'm not sure we have your testimony in hand, so if you can make sure that you upload it. It could be that it's that we do, but my notes don't indicate it right now. Thank you for the testimony of all the witnesses. Meg, Kathleen, always great to see you. There is a theme about service gaps that is coming up, whether it's in the form of the app or whether it's waiting in the waiting room. And that's a thing that I think we're going to really want to try to focus on. Lori, I think you had some very specific ideas in that space. Expect a call. It might be that we want to bring together some folks with some expertise and try to brainstorm with the agency about ways, tangible things we can do to improve some of those things. Ms. Deming, thank you so much for all the work that you are doing. The role that domestic violence that plays in our society, it's just a tragedy, and it's, you know, the only good thing is that there's folks out there like yourself who are trying to make a difference. Kathleen, on the caseworker issues, we had testimony earlier today of somebody at one of the providers who talked about some caseworkers are great and some are not great. And connecting folks to the services that they need is a challenge. Figuring out upfront what services people need and what's the best setting for them is a challenge. I think this is an area that I'm quite interested in. I also think that increasingly Chairwoman Henderson with oversight over DBH is interested in these issues as well. And so hopefully we can pull people together to try to make a difference on that. Mr. Doyle, thank you for all the work that you're doing. I think the things that you're talking about fit into the way the machine works, where so that you can have access to what's the status of an application. We hear all the time about delays in the process, and you don't even know where in the process you may be while you're waiting for something. So thank you for your testimony on that subject. I think we'll move to the next panel, but I would urge that for those of you who have testified, make sure that you upload your testimony. Thank you very much. Okay. Udofa, Victoria Taplin, Marcia Moore, Carrie Price, Kimberly Holmes, Lynn Amano, and Heidi Ellis. So Udofa? Not here? Okay. Victoria Taplin, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Victoria Taplin, and I'm a managing attorney with DC KinCare Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children in their extended families in times of crisis when the children's parents are not able to care for them. I'm testifying today regarding the DC Department of Human Services. The relatives we serve are primarily Black women who live in wards 5, 7, and 8. They often live at the economic margins of our society, even before they're called upon to raise a relative child. These caregivers need financial help and stable housing to raise the children. However, the process of applying for benefits and retaining them once they have them is complicated, burdensome, and delay-ridden, and can lead to difficult choices for these caregivers, like whether to pay their bills or feed their kids. And delays render many kinship families vulnerable to housing instability. Today, you will hear from some of our clients about their struggles with DHS, but first, I'll give you an overview of the most frequent problems that we encounter. There's an unacceptable incidence of errors when DHS processes applications and recertifications, caused by a combination of human error and technical glitches with DHS's public benefits software. In particular, the combined application for SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid on District Direct is overly lengthy, confusing, and impenetrable, resulting in information being entered incorrectly and errors occurring as a result. Another pervasive problem is the dysfunction at the ESA service centers and the call center, including long wait times, staff who do not have access to District Direct or to the DHS databases, and no method of issuing receipts for hard copy applications or documents submitted. So if these documents are lost, applicants have no way to prove the date they submitted them. Also, the wait time for benefits determinations is frequently greater than the legally required 45 days. As of 2023, the district was ranked 51 out of 51 states and territories in application processing timeliness for SNAP, underscoring the severity of the problem. Currently, there is no meaningful, easily accessible, or timely method for constituents to obtain resolution of benefits issues, leaving a fair hearing request as their only viable option. This has resulted in backlogs in DHS's appeals department and at OAH, and consequently, there are long waits for administrative review conferences and hearings. More recently, DHS asked us and other legal services providers to bring problems to the DPO escalations unit before filing a fair hearing. While this method has been quite effective in delivering timely resolutions to some matters, the unit does not have capacity to handle all the problems and errors that occur for the entire population of public benefits recipients. DC KinCare proposes a new approach, that the Council establish an independent Office of Ombudsperson for Public Benefits, modeled after the successful Office of Ombudsperson for Children. Constituents could call, visit, or submit a complaint to the office as soon as a problem arises. Staff would have access to District Direct, DCAS, DIMS, and any other locations where relevant records are kept. The office would help DHS become more strategic and efficient by, one, allowing the service centers to concentrate on assisting residents with submitting applications, recertifications, and changes of circumstances, rather than dealing with administrative errors, and two, reducing the workload on the appeals process so that only the more complicated appeals would need to be addressed. The office would also be charged with identifying and taking steps to correct agency policies, systems, and practices that undermine the efficient delivery of benefits and services. Establishing the office would empower over 137,000 DC residents per year who apply for or receive benefits and services through ESA and FSA. Problems would be resolved as they come up, and consequently fewer district resources would be spent adjudicating appeals and on the social safety net. The effective administration of benefits would lay the groundwork for families to maintain their homes, obtain education and employment, and have the opportunity to build wealth and power. This, in turn, will result in fewer individuals needing these services in the future as they are lifted up out of poverty. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Carrie Price.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Can't see you if you want to try to turn your camera on, but we can hear you.
Okay, so can you see me? Oh.
No.
Okay. Hold on.
There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, Forestman, and committee members. My name is Carrie Price, and I live in DC, Ward 8. I used to live alone until spring of 2023, when I took in two great nieces, age 11 and 13. Their mother died, and their father could not care for them because of serious health issues. I had to move to a bigger place with higher rent, and my savings ran out quickly because of the extra cost of raising the two girls. After asking around for help, I visited a service center. It was a frustrating experience. The temporary custody order I had was not enough. I was told I needed their birth certificate, death certificate, and other documents that I did not know how to get. The judge in my custody case referred me to DC KinCare. They helped me get the girls' birth certificate, social security cards. They also helped me apply for TANF and get the girls added to my SNAP and Medicaid. But after 45 days, I still had not heard anything about my application. The lawyers at DC KinCare helped me file for a fair hearing. We waited another 2 months in a meeting with DHS. By this time, I had drained all my savings to care for the girls, and I was living paycheck to paycheck. At one point, I had to borrow money from my daughter to buy food. I felt overwhelmed with stress, not knowing when or if we would get benefits. I didn't want the girls to know how bad things were, but they sensed my stress and asked, is everything okay? What can we do to help? I was thankful to DC King Care when they arranged for a grocery gift card to help us, at the DHS review meeting. I was shocked when the DHS representative said my application had been sitting on a desk for months because of their mistake. She didn't understand why it hadn't been processed. Finally, 4.5 months after applying, I began receiving Tanner and Medicaid for the girls, but I was still waiting for SNAP. Then 1 month later, they canceled my stamps benefit altogether because they mistakenly thought I was collecting Social Security. With DC King Care help, I sorted that out and my stamps benefits were reinstated with the correct amount for the girls. I don't believe the system works if it takes 6 months to get benefits. Without the help of lawyers, I might not have received anything. The system seems unfair. Applications should be handled quickly because families need help. Instead, there's often no action, no clear answer, and applications just sit without being processed. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. If you need any questions, I'm prepared to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Price. Kimberly Holmes.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to get on mute. Good evening, Chairman Freeman and the members in committee. My name is Kimberly Holmes, and I live in Ward 8. I've been raising my 11-year-old niece for 7 years. Her mother cannot take care of her due to her mental illness. So I rely on DHS and the benefits like TANF, SNAP, and Medicaid to help me pay for her care. My main complaint about DHS is the lack of communication between the data and district direct and the workers who process the application. You enter all the necessary information to the district direct, but when receiving confusing notices, including termination notices from staff who claim that they never received the information you've already provided. This happens again during my recent TANF recertification. On January the 20th, I completed the recertification online and listed the tutorial and completed the required self-assessment. On January the 30th, DC KinCare helped me upload the verification documents. However, in February, I received an upsetting notice saying that I did not verify the documents or the self-assessment, as my benefits will be terminated on February the 28th. When calling the service center, the worker told me she did not see the self-assessment and asked me to upload it again. After several days, now having an unclear on my benefits, DC KinCare requested that DHS escalated my case to prevent any interruption. Luckily, on March 1st, I received my TANF. Right now, we have a terrible system that adds more stress to people who already faces many challenges. These funds are for my niece, and when I do not receive them, they interrupt her care. The district should spend money in understanding where the disconnect between the software and the workers are processing applications and work to fix it. I do appreciate the good intention behind District Direct, but it does not look to work. Improving the software may cost some money, but we lose more when the district spends on appeals. When benefits are wrongly terminated and a reliable system will help build trust with users. Currently, we dread going to DHS. Instead, the system helps people escape Poverty is like a broken ladder. We go from one step thinking you can get out of poverty, but the next one looks to be broken. Creating a functional system that works together to help alleviate the stress for workers and the constituents will be a better result for building a better bridge between the service centers and the constituents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Holmes. Lynn Amano?
Thank you, Chair Freeman and members of the Committee on Human Services. I am Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place, and this year Friendship provided over 5,000 individuals with housing and services in the DC region. We support tenant-based PHH through Neighbors First Families and Neighbors First Individuals, operate site-based PSH at La Casa, short-term family housing at Brooks, bridge housing at Valley Place, and we opened the Aston last fall. We are grateful to DHS for their collaboration in helping us meet the needs of our participants. Our permanent supportive housing team reports strong relationships with supportive staff, particularly our PSH monitors. However, we are facing two types of systemic challenges that are evident in the homeless services system, both process gaps and service gaps. Process gaps continue to cause excessive delays in getting people housed. Exit paperwork is taking way too long to process. One individual who passed away last June still hasn't been removed from our caseload, hindering us from being able to help other people, and disengaged clients also remain on our caseload. Coordination between DHS and DCHA lacks transparency and oversight, including a clear process when housing specialists and their supervisors aren't responding to communications. In addition, some PSH providers are more effective than others, and when our clients in temporary housing aren't well served, there isn't a clear process for us to help them. Additionally, the transfer process has taken a year or more, even for emergency transfers. We continue to advocate for a unified portal system where participants, providers, DHS, DCHA, and landlords can track progress through the entire housing process. Service gaps are straining the system as well. Housing and service supports available to those experiencing homelessness are under scale by a factor of more than 100 times. Without additional supportive resources, expedited evictions are likely to result in added homelessness. Last year, we had 148 supportive vouchers for what has been estimated to be over 3,900 residents who need them. We also don't have the right kind of resources like medical support and respite. During COVID, PEPV provided on-site medical care and addressed the needs of those who were too vulnerable to stay in congregate shelter, with improved outcomes for the participants. Currently, we don't have any consistent medical interventions with this kind of support. Strains in scattered and site-based supportive housing reflect the need for housing options with more intensive medical and behavioral health services. As our homeless community ages with the wave of baby boomers aging into seniority and struggling with housing costs, it's irresponsible of us not to prepare to meet their needs. Our formerly homeless seniors deserve to age in place with support like the rest of DC's aging residents. But assisted living facilities aren't housing first and won't accept individuals with serious mental illness or substance use disorders. Our residents lack family advocates to advance them to nursing facilities. Nonetheless, our seniors need at-home medical services such as mental and physical checkups, medication management, medical coordination, help with ADLs, nutrition support, and more. Most of the services could be billed to Medicaid and others could be added if we were to request them through our next Medicaid 1115 waiver. Additional aspects of the program could be funded through a flex fund created from several funding streams, much as they have created in LA County. Their DHS has figured out how to provide these services, including medical care coordination. Our Coalition on Aging and Homelessness is working on a pilot program to demonstrate the effectiveness of this kind of care. Our experience in La Casa and those of our other coalition member organizations show us the need for on-site medical care that could save money through delaying early entries into nursing care, allowing people to age in place, and reducing medical crises through closer management of chronic mental and physical illness. We believe the PSH Plus model described in Homer, DC could be piloted at La Casa or a comparable available existing PSH site to start meeting these needs. We encourage the mayor and council to provide pilot funding to explore this model in advance of the population shifts expected over the next 5 years, and to consider all resources, including the 1115 Medicaid waiver and managed care organizations for path to meet these growing needs. Last, we would like to express our gratitude for DHS's regular participation in the monthly PSH provider group meetings in conjunction with DCHA. As we near the mayor's budget release, we would like the council to know that we support the upcoming budget platforms of the Way Home Campaign and Fair Budget Coalition for FY 2026 and encourage the council to consider creative options for raising revenue to meet DC's housing needs. Thank you for supporting us in the fight to make homelessness brief, rare, and non-recurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amano. Heidi Ellis.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Heidi Ellis. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm here today on behalf of the DC LGBTQ Budget Coalition. Our coalition is made up of local LGBTQ-led and serving organizations who have successfully advocated for dedicated funding to support LGBTQ residents, particularly trans people of color and low-income individuals, since our inception in 2020. First, I want to recognize Chairperson Fruman for stepping into this new role and for meeting with our coalition a few weeks ago. Your leadership comes at a time when our most vulnerable residents, particularly LGBTQ people, are facing heightened risks due to federal funding cuts, predatory policies, and a climate of hostility that makes basic survival even more difficult. My testimony today will focus on the Department of Human Services. Each year, we fight to preserve critical DHS-funded services, including housing, homeless services, street outreach, workforce development programs, etc. These services not only provide essential support, but also ensure cultural competent care, including language access accommodations, without additional funding or recognition, something that cannot be overlooked. Many LGBTQ residents, especially trans and gender diverse individuals, rely on these programs as safe spaces where they can access affirming support free from discrimination. Without these investments, our community is left to navigate systems that often fail to meet our needs. Yet, despite their importance, these programs are constantly threatened by delayed disbursement of grant and contract payments from government agencies. These delays put community-based organizations in crises, forcing them to stretch resources or pause services, directly harming those who depend on them. We need solutions that ensure timely, transparent funding processes so organizations can be provided can provide uninterrupted care. I also want to emphasize the importance of continued investment in workforce programs for trans and gender diverse individuals. These initiatives create pathways to economic stability in a job market where discrimination remains rampant. At a time when federal attacks are stripping away protections, DC must step up to fill the gap and ensure access to employment opportunities for all residents. I recognize the difficult fiscal outlook for the district as outlined in the CFO's report. However, DC must prioritize its most vulnerable residents, especially as we face threats of federal intervention in our government. These critical investments must be protected, not just for the LGBTQ community, but for the health and stability of the entire district. Chairperson Fruman, I urge you in this committee to recognize these urgent needs and work to ensure that funding remains stable, timely, and protected from political interference. We need bold leadership now. As you know, DC is gearing up to host the global queer community for World Pride, and people are scared. And the economic boost that the queer community is going to provide to DC should be used to support our community as we face these uncertain times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We look forward to continuing to work with you to address these issues and advance these priorities, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Marcia Moore.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Freeman. Can you hear me? That sounds
Ken,
like.
thank you very much. Yes.
Good evening, Chairperson Freeman and members of the committee. My name is Marcia Moore, and I live in Ward 1 with my 3 kids and my 6-year-old great niece that I have raised since she was born. I faced many problems with DHS over the years, and I wanted to share a few examples. Each year, they cut me off my SNAP benefits. They said I didn't recertify, but I always recertified using the district direct or by sending in paper form. When they finally acknowledged that they have all the information, they say, we're going to send you back payments. But while I wait for those payments, I get behind in my bills because I need to use the money I have to make sure my kids eat. They usually cut me off during the holidays, which make it even harder. This past fall, it happened again. When I called, they said, your stuff is all over the place. We'll get you a supervisor. The supervisor told me I had to fill out a whole new application for SNAP, making me start over. All the information I had provided before seemed to disappear. When I went to the center for help, I arrived at 10 a.m. and waited until almost 4 p.m. to see a supervisor. He met with me for only 10 minutes and didn't ask me any questions. He told me that your food stamps should be coming. I asked, will everything be the same? He said yes. But when I got my food stamps a few days later, they had dropped from $1,200 to just $673, and there was no back payments. Then decreased to $405. So I had to spend more time sorting everything out. The whole process took almost 5 months. I have also had many problems with my Medicaid. On December the 13th, DC Care helped me with my recertification through District Direct. It took a long time. The system asked for a lot of information about my ex-husband, even though I told them many times that he hasn't lived with us for years. Then we lost access to the system, and all the information we entered was lost. So we had to start over again. We tried several other times, but the same issue happened. It finally worked when we tried again on January 14th. In the meantime, I sent a paper form in mail. I received several notices asking for more documents, which I provided in January. But whenever I called, they say my recertification is still pending, and we still haven't received our cards. It is very frustrating to deal with this issue year after year, especially when I know I have done everything required on my end. Thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think that a number of people on this panel have yet to turn in their testimony, and if you could help us by doing so, Ms. Taplin, Ms. Moore, Mr. Price, Ms. Holmes, Ms. McGuire, Ms. Ellis, we want to have your testimony on the record. It may be that you have provided it and it's just not gotten to me yet, but let's be sure that it's part of the full record. I really want to thank this panel. Number of people spoke to some of these issues around the way in which the processes work and paper flows and the delays that happen. And it's a clear theme during the course of the day of where people in real need are let down because the systems don't work the way that they need to work. And that's clearly going to be a focus for us. Ms. Taplin, thank you for the work that DC KinCare does. I've been a supporter over the years, really important work. illustrated pretty powerfully by the testimony of Mr. Price. Thank you, Mr. Price, for everything that you've done to help your relatives. It is a shame that it took you to a place where you exhausted your savings. We need to be supporting people like yourselves who are so generous in caring for your family. And we're constantly looking for ways, and I'm sure we'll hear from DC KinCare about different kinds of things that we can do in that space. I think Ms. Holmes may have needed to leave, but a similar inspiring story of trying to help family members. The way she described it, of that we need to create a workable system that works for all of the folks, the frontline workers, the beneficiaries, the providers. That has to be the goal, and let's try to figure out a way to work together to do that. Ms. Alice, welcome again to Ward 3. The Things We Do for Love, I think, is a song. A very interesting idea that the district is going to get an enormous benefit from World Pride. And so it is very useful for you to link that. And one of my daughters often talks about cultural appropriation, and it would be cultural appropriation, like sort of really exploiting a thing, getting an economic benefit from something, but not truly supporting it. Very powerful reference that I would encourage you to repeat. Ms. Amano, I think we're going to be working together on lots of different things. Thank you so much for all of the work that Friendship Place does. You checked through a number of issues that we've heard from many different witnesses on. That's the thing about a hearing like this, where you have 100 witnesses. I think you hear the same thing 40 times, which is you hear the same 5 things 40 times. But there's a utility in that, because then you know what are those things that you need to dial into. And thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the work that Friendship Place does. And Ms. Moore, it's sort of all about trying to fix the system so it works better and you don't have to face the kinds of situations that you described. Thank you very much to you all. And I think we're going to turn to calling up the next panel of witnesses. All right, next up, Marceline Bradford, Bua Binti, Christy Matthews, Ramon Bond, Burnett Moccasin. You caught up. And Bridget Claiborne. Give us just a second to elevate everybody who I just listed. As we're proceeding, Marceline Bradford, when you're ready to go, if you can take yourself off mute and put your camera on.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. This is my witness statement on homelessness, which I've been experiencing for quite some time. Please understand that it's not for lack of trying. I don't do drugs or drink alcohol. I educate myself as much as possible, gathering certificates in energy anatomy, crystal healing, shamanic healing, Reiki, positive parenting, home education, challenging behavior in children and young people, positive psychology, justice, comparative equality and anti-discrimination law, and I'm an ordained minister. These are some of my efforts to show society that I'm not a lost cause. At first, my struggle was against the weather or hunger, oftentimes finding food and clothing in wastebaskets, and at times it being difficult to get a shower or proper nutrition. As time progressed, the struggle has become a fight for life itself. Not having a safe place to rest for the night and being subjected to sexual assaults, stalking, harassments, and being publicly shamed for not being able to protect myself. I often lie awake at night afraid to fall asleep, questioning my existence because no matter what boundaries I set, they aren't respected. Life is supposed to be experienced, not an everyday battle with little to no periods of the sense of peace and order. It's heartbreaking to walk through the community and with witnessing humankind being left to fight over basic needs such as food, shelter, and safety. I can relate to the feeling of hopelessness as I've had my stretches with vices, but I stand before you today with 13 years of sobriety and no desire to go back. I strive for good, orderly direction, and I understand that character is the most valuable thing in the world. But what is character with little to no room to grow? At this point, I'm not sure whether I'm seeking help with the struggles of homelessness or help to stop with what feels like human trafficking, or even the connection between the two. I'd like to quote We the People. They said, "Hereby establish this Constitution to form a more perfect union with justice, domestic tranquility, a common defense, and to promote the general welfare and structure, the blessings of liberty to try to make life better for everyone." Their goals were clearly stated. As I look around, personally, I don't very much see the goals achieved. Do you think they've achieved them? I think we need, I don't know. I don't know what I'm asking for at this point. It just help with the community, help with homelessness, and understand that there are good people out there, good people that are struggling, that don't do drugs, don't do alcohol, and would really like a chance to build up their life, to get back on their own feet. And I think we need to focus on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Bridget Claiborne?
Thank you, Chairperson Fruman and members of the committee. My name is Bridget Claiborne, and I am the Director of Strategy and Advancement at DC SAFE. As you heard from our Executive Director, Natalia, earlier today, we are the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence in the district, serving almost 13,000 clients annually. DHS has been an essential program partner since our inception in 2006, but it wasn't until 2018 that they also became a funder of our work. Our funding relationship was initially launched through 2 grants, the first grant supporting our shelter services through the local dollars that enhance the district's FIPSA funds, and the second grant through the federal TANF formula, which entrusted us as the district's provider for the POWER program, which offers exemptions to TANF requirements for domestic violence survivors. Then, just last year in fiscal year 24, we were awarded a third DHS grant and became an official provider through DHS's Homeless Prevention Program, or HPP. You'll hear more from my colleagues after me about the programmatic performance of these grants, but I want to address a few issues related to DHS's grants management practices. Firstly, I want to commend DHS for producing and executing contracts and initial payments faster than ever this year. In my 8 years managing our grants, we have always had to wait until the second quarter of the year for these things, which has contributed to serious cash flow issues in the past. So we are very pleased and thankful that this year we finalized contracts and received first payments during the first quarter. Secondly, I want to raise our desire for DHS to be more forthcoming about their data management practices and goals. Grantees have to produce copious amounts of data for DHS on a monthly basis. However, completing grant reports often can feel more like a checkbox for compliance, as opposed to a meaningful opportunity for community change. Lastly, we want to see DHS take a less siloed and more strategic approach in their support of domestic violence survivors and families overall. For example, despite the fact that we were selected for the HPP grant for our expertise serving survivors, it has been clear that DHS was not actually positioned to truly innovate that HPP program for domestic violence victims. The reality is that homeless prevention and diversion for survivors often looks much different than the HPP program's current allowable activities, and as a result, implementing the grant program has sometimes felt like putting a square peg in a round hole, despite the fact that we know we have a mutual desire to prevent homelessness for survivors. Also, on the administrative level, our HPP grant is managed completely separately from the other two, and while there's nothing inherently wrong with that, we are curious about the agency's internal efforts to coordinate their portfolio of investments across the DV continuum. Thank you for your time today and for your commitment to ensuring DHS is able to effectively serve district residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for the work of DC Safe. Ms. Bradford, when one of our former presidents used to say that the arc of history bends towards justice, and we all know of the aspirations in those founding documents about what this country is supposed to be that it's never been. And one hopes that the arc of history bends towards justice. Doesn't feel that way right now, but it is our job to try to make that happen. And thank you for pointing us to that purpose, because it's critical. It's probably critical now more than ever. Thank you to both of you for your testimony. I think I'm going to turn to the next set of witnesses, which may include others from DC Safe, I see. So thank you. Michelle Sewell, Monica Malizia, Kim Harrison, Joshua Drumming, Jeanette Haythorne, Aaron Whelan. Let's see how many we have. All right, Michelle Sewell, if you're ready to go.
Thank you, Chairperson Freeman and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michelle Sewell. I'm the Crisis Shelter Director at DC Safe. Our organization provides 24/7 crisis intervention services for survivors of domestic violence, including emergency shelter for individuals who could not stay in their homes due to safety concerns. This year, we served over 12,000 clients, including 388 individuals and families in our brand new emergency shelter. While DC Safe offers a range of services and collaborates with many organizations, today I want to focus on the critical role that the Department of Human Services, DHS, plays in assisting individuals and families facing homelessness and housing instability. SAFE has been fortunate to find a responsive and dynamic partner in DHS. We've grown our partnership over the past decade and consider them to be strong and vital partners in our work, particularly assisting families whose housing instability is impacted by domestic violence. Our collaboration with DHS has evolved significantly, particularly with our recent DC Safe Breakfast Series. This initiative brings housing providers and core program staff together to foster mutual understanding of the important work we are charged with and to strengthen our relationships. The breakfast series also allows for the discussion of the pressing need for comprehensive training for housing providers as it relates to domestic violence, especially for housing case managers who work closely with survivors. Because survivors often face long-term barriers to safety and stability, it is crucial that we address the complex, ongoing nature of the trauma they experience. We posit that engaging with housing providers, ensuring they have tools to navigate the dynamics of domestic violence is essential. We've also know that some survivors face an escalating risk of harm, including homicide, due to the escalating nature of the high-risk domestic violence. DHS has been an invaluable partner in addressing these cases through the Domestic Violence Systems Review, but we believe there's room for more robust coordination to improve the support provided to these high-risk families. Our experience has shown that survivors often encounter multiple providers throughout their housing journey, from intake and rapid rehousing services to shelter stays and ongoing support after they're housed. However, the cycling of case managers and the difficulties accessing case details between vendors often disrupts the continuity of care. We like to see DHS build a more thoughtful means of identifying and following high-risk clients and to create a path of services for survivors to allow for momentum and essential relationship building over time. Additionally, we must address the need for increased funding and more dynamic housing services for survivors of domestic violence experiencing housing instability. We understand the need for fiscal responsibility, but cuts to housing services leaves vulnerable families at risk. The link between domestic violence and housing instability is undeniable. Abusers often use housing as a tool for control. And while the diversion of clients to personal resources such as staying with family and friends can be helpful in some cases, it can also provide and expose survivors to further risk, particularly when these arrangements are unstable or fraught with conflict. In closing, we're grateful for the partnership we have with DHS and the progress we've made together. We look forward to continuing our work and hope that DHS will consider how to expand and strengthen their efforts on a broader scale. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Monica Malizia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Monique Malizia, and I am the TANF Power Coordinator at DC Safe. In this role, I advocate for survivors of domestic violence as they navigate criminal and civil legal systems, housing, mental health services. Safe was entrusted with the district's domestic violence program on work, employment, and responsibility, otherwise known as DV Power, in fiscal year 2018. I manage both external and internal referrals for the program, helping survivors receive the support they need. DV Power was designed with the understanding that seeking safety when ending an abusive relationship can be highly disruptive to everyday life. Survivors often struggle to meet TANF requirements such as maintaining employment, attending school, or meeting with their vendor. DV Power is intended to provide relief by waiving these requirements. However, participation in Power often forces clients into a difficult choice, accepting the flexibility that Power provides or retaining the critical benefits offered through TANF, including transportation, childcare assistance, school tuition, and employment opportunities. Regrettably, they cannot have both. We strive to assist clients with their DV needs in a crisis as they healing support at a robust level across agencies. Unfortunately, it is not uncommon for clients to decline Power and instead face penalties under TANF rather than lose access to vital services, like the daycare voucher. I raised this issue at our last annual grantee meeting with DHS, and our grant managers were confused. To this day, I'm still waiting for clarity on that exact policy. Last spring, I started working at a DC Safe shelter once a week to meet with our clients who had questions about DC benefits and needed support with filing applications for them. During this time, I worked to help clients address three main issues. First, many had submitted multiple applications through the District Direct app without receiving any follow-up, while others who applied in person were denied receipts at the DHS Service Center. When applications were lost, something that happened repeatedly, clients were left without proof of submission and forced to reapply. For clients applying for TANF, having to start the 45-day process all over again was extremely frustrating. Second, although more languages have been added to the District Direct site, some limited English proficient clients that needed to go in person to the service center still struggled. In the 3 years that I've managed EV Power at DC Safe, I have not received a single referral for a non-English speaking customer. Third, clients frequently have trouble reaching DHS staff members on the helpline. Although I am primarily work with clients who receive TANF benefits, I will reach out to my contact at DHS for all kinds of status updates, including SNAP too. Without our partnership through Power, many of our clients would not be able to resolve some of the confusion around their application delays or receive firm responses about how to resolve them. Thank you for your time and consideration. I implore you to read my written testimony that details additional concerns. I'm available to address any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Joshua Drumming.
Hello, I'm Josh Drumming, attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. In the last year, virtually every part of DC's housing infrastructure has been compromised, making mere survival harder for everyday DC residents. The social safety net that many DC residents depend upon is already facing threats federally. DC residents need counsel to invest in permanent housing resources, reform wraparound housing, improve rental assistance, improve shelters, these places where more than just the wealthiest residents can survive. To end homelessness and combat DC's affordability crisis, DC must use and appropriately fund all the different types of vouchers available. DC Council must ensure that DHS and DCHA have the requisite staffing and coordination for participants to be quickly identified, approved for permanent housing resources, and leased up. Agency bureaucracy prolongs homelessness. Council must also increase oversight of DHS and DCHA to promote more efficient voucher administration, utilization, and staffing. Wraparound housing was created to support families and individuals experiencing tough financial times, offering the support necessary to establish greater financial stability and sustain permanent housing. Unfortunately, it has actually contributed to housing instability and trauma as it cycles low-income residents in and out of homelessness. Poor program administration has led to 97% of participants being unable to afford market rent upon exit, and a tangled web of legislative and regulatory changes has made the program less coherent. DHS put forth a plan to terminate over 3,000 families between 2024 and 2025 for reaching an arbitrary 12-month time limit, with no consideration as to what happens to terminated families after subsidies end. DHS is actually ahead of its mass termination schedule, as they have already given notices of exit to 2,900 families. Roughly 555 families have already been exited without means to maintain housing. More would have been exited, but for the 1,900 families that have appealed their termination through a process that intentionally diminishes and obfuscates participants' expectations and rights. Even formally established rules, like those that preclude exit when participants are matched to permanent housing, are routinely ignored. Due process rights have been desolated, allowing participants that have received no services to be exited without true legal recourse. The appeal process, of which DHS serves as both judge and jury, makes decisions based on a single metric, whether you've reached 12 months in the program. Worse, DHS announced 2 weeks into the new fiscal year that there'd be no program extensions due to exhaustion of funds. Last budget season, Council funded 451 PSH and LRSP vouchers. But due to its own budgeting errors, DHS later reported that only 38 out of the 325 PSH vouchers could actually be funded. To minimize the problem, her agency created, the mayor got DCHA to agree to direct 1,300 HCVP vouchers to exited families. Sadly, with roughly 3,000 families in the exit pipeline and no sign of slowed exits, there still aren't enough housing resources to prevent homelessness for all participants. It's time for Council to remedy these issues by passing the Reintroduced Wraparound Housing Reform Amendment Act of 2025. This legislation has been supported by wraparound housing participants, advocacy organizations, community members, and DC Council. This legislation prohibits terminations based on reaching arbitrary time limits if the family cannot afford market rent on their own, requires evaluation for permanent housing programs, ensures rent only takes 30% of income, makes case management truly optional, and more. We ask this committee to quickly set a hearing date so that this reform can move forward and end the uncertainty many DC families are experiencing. ERAP helps DC residents maintain housing and avoid eviction, but due to a recent overhaul, it's now primed as a vehicle for eviction. This change weakens tenants' ability to seek eviction stays, removes almost all self-attestation, and introduces a narrow definition of emergency. These emergency changes were made largely in response to landlord complaints about the future of DC's affordable housing infrastructure. The advocate community has yet to see any corroborating evidence that ERAP, as it was, imperils its infrastructure. Instead, Council has relied upon unsubstantiated allegations of fraud and racist and classist myths about low-income and mostly Black people. Instead of moving legislation that expands access and improves DHS's ERAP administration, emergency legislation was passed to speed up and increase tenant evictions. Despite narratives that landlords have not been able to successfully evict, data shows that DC evictions reached a 10-year high in 2024. We ask council to increase oversight to require regular reporting on ERAP administration and distribution, including timeline, staffing, and delays of administering organizations, and increase landlord accountability in this process, creating minimum standards for participation with ERAP when tenants seek assistance. When landlords refuse to cooperate, tenants shouldn't be penalized. Family homelessness has increased 39% since 2023. It's likely changes in various parts of DC's housing infrastructure will lead to increases in the shelter system. This council must make shelters safe and accessible. This accessibility is threatened by Virginia Williams' move to 64 New York Avenue. While DHS assured council that services will remain as accessible as they were in their Rhode Island location, this isn't the case. A core part of the legal clinic services is helping families access shelter after they've been wrongly denied by Virginia Williams. Prior to the move, our community engagement team was regularly at the site to help denied families connect with attorneys. DHS alleges that under its new lease, legal service providers can no longer have access. We're certain that more families will stay on the street or in unsafe conditions if they can't connect with assistance. This committee should ensure transparency and accessibility. Council should amend the HSRA to mandate low barrier shelter access and implement consistent and standardized staff training so that families are not routinely, arbitrarily, unlawfully denied shelter placement. DC must return to being a city for all. That's only possible through deep and intentional investment in housing and human services. Council must provide greater oversight of DHS and contracted partners, eliminate practices that unfairly target low-income residents, and expedite processes meant to support all within DC's housing apparatus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. As you know, we've had a couple of different conversations about rapid rehousing and ERAP, and I'm sure those conversations are going to continue. We need to get to workable answers in those places. Thank you very much for all of the work that you do in those areas, Mr. Drumming. And thank you to Ms. Milicia and Ms. Sewell for the work you do at DC Safe. I think, Ms. Sewell, you made the reference that abusers use housing as a tool for control. We've heard that a couple of different times today. It's clearly the case. And the link between domestic violence and homelessness really needs to be a focus. There was also an example somebody used of providing diapers was a way that used as a means of control. Clearly a really important issue that's affecting way, way too many people. Thank you for the work that you all at DC Safe and other organizations do on that terrible issue. With that, we'll turn to our next panel. Rachel Garwin, Sasha Williams, Marcia Nettis, Nick Deladon, Jaleel Mohammed, and Kate Coventry. What? Nancy Groth, ANC Commissioner, Jamila White, an ANC Commissioner, and Trupti Patel. And if I still have some of the witnesses from the last panel, I think we do need copies of your testimony in a number of cases. Ms. Sewell, Mr. Drumming, if you can, maybe we have it, but if you can be sure to provide it, that would be helpful. And now let us turn to Rachel Garwin.
Good evening, Chairperson Fruman. Thank you for the chance to testify today about rapid rehousing exits. My name is Rachel Garwin, and I live in Ward 1, where I was born and raised. And although I'm testifying today in my personal capacity, I'm drawing on my experience as a student attorney at Georgetown's Health Justice Alliance Law Clinic, or HJA. HJA is part of a medical legal partnership between Georgetown Law and Georgetown Hospital's Department of Community Pediatrics, which provides critical health care to children in low-income, predominantly Black and Brown neighborhoods in DC. Together, we try to address children's health-harming legal needs. And for instance, in the last 5 years, HJA has helped families with almost 24 legal issues related to rapid rehousing. As many folks today have mentioned, rapid rehousing does not fulfill its promise to provide a realistic path toward long-term stability for DC's most vulnerable families. And DHS is currently trying to exit more than 2,000 families from rapid rehousing without regard to their individual circumstances. In most cases, this will mean eviction and becoming homeless again for these families. Dr. Karen Ganesius, one of our medical partners and a pediatrician with Georgetown's Kids Mobile Medical Clinic, will submit testimony detailing how this cycle of homelessness harms children's health and our communities at large. Additionally, one of HJA's clients, Sarah Venable, is submitting written testimony about her experience being exited from rapid rehousing. And she couldn't be here today, but she asked me to share her name and part of her story with you. Ms. Venable is a lifelong DC resident and the proud mom of a 4-year-old daughter who needs extra support due to multiple chronic medical conditions. Ms. Venable herself experiences day-to-day challenges stemming from several serious physical and mental health disabilities that make her unable to work. And she was homeless for over 10 years before entering rapid rehousing, which she was told was the only way to find immediate housing and would provide her with an opportunity to achieve a tailored goal based on her circumstances that would help her figure out how to achieve stable housing for her and her medically vulnerable daughter. Unfortunately, their first apartment was filled with mice and mold and roaches, and frequent gunshots outside triggered Ms. Venable's violence, PTSD that's caused by interpersonal violence, including gun violence. They were finally able to transfer to a safe and healthy apartment, but she recently received an exit notice from DHS, making her very, very fearful that they would lose the only stable and safe apartment that her daughter has ever known. And despite extensive documentation of significant barriers, DHS both exited her and has failed to transfer her to permanent supportive housing. And I see that my time is up, and I just want to summarize by recommending that DHS make individual determinations about which families can sustain housing without assistance before exiting them from rapid rehousing. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Marcia Nettis, if you could accept the promotion, I think we'll, in the meantime, while you try to do that, if we can turn to Jaleel Muhammad.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaleel Muhammad, council member Furman, and members of the council. I'm a father, a son, a re-entered citizen, a multi-business owner, Goldman Sachs 10KSB alumni, and a newly leadership of Greater Washington member. I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself, my neighbors, and every tenant in DC who's being harassed, displaced, ignored by a system that protects landlords while pushing out our homes. I'm committed to the commission I wanted to commend the commission for implementing this program. And I'm deeply concerned by the proposed changes that may disappropriately favor landlords at the expense of tenants. Reports of landlords delaying their portion of rental assistance application raise significant concerns about equity and fairness, additionally making it easier for tenants to face eviction risks and economic challenges perpetuating cycles of instability. Today, I testify on behalf of myself, current and potential employees who are unable to secure housing, threatening their ability to remain in the district and participate in its economic recovery. While I understand the perspective of landlords in seeking to maintain profitability and growing their portfolios, I'm equally propelled by my experience as an advocate for housing security as a fundamental human need. The difficulties faced by employees in securing stable housing have ripple effects on their work performance, family stability, and overall quality of life. Um, as Ms. Bush said, you must be an advocate for yourself because no one else can help. And as Mrs. Shore stated, the youth are the most affected by this problem. I live in the 9th Street townhomes where family, seniors, and at-risk youth are being forced into unsafe housing conditions, threatening with eviction. Our landlords refuses to comply with fundamental tenants' rights, discriminates against housing programs, participants, and ignores emergency rental assistance documentation requests. We've been continuously harassed and abused. We've had misrepresentation and deception, unfair practices, privacy violations, legal violations, coercion and pressure, violation of city laws and federal laws. What are the landlords hiding? Why won't they take the money? Who's protecting them and why? What is the district hiding that these landlords do not want to present the documents required for them to receive this federal money? I believe we definitely need a task force, or do we need to bring in Doge to come in and rid the system of these leeches on our federal system? I've applied for ERAP 3 times for the housing, and I've also applied for housing stabilization grant. Yet instead of help, I was met with harassment, threats, and bullying to pay an amount I simply could not afford. Why landlords refusing this rental assistance meant to keep us housed? Again, what are they hiding? These landlords are not just property owners, they are corporate players using housing as a tax break and profit sharing scheme, with DC officials and developers looking the other way. They aren't providing housing, they are hoarding wealth at the expense of working class people, families, and seniors. The executive office of the mayor's rental act, it's not a solution. EOM is pushing this rental act as a solution, but it protects landlords, not tenants. EOM doesn't have any capacity to understand the complexities and relying on my experience to prove that this bill will not stop evictions nor hold landlords accountable. If landlords are already rejecting rental assistance, refusing to provide documents, this bill will make it easier for them to operate unchecked. The city claims to investigate, but I have received emails saying that someone from DHS will reach out. Nothing happened. The system is a cycle of delay, neglect, and harm. Meanwhile, landlords continue to violate housing codes with no consequence. The city must act. Housing is a human right. Audit landlords who refuse to rental assistance and hide financial records. In the monopoly, housing is not a business. It is a human right. Housing is health, not a monetary wealth. Revisit landlord policies, enforce penalties for violation. Councilmember Furman, if housing determines the future of our youth, then right now landlords are stealing that future. The community cannot wait. This council cannot wait. It's time to act. We urge the council to stand with tenants and reject the mayor's efforts to further limit ERAP access and other tenant protections. Any chance made to ERAP should improve the program so it works better for both tenants and landlords. And instead of speeding up evictions, DC Council should focus on changes to ERAP that fix the slow process time, expand eviction preventions, and improve landlord accountability. Landlords fail to submit ERAP paperwork by required deadlines and are not addressing poor housing conditions.
Mr. Mohammed, can you wrap up? I hear you and respond, but you're double your time now. So can you just wrap it up and close?
Oh, well, that's it then. I just believe that they should, do what they need to do because a lot of people are being affected. I currently have 3 at-risk youth from Washington, D.C., and these are the at-risk youth who've been on news channels and more based on the situations they've been through. And the future of our city is dependent on these youth that,
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. We need to move to the next witness. I'm still waiting for Ms. Nettis to accept the promotion, but in the meantime, Ms. Coventry, if you're ready to go.
Thank you, Chairperson Fruman, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kate Coventry, and I'm the Deputy Director of Legislative Strategy at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DCFPI is a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research and analysis, community partnerships, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. While the district has made strides in ending homelessness, voucher implementation delays and changes to the ERAP program are undermining progress. Black residents bear the brunt of implementation delays and ERAP changes. Nearly 76% of unaccompanied adults counted in the district's point-in-time count were Black. This is the result of the enduring legacies of structural and individualized racism, such as racist zoning and residential segregation, redlining, restrictive covenants, and practices barring federal employment that for years prohibited Black families from equitably accessing the housing and employment markets. To help the district get back on track to achieving goals set out in the ICH strategic plan, the committee should require or at a minimum strongly encourage the Department of Human Services and the DC Housing Authority to quickly review and issue the 750 permanent supportive housing applications for DHS clients that are currently in process at DCHA, and require that DHS and DCHA issue timely and regular updates, including developing metrics that will be reported on a monthly basis to the general community so that stakeholders can monitor implementation. The district must also act to prevent more evictions, a key to avoiding significant socioeconomic setbacks for adults and children. Yet the mayor is proposing changes to ERAP that are not data-driven and could lead to more evictions. The committee should prevent evictions by allowing applicants to self-certify their income and use data to guide any changes to the program moving forward. In FY 2024, 756 individuals exited DC's homeless services systems to permanent housing, representing just 8.6% of the 8,768 individuals served by the homeless services system. This is the lowest number of exits, as well as the lowest percentage housed since the initial implementation of Homer DC in 2016. And the current average time from being matched to a voucher to lease up is 380 days, more than a year. To put this in perspective, Homer DC 1.0 included a target that by 2020, any household experiencing housing loss would be rehoused within an average of 60 days or fewer. District leaders must treat these implementation delays seriously because they have real costs for the individuals experiencing them, such as not knowing where they're going to spend the night and struggling to receive the needed services like medical treatment or counseling. As they wait on a voucher, these residents who are unhoused are often forced to stay in places that are unsafe or make their illnesses worse. And this is occurring amidst the threat of an executive order that will lead to more encampment clearings on National Park Service land. DC must reduce wait times to reduce these human costs. It's not clear what is leading to the current implementation delays. DCFPI urges the committee to require a minimum work with DHS and DCHA to ensure that they approve or reject all currently pending local and federal voucher applications and issue vouchers by June 1st, prioritizing those that have been pending the longest, and reduce the match to lease up time for all DHS households to 90 days or fewer by December 1st, with a focus on increasing the pace each month. This is a good preliminary goal as the district works towards rehousing all households in 60 days. To approve all pending applications, the agency should implement a sprint to the finish, bringing together decision makers and government agencies, service providers, and individuals with lived experience to systematically investigate issues that arise and quickly develop solutions. A coordinated effort is key because only by acting together can the lease-up process be improved. The district should be prepared to hire new staff or redeploy existing staff to meet the need. Leadership at DCHA and DHS should monitor progress of the stakeholders group recommendations and the sprint. This includes developing metrics and publishing them monthly to the general public, such as specific barriers to implementation and the amount of time each step of the lease-up process takes so that the stakeholders can pinpoint problems and bottlenecks. The group should also document the racial and gender breakdown of those applying and receiving resources to ensure equity in the distribution of vouchers. You've heard a lot about ERAP today, so I'm not going to go into it completely, but I'm just going to flag that we have a growing economy that is failing to raise poverty level incomes and median incomes. ERAP helps residents struggling with rent and economic hardship avoid eviction. The number of applications to ERAP demonstrates the high need for assistance. In FY24, the program portal opened quarterly and closed when the number of applicants exceeded funding. The portal closed in fewer than 10 days each quarter. In FY25, the portal opened just once and was only open for 1 day. I have more on ERAP in my written testimony, which I know I owe to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Groth, Commissioner Groth.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Great.
And can see you.
Nice to see you too, council member. I am now introducing myself every day as the commissioner of Black Lives Matter Plaza for as long as I am. I'm a first-time commissioner who sought office specifically to address a low-barrier single men's shelter project planned by DHS for my building's own alley, literally in my backyard, to try to facilitate community engagement, partnership, and the agency of stakeholders through the consistent communication of accurate factual information, by consistently addressing pragmatic questions and issues, including the unbuildability of the alley landlocked site, the practical as well as economic impact on the immediate neighborhood, by addressing emotional and rhetorical conversations of fears that are not inevitably fulfilled by the presence of a well thought out and well run shelter, and by keeping my own consistent priority on the life safety and security of our most vulnerable stakeholders, the men themselves, and whether fire safety and pedestrian access can even be managed at this site. My second ever monthly constituent email went out February 10th, including the following. I only have one topic to report on of what I have come to understand is conspicuously no news. Green Court Shelter. The property at 1339 Green Court Northwest, which is near Thomas Circle, was purchased in 2021 by the DC government for development as a Department of Human Services, DHS, homeless shelter. At the October 2024 meeting of ANC2C, David Ross of DHS made a presentation anticipating the release by December 2024 of a solicitation for design services for developing the shelter. I've been stalking the contracts and procurement transparency portal, which I found, and I gave my constituents the link, and no solicitation has been offered. Furthermore, I found my way into the approved budget and financial plan, volume 5, capital improvements plan, gave him a link. Behold, no mention of Green Court Shelter there either. No capital funds seem to be committed to this project, even for design work for this fiscal year, which will end September 30th. Next potential data point on the horizon when the mayor's office releases the FY26 budget in early April. I will continue to follow up with DHS, Councilmember Pinto's office, the mayor's office, to press for clarity, transparency, and accountability to amend the timeline they presented in October with a realistic idea of what to expect and when to expect it. I completely understand that not all news is fit to print, and that all agency officials are reluctant to state anything publicly that they think will be used against them as circumstances in the world changes. I'm not here to blame DHS for not meeting its own announced timeline. And from my constituents' point of view, the reasons or constraints or choke points don't make any difference to the outcome, or delayed outcome, or uncertain outcome, or an outcome that may never happen. Meanwhile, however, I'm trying to diffuse the starting of a run on the bank. A prominent real estate data company moved out of its DC office on our block, which is being interpreted by some as a last straw reaction in part to the plans for the shelter. I hear reports of individual condo owners having listed their units for sale specifically because of the planned shelter and the perception that real estate values will inevitably suffer. 3 days after my first condo building town hall, I was told by a constituent that real estate agents were already soliciting owners with that narrative. They will make it true in a sell-off. I'm asking for more partnership from DHS and that DHS be empowered to be more transparent on a more regular basis. For now, a public acknowledgement of what we already publicly know, that no solicitation has been released and there's no money in one part of the budget, would be a good start. Please don't make my constituents try to read tea leaves by their absence in the cup. Sometimes we don't even know where the cup is to look. From there, let's work as partners and colleagues in building trust in this project. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Groth. Commissioner Patel?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Fruman. Thank you for holding this hearing so that I may enter my comments for the record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I am the Chairperson Emeritus for ANC 2A, and I'm here to testify about the Aston, DC's first high-barrier homeless shelter that would primarily serve adults with acute medical conditions, mixed gendered adult families, and couples experiencing homelessness to stay together. Populations that can't be properly served in other shelters. In May of 2023, the George Washington University announced it had sold the Aston, a former graduate student dormitory located at 1129 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, to the Washington, D.C. government through the Department of General Services for $27.5 million. The reason for such scrutiny and intensity around the oversight by the commission is that the Aston under the George Washington University had issues around mold and water leakage. If students were having such issues around maintenance before it was sold to DHS, that means the city now inherited these issues. Let me be clear. I and the commission want the Aston to succeed, and ANC 2A made it extremely clear through numerous resolutions, I believe the number was 8, and myself testifying at least 6 hearings last budget cycle. This issue is recorded as one of the most contentious issues that ANC2A had to weigh in on. The NIMBY neighbors were so angry they couldn't intimidate ANC2A into giving what they wanted. They condoned and sanctioned threats of violence against colleagues, stating that they'd find candidates to run against us, and hurling of a racist comment directed at myself was the last straw. When they couldn't succeed, these anonymous NIMBYs started a community organization known as the West End DC Community Association, filed a total of 4 lawsuits against the agencies that are the Department of Buildings, Department of Human Services, and the Department of General Services in an attempt to stop the Aston from becoming operational. ANC2A was listed as a party to the WETCA's last lawsuit, and the arguments were thoroughly shot down by the district in their legal briefs presented to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. The NIMBYs withdrew their lawsuits from BZA to close the record, and as many ANC2A residents, along with allies citywide, were sending in letters of support for the Aston. The Aston Community Advisory Team has reported the following metrics. There have been no complaints from residents. They've successfully placed all those who enter and stay at the Aston with permanent supportive housing. No complaints from residents who have resided there. A concept that the NIMBY spent so much time and money fighting has not only survived, but it is thriving and flourishing. For as long as I sit on ANC2A, there will be an ardent and unapologetic champion in protecting and defending our more vulnerable neighbors. The NIMBYs did the Aston a huge favor as it ensured that ANC2A would ensure it would succeed, as the commission would ensure with its great weight any issue that could be viewed as a way to shut down the Aston would be remedied with a fierce sense of urgency. Now that the Aston is free from legal threats and that, as predicted, everything has gone well, I'd like to request that acting Director Pierre go full capacity on the Aston and make this formal request to both the mayor and CM Pinto. However, on Friday, February 21st, 2025, there was a PEPCO outage impacting the West End, and the Aston was impacted. I request on behalf of ANC2A that you ask these questions of Director Pierre. When was the agency notified that the Aston was online? Question number 2, the generator the Aston had was not sufficient to meet the needs of the building, which was the reason why the residents were evacuated. Part A of the question, when was the agency informed about the evacuation? Part B of the question, who made the call to do the evacuation? Question number 3, with the knowledge that the Aston housed vulnerable populations that makes it traumatic and difficult in displacing them, why did the Aston neglect in upgrading the generator? Question number 4, the current generator only does emergency electricity. The generator could not do heating and cooling, and there was no hot water. How was this missed during the assessment of the Aston? And my final question, question number 5. Another issue is the Aston is not fully ADA compliant. Question A. Part A, the Aston has a wheelchair lift, which I believe is not operational. What steps is is DGS taking and getting to get it back online or replacing it altogether? Part B of the question. There are sections of the ASIN that are not accessible if one is partially immobile, i.e. a cane or a walker, in addition to someone who's wheelchair bound. Can you outline the specific remedies and actions to be taken in addressing this and the timeline to complete it? In conclusion, ANC2A views having the ASIN to be being fully ADA compliant and having a generator that allows residents to reside in place as non-negotiable items that DGS and DHS must address with urgency. ANC2A wants to acknowledge that DGS and DHS have been better about transparency and communication. We're not there yet, but it's a massive improvement. Thank you, and I'm prepared to address questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patel. And Ms. Nettis?
Good afternoon to all the committee members. My name is Marcia Nettis. I am the Vice President and Regional Director for America Works of Washington, D.C. It is my pleasure to be here today, and I will not be utilizing the entire time, but I felt it important enough to come in and share with the committee members the great things that are happening at the Department of Human Services. America Works is a TEP provider that is servicing those who are receiving TANF benefits throughout the District of Columbia. We also are in partnership with a foundation, the Work First Foundation, that specializes in policy development, but even more importantly, is doing on-the-ground work to help individuals who are receiving just SNAP benefits. I will tell you that between both those agencies that are headed by the Department of Human Services, in particular, David Ross and Ann Pierre and Teresa Brown and so on, I will tell you this, the amount of support that they provide to their providers is unbelievable. I have operations also in the Maryland area. I have also witnessed New York City's operations. I will tell you that this department wholeheartedly provides all the support that is necessary to protect providers and holds each of the providers very much accountable for ensuring that they are meeting the accountabilities or essentially the deliverables that have been agreed upon. I will also explain that not only are we a provider to provide this employment type job readiness services, but it is a true partnership with these with both of those divisions of DHS. Every time, I'll use an example, as a TEP provider, we have monthly meetings. During those meetings, it's a time in which the agency is actually bringing resources for the providers to share with their candidates. Also, they are encouraging heavily that each of the TEP providers are sharing resources amongst themselves. I got to tell you this, that is very unknown in a lot of different agencies, so it's very unique that the Department of Human Services is doing that. The other thing is that I will tell you, DC has been very much a leader. Again, this department has been very much a leader in the two-generational approach to working with families. And I can tell you that we are held heavily accountable for ensuring that we are meeting those goals of not only servicing the one person that's coming in the door, but ensuring that it is carrying on to the other, to their children, and in addition to external family members in the home. I salute this agency, and they are often, unfortunately, I listen to the hearings for a very good portion of the day, and it is unfortunate that they are beat up the way they are. But I want to come on and be very truthful about the levels of support that we have received. The same thing with the SNAP ENT program. I mean, we have monthly meetings. We are again engaged with those departments to ensure we are meeting the goals and held to high standards, that not only are we keeping people that are engaged in our program, but they are going to work. And what type of resources are you providing to ensure that these people the customers are truly supported? So I wanted to, and I won't be utilizing the last, I guess, 1 minute of my time, but I did want to come on and make sure that the council hears this very clearly. It is working. And again, if there's support financially to continue in increasing some of the services that the Department of Human Services, and particularly the TAP programs, as well as the SNAP programs can receive, I wholeheartedly endorse that. So I thank you so much to the council. We appreciate the support and your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nettis. I think we have heard from a variety of witnesses that in some places things have gotten better. In some places, the data suggests that there continue to be issues, and I think folks inside of the agency know that there needs to be a continuing process to improve systems. It's good that you're a part of trying to do that. I have a hard time seeing that work is done, and I don't think even folks inside of the agency think that work is done. But it's also important to recognize where there's progress, and also important to recognize how many people of enormous good faith there are inside of the agency trying to deliver as best they can for DC residents. I think Ms. Garwin, thank you for your testimony. The rapid rehousing, the transition out of rapid rehousing issues are enormous. That is one of the themes coming out from today that we will be looking more deeply into. Mr. Mohammed, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Coventry, you spoke to some of these issues around the way the systems work. We have not gotten together since I've taken on this new position. We have met in the past about a variety of different issues. I do think we should try to take the opportunity in March to get together so that I can hear some of the specific things that you were talking about. It sounded like some of the ideas you were talking about are not that different from some of the ideas that I've been talking about, but maybe yours are more fully formed. I'd be very curious to learn about them. So let's make sure we get something like that set up. Ms. Groth, Commissioner Groth, nice to see you in different contexts. See you again in the parks context. Yeah, I don't understand the Green Court proposal. That's a thing we need to look into and understand what it is, where it's at. So thank you for raising it. We'll see that. I don't know what's going to happen with the federal government. Some days they say there's 20 buildings they want to get rid of, and some days they say not. Who knows whether any of those buildings could be suitable for some of the needs that are being talked about here.
I would be very happy to look for another building within my SMD that would be more suitable and more buildable, frankly.
Well, and for me, I'm learning about this and we need to understand what it is that's proposed, why, but thank you, absolutely thank you for raising it. Ms. Patel, Commissioner Patel, some of what you're talking about the Aston reminds me of the Idaho Avenue transitional housing project in Ward 3, where I've had a number of people come up to me and say, when it was proposed, I fought it with everything that I had, but it works pretty well. And it's good to hear that the Aston is working pretty well. I was surprised to hear you say move to full capacity, but that's an interesting thing. I'm glad to hear you say it. I don't know whether that is a thing that can work, but it was heartening to hear you say it. On the power outage, I mean, you're thorough. And so you had your whole list of questions with question A and question B, and I don't have the answers to all of those things. What I will say, though, is that when it happened, Councilmember Pinto was on it immediately and in close contact with DHS about it. On my staff, my committee director, Dan Passan, was on it immediately and got me on it And we were tracking it as it went to make sure that things went as smoothly as possible. Should the generator have been bigger? I don't know. I haven't given thought to that. But did DHS in the setting respond to a difficult situation and make sure that all of their people were cared for? I do think that they did do that. And when all of the questions that I had in that night when they were making the transition and in the day following when they were coming back, when all the residents were coming back, DHS always had a good answer for what it was that they were doing and why. So are there things that we could do so that kind of thing never happens again? Perhaps. Pretty extraordinary event with a fire to electrical equipment underground, but still, I think that they deserve more praise than criticism for the way in which they responded to that challenge, or at least that's the way that I see it.
Councilmember Fruman, this was not to be meant more of a ding against DHS, the agency. Actually, the biggest culprit in this has been PEPCO. And the reason why I'm saying PEPCO's name is because it was on their word and their analysis that every agency was pausing and waiting to take action. The reason why I had to switch from in-person to virtual is there is a power outage from PEPCO in my single member district, and it is now going past 24 hours. And this is the exact same, situation that when the West End power outage happened, that PEPCO kept saying, "Oh, the power will be back on at this time." That time would pass. And so I just felt that this was incredibly unfair to place DHS, the district government in a very awkward position of, we have very vulnerable residents to take care of, and there's a stakeholder who is not being transparent about their level of communication. And I, as the former chairperson of ANC2A, I also get slammed and dinged with questions from residents because, I helped in defeating, 4 of these lawsuits because I was such an, virulent and, tenacious champion for the Aston. And, my deep concern and fear, Councilmember Fruman, is that they're going to use this incident to say, no, let's not go full capacity. No, the Aston is not able to handle crisis. And so that's why, I know I owe you my testimony. I will send it to you immediately after. This is why I'm requesting that, you document these questions for the record. And this is not a criticism towards DHS in any way, shape, or form. They did everything, correctly and in the time that they needed to when they were notified properly. It's just that I think my frustration, along with other commissioners from ANC2B, just kind of felt that instead of giving the Aston and DHS the opportunity to be proactive in this situation, they were running from a place of being reactive, which is incredibly unfair to them. So I want to make that very clear for the record. Please don't take that.
Loud and clear, Commissioner Patel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony today. You managed to touch on a couple of agencies in your testimony, and you are a very effective and omnipresent advocate. So thank you for everything that you do. I think we're winding up. I have a list of people who were on the list to testify, and I just am going to read who didn't get the opportunity for whatever reason. And I just want to make sure that none of them are there. And if there's anybody else out there who has been waiting to testify and we haven't called on you, please raise your hand in the chat to make sure that our staff knows. But Adofa, Amanda Liao, Maurice Williams, Alethea Etnoff, Kelly Sweeney McShane, Bua Binte, Krista Matthews Jones, Ramon Bond, Burnett Moccasin, Kim Harrison, Jeanette Hathorn, Aaron Whelan, Galadios Gabri, Rita Everett, Sasha Williams, Nicholas Deladon, Jamila White. If none of them are out there and no one else out there is raising their hand because they're hoping to testify, then this concludes our public oversight hearing. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by uploading it to the council's electronic hearing management system before the close of business on Wednesday, March 12th, 2025. That goes for all of those witnesses who have given oral testimony. Please follow up and provide written testimony by Wednesday, March 12th. The time